Hogwarts, forbidden son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Tom of the Leaky Cauldron. Thank you so much, Lord Shafik. Minister Rich shook his head. He glanced bitterly at Nelson, who pretended not to hear anything, and said to Judge Shafik, "Actually, you don't need to go into such detail at all. This is also a spur for you, Rich," Judge Shafik explained. "I've actually been following you for a long time. Do you know why you were promoted so slowly before? Why? Do you know why you have been staying in the Internal Affairs Department of the Law Enforcement Department and have never had the opportunity to contact the field?" Nelson stood by the Black Lake with his hands behind his back, as if there was something in the lake that attracted him. Professor Sloan walked to his side, put a hand on Nelson's shoulder, and enjoyed the scenery of the Black Lake together. "Nelson, you didn't disappoint me," Professor Sloan said appreciatively, "but since this is something outside the school, I can't add points for Slytherin, but I can personally satisfy a person within my ability. Which, anything is possible." "Professor, no, listen to me. This is what you deserve, and it's compensation for exposing your patron saint." Professor Sloan saw Nelson's refusal and slightly exerted his hand on his shoulder, explaining, "Besides, you are my lucky star today. Today the minister and the judge came to the school, and I also realized some of my wishes, so I would like to share the joy of fulfilling my wishes with you. Do you understand?" "Oh, yes, Professor, thank you." Nelson nodded, thinking of the treatment plan he had made for Nagini. Although there is no precedent for the transformation potion of snakes, an extra copy of the Enigmatic magic potion should be prepared. The medicine is always right. He thought for a moment and said, "Professor, can you give me a chrysalis of a grimacing hawk mouth?" "The chrysalis of the grimace moth." Professor Sloan was stunned. Seeing this, Nelson thought it was inconvenient for Sloan, so he changed his words. "Professor, if there is no one, no," said Sloan, making himself convenient, and simply asked, "Nelson, don't you have a chrysalis of a hawk mouth?" "Huh? Professor, what did you say?" "The chrysalis of the ghostly moth that Tom asked to leave from me before should be for you." Professor Sloan patted Nelson on the shoulder with a smile and said, "This potion has a single purpose. Can only be used to prepare potions, to assist Animagus in his cultivation. Tom took one from me before. Although his transfiguration is good, it is only good in his grade, and it is far from reaching this level, so I know that he must have prepared it for you." "Oh, that's right." Nelson's lips curled up. He almost didn't laugh out loud, and his expression tightened quickly. Sure enough, the teacher at Hogwarts didn't have a fuel-efficient lamp. Tom thought he was doing a bad job, leaving traces. "I didn't expect to be seen by Professor Sloan. Didn't he tell you?" Sloan let out a ha 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 walrus laugh, rubbed Nelson's hair, and said, "You might as well ask him. Between friends, often it's normal to have some surprises ready." "He told me, Professor," Nelson explained, "because Animagus practice has strict requirements on the weather, and it is easy to go wrong in the middle, so I plan to prepare an extra copy of the materials. If you don't need it, or seal it up for Tom." "Is that so?" Professor Sloan scratched his head and said, "I don't know Animagus either, and I don't know much about it, but your risk awareness is still very good. Just after the next potions class is over, you and I can go to the medicine room to pick it up, but with all due respect, Tom doesn't have your talent for transfiguration, and your letter may take a long time." "Thank you, Professor." Nelson bowed slightly. "Shh, don't say this in front of them." Sloan pointed to the two senior officials who were walking toward them, after exchanging workplace experience, and gestured to Nelson for a silent gesture. "Registration guardian gods are annoying enough, and I don't think you'd want to register your Animagus either." Nelson nodded and stood there without saying a word, smiling and looking at the minister and judge who were walking towards him. "Ahem, Williams, do you have time tomorrow or the day after tomorrow?" Minister Rich asked. "We can arrange a simple award ceremony for you." "The award ceremony?" Nelson frowned. "Is it unnecessary?" It is necessary, Minister Rich explained. Actually, this award is mainly to commend the wizards who use their patron saints to protect the people during the Dementor Rebellion. But there's no Dementor Rebellion now, they even have an organization. This is a tradition, do you understand? Minister Rich explained. In terms of form, it is a spiritual inheritance. In reality, this kind of good news is for the people who are in the quagmire. It's an inspiration to say the least. Okay, Nelson nodded and said, then tomorrow. When is tomorrow? Tomorrow morning. Okay. Nelson wrote down the time, and there was still a chance to go to the Ministry of Magic to claim compensation in the afternoon. You take this to the Leaky Cauldron, and someone will take you to the entrance of the Ministry of Magic. Minister Ritchie took out a card from his vest pocket, handed it to Nelson, and said, the Ministry of Magic building was reopened for some reason. It has been renovated, and it is a bit hard to find. You can also look at the latest Daily Prophet, and the method of entering the Ministry of Magic to handle business is written in the middle of each issue. Okay, thank you. Nelson took the card, held it in his hand, and asked, which department do I need to go to after I arrive at the Ministry of Magic? We've simplified the administrative process so that when you enter the building you're assigned directly to the department you're going to, and you just take the elevator. You know the elevator? It's a Muggle invention. It's like. Minister Rich seemed unable to describe something like an elevator. He spread his hands and shrugged, hoping that Nelson could understand. I know, Minister, I'm Muggle born. Nelson played with the card and asked, is there anything else I need to do? No, you can go back. Professor Slughorn patted Nelson on the back. The two of you, and I still, have some things to discuss. It's okay for you to go back by yourself. You can go back to the dormitory and sleep for a while. Okay. Nelson bid farewell to the three wizards and left, and Professor Slughorn soon chatted with Minister Rich in a lively manner. What the hell? Nelson scratched his back, feeling a thorn in his back all the way back to the castle from the lake. Is the sweater pilling? That's it. At the Two Broomsticks bar, Tom drank a glass of strangely colored and bubbling green cucumber juice with a straw in his mouth. He frowned, looked at Nelson who was opposite him who had changed into a new sweater, and asked, what do they register for this thing? What's the point? What kind of animal is a patronus that records a person? Would someone control their patronus to fly to the Minister of Magic's office and steal his underwear? Ha ha ha. Nelson couldn't help laughing, thought for a moment, and explained. It is said that it is to ask for help in time when the people are attacked by dementors. Isn't that funny? Tom curled his lips. I remember I said a few years ago that officials from the Ministry of Magic are better than Chamberlain, but I'm going to take it back now. The dementors are all stuck to the face. Who has the ability to seek help from a wizard who knows the patronus charm? Seriously, except for getting a medicinal material from the dean, you have wasted your life today. Indeed. Look at me. I have dark circles under my eyes. Nelson lowered his eyelids and showed it to Tom. Tom straightened up, took a closer look, and sat back again. You seem to have been punched by someone. Seriously, I think instead of registering people who can use the patronus charm, they should come to a national test and put the patronus charm into practice. Anyone who doesn't respond to the spell will be arrested. On the way to Hogsmeade, Nelson taught Tom the patronus charm. To his relief, Tom produced a cloud of silver fog when he used it for the first time, but he couldn't summon a complete guardian spell afterward. But this is also cause for joy. At least it proves that Tom is not a dark wizard. What if the captured wizard is not a dark wizard, but just a poor man who can't feel happiness? Nelson quickly discovered the blind spot. It's even more important to arrest. Tom shook his head, streetmonger his visit to the doctor, so as not to feel that the world is not worth it. Seriously, if I become the Minister of Magic, I will check all wizards in the country once again. The efficiency is higher than letting Aura investigate the case, so I don't know where it went. Indeed. Nelson looked at his watch perfunctorily. Don't look. I just watched it, and it's our turn in 10 minutes. I suggest you also order a cup of cucumber juice. It has a very good suppression effect on your dark circles. Tom waved his hand. Taking the train to London and then to Diagon Alley is too far away. Recently, Two Broomsticks has opened a special line to the Leaky Cauldron by Flu. It is undoubtedly much easier to choose this way of travel. He sipped his cucumber juice and said, "Let them award honors. You might as well ask Grindelwald to award you a Grindelwald Art Award. At least this kind of honor is real. I still think this award is a bit weird. Normal people should not create an award like this. Don't talk about art. I don't want to recall that painful experience." Nelson raised a hand and covered his eyes. HMPH, I'm getting angry when I talk about it. Tom slurped the cucumber juice viciously, as if it was some kind of big enemy of his. You know what? I went to King's Cross by train at the beginning of last term. I was suddenly blocked by a reporter on the road. He asked me if I was the performance artist who had disappeared for a long time, and asked if I had run out of talent. He kicked the table leg hard, but the furniture of the 2 rooms was solid, and Tom's face turned blue in an instant, then turned white, and finally turned red. Are you okay? Nelson stood up, picked up Tom's bag hanging from the back of the chair, and carried it behind his back, patted Tom on the back, looked at the fire gradually turning green in the fireplace, and said, "Should we off to go? They've already sprinkled flu powder." It's kind of like they sprinkled cumin when you say that. Tom stood up stiffly holding Nelson's arm, and approached the fireplace with a goose step. The leaky cauldron. The leaky cauldron. The 2 stepped in one after another. Tom, 2 rooms are better. Tom was quicker, and by the time Nelson had stepped out of the fireplace and brushed the ashes off his robes, he was standing at the bar of the leaky cauldron, booking a room. Tom raised his index finger and middle finger, thought for a while, and added his ring finger. 2 rooms next to each other, with windows facing Diagon Alley. We'll book for 3 days, which happens to be a weekend. Okay, Mr. Riddle. The short young man at the bar seemed to have just graduated. He put down the glass in his hand that he couldn't finish wiping, turned around slowly, opened the small door on the wine cabinet behind him, and went from. He picked out 2 bunches of keys, threw them on the counter, and lowered his head to pick up another glass. It's still the room you usually live in, and the room to the left of it. As usual, charge it to my account. Is there any money? Tom picked up the keys, picked one of them, and handed the other to Nelson, who was approaching. Yes, Mr. Riddle, you still have 45 galleons in your account. The 3-day room fee plus meal expenses is a total of 9 galleons. Let me do the math. The young boss named Tom lowered his head, began to think. He spoke and settled the accounts as slowly as his movements, which made people feel anxious. After a long time, he raised his head and said, "After this, you still have 36 galleons." Nelson couldn't take it anymore, and reminded him. 0.36 galleons. The boss squinted at Nelson, and recorded a sum in the account book. Tom nodded, took the luggage that Nelson had carried for him, and the 2 walked through the crowded tables in the bar, and up the stairs. To be honest, I really don't want to come to this kind of place. The stinky smell of alcohol makes people feel irritable. Tom said as he led the way, shuttling between the tables. No way. Isn't the leaky cauldron the only place in Diagon Alley? That's right. Tom nodded. There are other places, but the environment is very bad. It looks good. After walking upstairs, Nelson looked at the open room in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. It's pretty clean. Of course it has to be clean. I wonder if there is something wrong with that Tom's mind. You haven't seen him use any spell to kill mice. Tom threw his luggage into the room, closed the door with his foot, and went to Nelson's room. Walking up, it's fun to say, I hate people having the same name as me, but this Tom is quite interesting. Look at him. He is walking slowly. Does he look like a snail? You know this place well? Nelson asked curiously. Of course, you know, I run a small business, and come here often. Tom raised his eyebrows mysteriously. I bought a good thing, and I'll show you it later. Chapter 177 Nocturne Alley. The London air. In the morning, Nelson sat on the wooden table in the leaky cauldron, with a stack of fried eggs and slices of bread in front of him, as well as some milk, fruit, and seasonings. After the bar owner piled breakfast on this table, I went to wipe his endless cup, and let the diners take it by themselves. Tom inserted a fried egg, sandwiched it with a slice of bread, and stuffed a slice of tomato. He didn't know where he got into it. He made a simple sandwich, took a big bite, and asked, "The taste of London? What is that? The smell of industrial waste? Don't you think it smells of the sea?" said Nelson. "I've seldom smelled it in America, or on the continent." Oh, you might be talking about something moldy. The leaky cauldron is shady, so it smells musty all year round. Tom shrugged and made himself another sandwich, noticing Nelson was staring at him with a strange look in his eyes. He put the sandwich on the plate and pushed in Nelson's direction. What's wrong with you? Do you want to eat? This is for you. No, thank you. Nelson drank the last sip of milk in the glass and declined. I'm just curious, where did you get this tomato? The untraceable stretching curse. Seeing that Nelson didn't want to eat the sandwich, Tom grabbed it, took a big bite, and said vaguely, didn't you teach me it? This magic is really useful. Nelson didn't know what to say, stood up from the table, put on the hat that was put aside, and said, I'm going to get to shopping bags. You wait for me here for a while. Go. Tom went to fight the breakfast without looking up. Where do we go first? Through the brick wall of the back door of the leaky cauldron. Nelson stood under the awning at the entrance of Diagon Alley, looking at the tallest spire with a clock in the distance. He raised his hand with some joy, pointed to it and said, that's Gringotts, right? It seems that I haven't completely forgotten it yet. HMM. Tom followed his fingers, squinted his eyes for a moment, then turned his head and said, I'm sorry to tell you, but you read it wrong. That's the headquarters of the Daily Prophet. Gringotts is in opposite, probably in the right direction, isn't it? Nelson shrugged. You're right to say that. After all, you're at the east end of Diagon Alley. If you point to the west, everything is in the right direction. Tom ruthlessly pierced through Nelson's explanation, frowning, glancing at the hat on his head, pursing his lips. He said, nah, I've been wanting to say this since just now. You've been wearing this soft felt hat for too long, and there's a clothing store in front of you. Do you want me to give it to you? You bought a new one as a present? No need. Nelson shook his head. I don't want to give you any gifts. Not to mention that the reason I wear it all the time is because of habit, and now I feel uncomfortable without this hat when I go out. Okay. Tom nodded, took a deep look at the soft felt hat on Nelson's head, covered his chest, seemed to grab something in his shirt, and then let go without saying much. Let's go sell things with you first, and then take me to the alchemy shop and herbal medicine shop. I'll look for mandrakes, and add some materials. By the way, I also sent some things to Gringotts, Nelson said. He raised his legs, and walked out of the awning. Today was a rare sunny day. The glare of the sun made his eyes used to cloudy days feel a little stinging. Nelson took out the sunglasses made by Tom from his pocket, and put them on the bridge of his nose. He looked like an old rich landlord from Wales. He turned his head, looked at the colorful world behind the sunglasses, and pulled Tom forward. The entrance to Nocturne Alley is at the end of Diagon Alley, right? Go west, it should be fine to keep walking. You're learning from it. Tom nodded and followed. Actually, you can sell it in Diagon Alley, but even though the procedures are complete here, there are some profiteers here, and they keep the price very low. I sold a Slytherin quill before. I have tested the magic in it. It is from that era. It may be a pen that helped him automatically write meeting minutes. It has a very high collection value. Guess it is in Diagon Alley. What did the antique dealer tell me? What? He took out a snuff bottle from the counter, said Malin had used it, and exchanged that snuff bottle for my pen, said Tom angrily, pointing to a dark-looking antique shop beside the fire. This is the store, and he gave me 10 galleons for an emerald 2 inches wide. You didn't sell it to him, did you? Of course I didn't. I asked Wahlberger about the price. She told me that the market price of those things is very high. If they are sold to some families, they can even be sold for a higher figure. Why don't you just sell it to him? While Tom was cursing, Nelson had already bought 2 sundaes, handed one to Tom, and motioned him to elaborate. Have some dessert. Let's see if you can speak well. Dry tongue. When Nelson walked to the window of the drink shop, a series of memories flooded his mind. This was the first stop for him and Tom to enter the magical world, so the impression was particularly deep. It was here that they met the black siblings. Then here too Belinda gave them the question mark and Tom's bar-headed owl. I remember walking forward that there was a snowy owl in the pet shop, which should have been sold to Alfred in the end. Nelson's eyes drifted to the corner of the street following his thoughts, but he was surprised to find that the shop that was supposed to sell pets had already taken off the plaque. The door is tightly closed. It seems that it has not been opened for a long time. Of course I can't sell it to her. Think about it. That kind of pure-blood family has a deep research on genealogy. They must be able to easily see who the things I sell belong to. Tom talked eloquently, noticing Nelson's eyes. He added, "Oh, by the way, do you still remember the time when we bought pets in Diagon Alley before we entered the first grade and was scolded by a pet shop owner as a mudblood? You are looking at that shop now. I've listed this facade. This is what I told you to show you before." "You're such a real estate wizard." Nelson twitched his nose. The store hadn't been opened for several years, and the store still had a smelly smell unique to pet stores. Tom took out a bunch of brass-colored keys, hooked them with his index finger and shook them. "I put some inconvenient things here, although it's a bit wasteful to use this corner store as a warehouse. But what? But who made me rich?" Tom shrugged. "My desire for Garen is not urgent. I even hope that I haven't found Slytherin's treasure and those jewelry and antiques. In fact, for me, even it is alright to have a safest vault in Gringotts for my usual cup of water, as long as the consumption pleases me." "You killed that shopkeeper?" Nelson asked in a low voice. "What are you talking about?" Tom raised his arm and made a tactical backward movement. "This shop owner has smuggled dangerous magical animals to Egypt more than once, and it is reasonable for the Ministry of Magic to find clues and arrest him." "What is the relationship?" "That's true." Nelson nodded approvingly. Among other things, Newt had asked him to go to an alchemy shop in New York to rescue a white fur bull. Although he didn't know it well, he could still see it. It turned out to be a rare creature that was smuggled in. It could be seen that the illegal act of smuggling magical animals is still rampant in the wizarding world. He murmured, "It sounds like I'm still with Andre. Yeah, I'm a law-abiding wizard. Let's go to the shop and have a look later. I plan to turn this place into a safe house so that we can do some inconvenient things in the future." I've heard an Oriental slang before. It probably means that the highest level of camouflage is hiding in the downtown area. Tom continued to walk forward and said, "Let's talk about antiques. It's not convenient for them to find out that I'm selling Slytherin things. If Wahlberger were to help, she might be in more trouble than me. Are you afraid that the 38th generation grandson of Slytherin will suddenly jump out and ask you to return the relics of his ancestors? Am I not a descendant of Slytherin?" Tom waved his hand and explained, "You know, when a large number of relics of a famous wizard appear on the market, there is only one possibility. His descendants are bankrupt. Selling property?" Tom glared at Nelson. He felt like he was choking on the bread. "This usually means that the treasure of this famous wizard has been found. Usually, at this time, there will be many wizards who are interested in the so-called cheats in the treasure, artifact and other things. I feel that these people are simply idle and have nothing to do. They can only read novels every day, so their imagination is so lacking." "I see. So now everyone is looking for the ancient magic and magic props passed down by Slytherin?" Nelson nodded seriously and suggested, "You can bury something all over the UK and let them find it, and finally compete for a copy of Slytherin's own diary. I can give this event a name. It's called the Holy Grail War." As the conversation between the two became more and more inconspicuous, they also slowly reached the end of Diagon Alley. Tom stopped, pointed to a section of dirty wall in front of him and said, "Here we are. Which brick is knocked?" Nelson drew out his wand enthusiastically. "What brick?" Tom stepped forward, straight across the wall, and Nelson shrugged and followed. "Young man, I think you may have been attacked by a vampire recently. I have an amulet here that specifically restrains vampires, and I only sell 5 galleons." As soon as he walked through the door, an old witch grabbed Nelson's sleeve and began to sell own fake and shoddy products. Nelson always felt that her voice was somewhat familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he heard it, so he had to speed up, keep up with Tom in front, pass through the crowd, and get rid of her. Walking to a relatively empty intersection, Nelson looked at the environment of Nocturne Alley. Compared with the fairytale-like Diagon Alley, it was more like what a wizarding world should be like. The terrain of Nocturne Alley was like a spider web. Between the fairly well-connected main roads, dark alleys are densely lined up, and special businesses exclusive to these alleys are happening all the time. Some wizards who are in a hurry and look very suspicious put themselves. It was packed tightly and hidden in dark corners. In this kind of place, the most noticeable thing was the clean and tidy wizard with his bare face. Although it is close to Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley has a gloomy atmosphere as a whole, which makes people wrap their clothes involuntarily. The buildings here are even more careless, wantonly backlogging the empty space on the street, making the whole block feel it looked extremely dim. Nelson came in from the bright Diagon Alley, and he couldn't adapt to the light here. He was about to take off his sunglasses and put on another disguise when Tom's hand interrupted his movements. Put down the mask, it's not convenient to show your face in this kind of place. Upon hearing this, Nelson unfolded the sunglasses on his face. Although this black mask had a strange shape, its style unexpectedly fit the temperament of Nocturne Alley. Why is this place so dark? Do they not know that dirty business can be done under the sun? Be careful, this kind of place is full of dead people, and the auras don't bother to check. Tom warned, the useless antiques are almost sold out recently, but some people have noticed me, so you must be careful. It's okay. Nelson patted Tom on the shoulder and said in relief, these wizards can only be regarded as bugs. The scenes I have seen are much more exaggerated than this place. Nelson lowered his voice, and it could be seen that he still gave some respect to the dark wizard in Nocturne Alley. And it's easy to get lost in this place, and the way is hard to find, so don't get lost. It's okay, you take this. Nelson stuffed a small ball into Tom's pocket. Come on, let's go sell your things. It's cold in this place, we'd better fix it quickly. The shop where I usually sell things is right in front. It's opened by the Bock family. It's kind of credible. Tom led the way, putting a hand in his bosom. Today we only sell some gems and a bookshelf. It doesn't take much time, but I always feel that they are watching. It doesn't matter, they also have a blog in our hands. Nelson laughed and asked, is the bookshelf you are talking about the one that we smashed? It was smashed by you. Turning the corner, Tom turned up a few inconspicuous steps. At the top of the steps was an even more inconspicuous small door. Tom pushed the door open and shouted in a rough voice, Bock, I brought the things gone. Mr. Chamberlain, you're here. A smiling little man ran out from inside and greeted him loudly. When he saw Nelson who entered the door, his smile froze. This gentleman. Let me see. Don't worry about me. Nelson turned around, knocked off an inconspicuous broken wooden sign hanging on the door, picked up a red eyeball on the shelf with a handkerchief, and looked at it carefully. My name is Karkaroff. Chapter 178 Borgin Bock. Bock, he came with me, Tom said in a low voice from under the mask. He put his hand into his robe and said impatiently, you should take a look at the goods first. You may have to wait for a while. The little old man raised his hands, gestured for a little distance, put his hands on his head again, and smoothed his hair. After something was touched, the touched hair immediately became tidy and back, but there was a disgusting oily sheen. There are some things we may need to discuss. Didn't it be agreed last time? Tom slapped the counter rudely, turned around and walked quickly to the shopkeeper behind him, stood close to him, and said condescendingly, you just need to inspect the goods and pay the money. Enough. Mr. Chamberlain. Caractacus Bock put down his hand, rubbed it awkwardly, and said in a voice as greasy as his image, don't worry, we will definitely get the payment for the goods, but there are indeed some things that I don't understand. Ask you. You don't want to give the money, do you? Tom winked at Nelson, walked around the shopkeeper, and called him by his name rudely. Galacticus, I'm looking at your good business. For the sake of reputation, I come here to sell things every time. It seems that you don't want to do my business anymore. Borgin Bock Magic Shop is the largest and most famous shop in Nocturne Alley, full of dangerous items that have been cast with black magic, and Caractacus Bock, this one looks unbearably greasy. The little old man is one of the owners of this store. These things in the store are enough for him to stay in Azkaban until the next life, but he has always lived a very nourishing life, and has never even delayed doing business. How could it be? Don't worry, our business is based on word of mouth. Galacticus slid to the side like a loach, blocked Tom's path without a trace, and said, the other bosses in our store will be here soon, you might as well wait. We want to talk to you about a bigger deal. I still have something to do today. Please leave me your mailbox address. We can write a letter to discuss the details. Tom pushed Galacticus away and walked straight to the door, where Nelson had already opened the door. Tom waved his hand irritably, said, I won't sell this thing today. It's really bad luck to go for nothing. How can Mr. Chamberlain be allowed to make a trip in vain? When Tom was about to walk to the door, a shiny leather shoe stepped in from the door. Nelson raised his head. On top of the leather shoe was a pair of straight bright yellow striped trousers. Very coquettish. Nelson only felt that his eyes were flashed through the sunglasses. He looked up along the trouser legs. He was wearing a green dragon leather vest on top of the yellow trousers, and there was a bright red flower in the chest pocket. Rose, this strangely dressed wizard is like a traffic light, which has a strong mental impact on Nelson. The next moment, he walked into the shop, revealing a young face as greasy as Caractacus. He leaned against the door frame, held the door knob, and smiled at Nelson, then raised his hand to stroke his hair. Soon his head was as shiny as Galacticus's. Boggin, this is the Mr. Chamberlain you've always wanted to see. Galacticus stopped Tom, pointed to the new young wizard and introduced, this is Boggin Burke, another owner of the shop. Boggin Burke. Tom looked up, smiling playfully, so he's the real owner of the store? That's not it, Mr. Chamberlain, explained Boggin Burke, shaking his head. Galacticus was my uncle, and we named the store together. I named Boggin, he took Burke. Really interesting. Tom looked behind Boggin, and found that there were a lot of wizards blocking the door. It was not easy to leave now, so he gave way to the store, found a place with a wide view behind the shelves, and waited with arms folded. Boggin explained his purpose. Ahem, Boggin said, clearing his throat. Mr. Chamberlain, ouch. Nelson suddenly let out a strange cry, followed by the sound of countless small steel balls falling to the ground. The three people in the store were attracted by the sound and all looked in his direction. Sorry. Nelson shook his arm, and a pale skull with his finger in its mouth fell to the shelf. He clutched his finger and complained, what is this? It bit me. This gentleman. Boggin was a little dissatisfied with being interrupted, and said impatiently, that's Boggin. Caractacus stopped him, and stepped forward to explain, Mr. Karkaroff, that is a muggle with a soul imprisoned. It is harmless. It didn't hurt you, did it? Not really. Nelson shook his hand, grumbling dissatisfiedly, but it bit off my bracelet, and you see, the beads fell all over the floor. It was a grown-up gift from my aunt. They are expensive metal. Sorry, Mr. Karkaroff. We will send someone over to help you collect all the beads later, and then I will string them together with a gold thread. Do you think it is okay? Boom boom boom. The fine bouncing sounds echoed endlessly in the store, and those sounds were far and near, as if some small beads had rolled to the corners and under the shelves in the distance. Okay. Nelson nodded, apparently satisfied with the result. Mr. Chamberlain, after solving this episode, Boggin looked at Tom again, showing a greasy smile that he thought was full of affinity, and said, I look forward to the stars and the moon, and I'm looking forward to you. What are you looking for me for? Tom asked bluntly. Both he and Boggin knew very well what the other was going to say, but they were going round and round, never getting to the point. I'm waiting for someone to come. What is this guy waiting for? Boggin Burke was a little puzzled, but he continued following Tom's ink. After angling for a long time, he finally couldn't bear it any longer. He stared at Tom's expressionless mask and asked, Mr. Chamberlain, you must be a pureblood, right? There were more and more wizards gathering at the door, and there were noisy noises from the back door of the shop. Like Nelson, Galacticus had been listening to Tom and Borgin's meaningless conversation, but he was always watching vigilantly. Nelson, who was bored and started playing with lighters, this unplanned wizard instinctively made him feel troublesome, but after seeing Nelson took out a bunch of bracelets and started to play, he realized that this guy in front of him just wanted to use our valuable gift to blackmail people. What? Don't you do pure blood business? It seems that you are a pureblood. That would be great. Borgin showed an exaggerated smile, walked 2 steps closer, saw Tom raising his head vigilantly. He raised his hands to indicate that he had no malice, and explained patiently, you know, it's not been peaceful recently. Yes, it's really not peaceful. If you sell something, you will be forced to buy and sell it. Borgin didn't seem to understand Tom's sarcasm, and cut to the point. If I'm right, you should be a descendant of the great Salazar Slytherin? Tom shrugged, neither acknowledging nor denying. Mr. Chamberlain, have you discovered Lord Slytherin's relics recently? Borgin approached Tom with a frantic expression. We have collected many antiques, that have appeared on the market in recent years, and found that many of them have Lord Slytherin brand. You must have found his relic. I say no, and you won't believe it, so what do you want to do? Tom sneered. Keep me here, and take them away. No, no, no. Bojan waved his hands again and again, denying it. Mr. Chamberlain, we are businessmen, and businessmen only talk about business calmly. You know, it's not peaceful recently, and it's easier for us noble pureblood families coveted with malicious intent. So you're coveting your imaginary Slytherin inheritance? Mr. Chamberlain, let me tell you the truth. The antiques you have sold in the past few years are indeed of high collection and artistic value, but these are not enough. Bojan licked his lips and said, Master Slytherin's treasure, there should be more than this, right? We want magic, the powerful magic that has been cut off in ancient times, and we want some weapons that can arm ourselves and protect ourselves in this troubled world. Isn't your family's black magic not enough? Tom sneered. What you really want is self-protection? Not enough, not enough. Bojan turned his back, facing the densely packed wizards outside the door, covering their faces, and opened his arms. Mr. Chamberlain, I know you must be very powerful, so we sincerely invite you join us. I will pay you a price that satisfies you, and I promise you're talking nonsense when you're picking chestnuts from the fire. Tom interrupted Bojan's narcissism. I'm not interested in such nonsense. Bojan felt a little uncomfortable when he was interrupted. He calmed his breath, clenched his fists, and changed his tone in a blunt manner. Then I think your magic also needs to join us. My magic says it won't, but you want to. Bojan clapped his hands, and the back door slammed open from the outside. There was a crowd of people outside the door, and a few unfriendly guys rushed in, keeping a certain distance, and surrounded Nelson, Tom and the toolbox. Some of the small shops immediately became cramped. Bojan tilted his head and said to Tom, Mr. Chamberlain, we will give you a reasonable price. Are you going to take it by force? But I didn't bring it. Tom tilted his head, completely confused about the situation in Bojan's eyes. You can ask your friend to fetch it. Bojan pointed to Nelson, who closed the lid of the lighter, and then pointed to the wizards behind him. Or you can tell me where it is, and we will send someone to fetch it for you. Don't think about running away. The whole store has been covered by the anti-apparition spell. It's really professional, Tom said, shaking his head. It seems that you must have done a lot of murder and robbing. Don't you think it's ridiculous? You are so sure that I have something to do for an imaginary thing. Leetlin's magic? Even if there is, you think you can learn it? Aren't you afraid of the kitchen magic I got? I'm sure, and I have evidence. There was no smile on Bojan's face. He no longer bothered to pretend. He pulled out his wand and pointed at Tom with an unfriendly expression. I gave you a chance, and when I was tortured later, I hope your mouth can still be as hard as it is now. It's as if you're afraid that other people won't know your stupidity. Bojan turned his head and saw Nelson straighten up while supporting the door frame. Just as he was about to open his mouth to scold, he saw Nelson crush a small bull on the ground with his toes. Feeling something bad, Bojan took a step back, raised his wand and shouted, Iron Armor disarm. Caractacus moved faster than him, and a red light shot at Nelson, but a shield suddenly flew out from behind him, blocking the spell, and the refracted beam hit the door. A tall wizard, as if hit by a car, flew backwards. A stubby wand flew towards Caractacus. He caught the wand and spat. Whose family is this? What a waste. I hope that, when you lie on the ground later, you can still be as confident as you are now. Nelson shrugged and snapped his fingers. Protection. Bojan's iron walls appeared around his body, but he was not attacked by the imaginary spell. But the scene in front of him changed, and a dense fog that made it impossible to see his fingers suddenly appeared in the shop, and there was a lot of noise in the shop. Almost all the wizards were frightened by the sudden appearance of the fog, and stood where they were, not daring to act rashly. Is this the magic of Slytherin? Seeing such a scene, Bojan became even more excited, and he cast an obstacle spell in the direction Tom was standing in his memory, but only the sound of a shelf collapsing could be heard. Bojan, there are too many people in the store. Don't use magic indiscriminately. Caractacus's voice came from not far away, and he shouted, be careful of hitting your own people, and the people outside are watching. Don't be fooled by them. Sneak out. Hearing a definite answer from outside, the old man raised his wand again and shouted, "Sweep it all away." A gust of wind blew into the shop from outside the door, and under the continuous washing, the lost mist, that was not deliberately maintained, gradually became thinner and riddled with holes. Opposite Bokin, Tom was squatting behind the shelf, vigilantly casting a protective spell on himself. Suddenly, a hand was put on his shoulder. He twisted his shoulder, patted that hand, and whispered, "You have a relationship with the wizard? Have you ever fought? You may be better at dealing with big guys, but you still have to learn from me when dealing with wizards." Tom raised his wand and swung it vigorously. A sharp red light lit up, reflecting the fog in the store into a crimson. The red mist illuminated his cold face, and a trace of suppressed blood flashed in the two black eyes. Chapter 179 Greed. Bok, greed has destroyed you. Tom's voice floated faintly from the red mist, and he couldn't tell the direction. Accompanied by a mysterious spell like an ancient ballad, Borgin Burke could only hear the heavy plop and plop coming from his ear. The sound of objects falling. His five senses were covered by Nelson's magic, so that these sounds were extremely subtle, as if they came from a battlefield thousands of miles away. He kept falling, and there was nothing he could do. Is this the magic of Slytherin? It's amazing. It's amazing. Borgin's breathing became heavy, and his tone was full of naked desire. He knew that he was surrounded by Tom and Nelson, but he was obviously beaten. Unprepared, the young owner of the black magic store became even more excited. He panted heavily and said loudly, "It's so great. It's so charming. Mr. Chamberlain, I want to invite you to join me even more. We are here." Us. Nelson's voice echoed in Borgin's ears. "Do you still want to take me?" Borgin didn't answer, but asked instead, "Mr. Chamberlain, the Slytherin relic in your hand was obtained from the Gaunt family in Hangleton, right?" Tom clenched the wand in his hand suddenly. He didn't know where he was exposed. Now that Bokin said it outright, he didn't intend to keep his hand hidden in the fog. He touched Bokin's direction. In October last year, our agents searching for ancient magic found an ancient family, the direct descendants of Slytherin, the Gaunt family. Unfortunately, they are now like a real shabby family, even more shabby than mudbloods. Bokin didn't realize the danger behind him, and spoke in a tone that he thought was full of affinity. "There is only one person left in their family, Morfin Gaunt. This may be the only Slytherin left in the world. It is a direct descendant. Based on the principle of making the best use of everything, we want to recruit him into the group. But what is even more regrettable is that the descendant of Lord Slytherin, who was so shocking back then, turned out to be not much better than a squib. Alcoholic. His nerves have been completely paralyzed by alcohol, which has reduced his poor intelligence to the level of almost mental retardation." Borgin said disgustedly, as if Tom's uncle was an insignificant bedbug. He was completely unaware that Tom's wand had been pressed against the iron armor on the back of his neck, but Tom didn't do it right away. From Borgin's words, as a last descendant, he felt that his identity hadn't been exposed. "I'm very disappointed, so disappointed," Borgin said forcefully. "I held a little bit of hope and searched his soul. Guess what I found?" "What?" Nelson looked at the fog that was gradually thinning under the strong wind of Galacticus, and the figure that gradually became clear behind the fog, raised his wand, and asked, "I found you, Mr. Karkaroff." "Didn't you expect that?" Borgin smiled, as if he felt that he had made a funny joke. He turned his head and saw Nelson standing not far behind him, but Tom, who was close to his back, didn't know where he went. He turned around, took a few steps in Nelson's direction, spread his hands, and said with a smile, "Mr. Karkaroff, in Morphin Gun and Turner's poorly simple brain, I found a somewhat sloppy memory that was modified, which made me very curious. You're wondering why the memory of a broken household is modified. Could it be that there is something good that is hidden directly in him?" Nelson explained the problem for him. He waved his hand, and the fog around the two was squeezed to both sides by an invisible wall. This allowed the two to face each other without any cover. Nelson raised his wand to his chest and said playfully, "I hope you didn't find anything you shouldn't." "Of course, Mr. Karkaroff." Bokin saw that Nelson had dispelled the fog, and out of politeness, He performed a greasy wizard salute, stood at a safe distance, and said, accompanied by the continuous sound of heavy objects falling, "I know you, a wizard who loves collecting antiques. So." Nelson shrugged, imitating Borgin's glib way of speaking, and asked, "Can't you tolerate a colleague? How could it be? With a colleague like you with unique vision, it's too late for me to welcome you. Is this your way of welcome?" Nelson looked around. Although he couldn't see anything clearly through the fog, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was still incessant. He asked, "Use your men to fall to the ground. Composing a symphony? What a welcome. It's fine if you like it, and they are not my subordinates, they are all our companions." Bok shrugged and said indifferently, "I'm very curious about your eyes. Obviously that dilapidated shed is full of priceless treasures. You didn't ask for antiques and even a few not so weak magic props. I think it's impossible for a collector like you not to see their value, and there's no reason to throw away those good things, to ask for a workmanship rings that are often precious stones. Nelson, I really can't see it. So I've come to the conclusion that it's worth much more to you than that house of shareholders put together, and even because you haven't even looked at those antiques, it's worth a lot more than they are, and I'm right, is it?" Borgin said excitedly, speaking faster and faster. "Originally you only showed up once, and this even turned into a case without a clue, but today you and Mr. Chamberlain came to my little shop. I finally figured it out. What do you understand?" Nelson saw half of a small silver ball spinning out from behind Borgin out of the corner of his eye. "Did Tom find this shopkeeper?" Borgin Bok, a little tricky. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground around him became longer and longer. Nelson shook his head and continued, "You have fewer and fewer companions who are still standing. It doesn't matter, against opponents like you and Mr. Chamberlain who have Master Slytherin's magic. I didn't expect a few people to stand still." "You're quite confident," Nelson snorted coldly. "So what do you figure out? Mr. Chamberlain often comes to Nocturne Alley to sell things, but you are the owner behind it, right?" Borgin rubbed his hands and said with a smile on his face, "The ring you took away was actually used to open Lord Slytherin's treasure. The key. The unheard of powerful magic of yours makes me even more certain that you must have a treasure house of magic in your hands." "Unheard of powerful magic? What do you see? What can you see?" Nelson looked at the surrounding fog. Although it was getting thinner, the effect of obscuring vision was not weakened too much. "Why don't you think? Are those shrimp soldiers and crab generals too weak?" "Mr. Karkaroff, you are joking." Bokin showed a mysterious smile, pointed to his right eye, and then closed his eyes and said, "As the owner of magic shop, I always need to be equipped with some magic props." When he opened his eyes again, a strange scene happened. He held his breath, his left eye did not move, and his right eye turned to the right independently. Like a creature with its own consciousness, the pupil quickly turned to the eye sockets were still turning to the right, and Borgin's eye sockets burst out with blue veins. The next second, Nelson seemed to hear a poof, and Borgin's right eye turned behind the eye sockets. This scene was so scalp numbing that Nelson couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. As the pupil disappeared, another pupil behind this eyeball ran out from behind, emitting a faint blue light and spinning rapidly in the eye socket. Borgin breathed out a turbid breath, showing a relaxed smile. The veins on his face had not subsided, which made his face look disgusting and terrifying. He calmed down and said, "Although I don't know clearly, but I see." Mr. Chamberlain's red light flashed, and my companion fell, and I never saw such an efficient spell. "So you want us to pay them for their medical bills?" Nelson sneered. Tom was doing this kind of thing of standing in front of others and talking trash. Nelson was a little inexperienced, so that the effect was not good. Borgin didn't react at all, only the strange thing in the right eye frame, his eyes were rolling wildly. He shrugged and closed his mouth. "My promise is still valid, Mr. Karkaroff. If you and Mr. Chamberlain are willing to join us, they will feel honored, even if they are killed." Borgin's right eye suddenly turned to the top of his head, and he stopped moving, picking up the wand, pointing upwards, stunned. "But if you are still stubborn, then I can only dismiss you with a little reasonable galleon." He took a step back, waiting for Tom to fall in front of him. Nelson stood with him for a while, until Borgin raised his head and looked up, only to see a small patterned spider spitting silk and falling from the beam. "Mr. Chamberlain may be hanging from the rafters, Wait a minute, I'll call someone. There's no need to call someone. Tom's voice suddenly came from behind him. Bogin only felt that his neck was suddenly strangled by someone's wrist, and a sharp one stood straight from his chest against the lower part of his raised chin. Bogin didn't dare to act rashly. He raised his hands and kept his head up. When he looked down again, he found that Nelson in front of him had also disappeared. Mr. Chamberlain, good skill. A drop of sweat slipped from the corner of Bo's face. He scanned around with his magic eyes and found that there was no one standing in the store except for some unlucky guy lying on the beam. Seeing, he immediately turned into a handsome man who knew the current affairs, and he stammered, Galacticus, he is old and he can't stand this kind of trouble. It's okay. He walked peacefully. Hearing this, Bogin's eyes went dark, so he didn't faint, but he didn't know that the reason Tom was still strangling him until now was because after the mist surged, except for the sound of sweep away, Galacticus seemed to have disappeared, completely disappeared. You seem to care about him? Tom raised his eyebrows and asked in Bogin's ear. Yes, he is my uncle, Bogin explained. Who doesn't care about his uncle? I don't care. Tom smiled and pushed his wand up so that Bogin's head was fully tilted and said again, since you care so much about him, I won't lie to you. I was only joking. Bogin was stunned for a moment and then said with a smile all over his face, can you? The real thing is, he didn't go at all peacefully. Tom interrupted him and said coldly, with a slight force on the wand in his hand. A sentence of obscure parcel turn came out of his mouth, and in an instant, tiny black silk threads gushed out from the tip of the wand, like snakes, without any harm. It climbed up and pierced Bogin's neck with great effort, and got into the blood vessels in his neck, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bogin realized that Tom's words were humiliating himself, and his whole face flushed red. Immediately afterwards, the blood vessels in his temples became black and beat violently like a heart. In the same situation, his whole body was covered with striped black tattoos, and they twisted, making the whole person look extremely hideous. Tell me the number. Bogin didn't feel any abnormality in his body. He lowered his hand and said in a commanding manner, why didn't you say it earlier? Tom shook his head and said regretfully, if you had been like this from the beginning, we would have concluded the transaction happily. I make my money, and you make more money instead. No? Is it? 5,000 galleons, a fraction I don't know. All the cash in Bogin magic store is in the counter. You're a little confused about the situation. Tom chuckled. Do you think your life is worth a little galleon? My life is only worth a few galleons. Bogin smiled dryly. You may think I'm joking, but that's the truth. Wait. A black thread jumped out of the veins in Bogin's forehead and landed on Tom's hand. He seemed to sense something, let go of Bogin's throat, and put it on Bogin's forehead. Greed destroyed me. Bogin was still thinking. Your soul, why is it only the size of one eye? Tom asked suspiciously. What are the other parts? What are you? Bogin turned his head and gave Tom a wry smile. Numerous fine cracks lit up on his body, and he became hot instantly. Strict wall blockade. Tom, who had mastered the silent spell, shouted the spell loudly, which was enough to see his nervousness. Outside the door, Nelson, who was letting the captives who had just woken up, tied him up, heard Tom's shout, turned his head, and saw the roof of Bogin magic shop soaring into the sky, and the four walls were broken into pieces and spread around. Bang flew out, and immediately afterward, there was a deafening explosion, and scorching flame waves. Chapter 180 Horcrux. Mr. Karkaroff, greed has destroyed your friend. A little old man quietly walked out from the crowd. It was Galacticus, who disappeared immediately after the fight started. Standing in front of Nelson, looking straight at him, showing a ferocious smile, he said, I'm more saddened by Mr. Chamberlain's death than you are. You should have cooperated with us honestly from the beginning. What? Nelson shook his head, as if he had just recovered from a huge shock, looked at Galacticus blankly, and then looked at the collapsed store, and asked, what did you just say? I mean. Galacticus drew out his wand viciously, pointed directly at Nelson's face, and said through gritted teeth, Chamberlain is dead. Now you'd better hand over what I want honestly. What? Nelson continued to ask, without moving his eyes from the ruins in front of him at all. The smoke and dust that filled the sky was blown everywhere by the explosion. billowing over the store, and the scattered dust gradually fell like fine snowflakes. It painted a layer of white on the surrounding wizards, and the dust that hugged the same kind slowly gathered, forming a huge mushroom cloud in the air. Nelson looked at the mushroom cloud above his head and murmured, "It's so powerful. Of course it's powerful. That disgusting, humble guy who got into Mana's eyes. He's been blown up to nothing." Galacticus yelled loudly in front of Nelson, half showing off, half jumping. "You bastard. It's no use pretending to be crazy. There's no ashes left." Galacticus' roar finally succeeded in waking Nelson up. His pupils regained focus, and he laughed. "Did you not understand the situation? You..." Galacticus was about to say something, but he was choked back immediately. His expression and neck became stiff, and the stiffness spread to his whole body. The hand that held the wand, and the hand that held the wand began to tremble. The back of Galacticus's head clearly told him that a wand was resting there. "What are you?" Tom's weak voice came from behind Galacticus, and then a gleaming figure in scales and armor stumbled out from behind him. "Impossible." Galacticus turned his face slightly and saw a black mask that was exactly the same as the opposite one. He shook his head frantically and repeated, "Impossible. Impossible. How did you survive?" Tom spat softly, and a tiny flash of lightning shot out from the tip of his staff, and Galacticus twitched for a moment, then calmed down immediately. "This is what you are thinking of, the magical treasure left by Slytherin." Nelson tilted his head, walked around Galacticus, and saw Tom behind him. His body was covered with layers of silver armor, but only the outermost layer was blown out with a few holes rubbing against him. Some were burnt black. It seemed that before the impact of the explosion hit the armor, something stronger blocked the explosion. At this moment, the layers of silver armor were gradually shrinking, curled up into small balls, and fell to the ground. Boom boom boom. After the impact of the sonic boom swept through, the crisp sound of metal hitting the stone road was the only sound left on the street at the moment. Soon, all the armor on Tom's body fell off, and when the last metal plate in the way was put away, his robe was finally liberated, fluttering gently in the breeze of the aftermath of the explosion, without a speck of dust. After getting rid of these heavy objects, Tom was finally not so weak. He turned sideways, met Nelson's eyes through the mask, and joked, "Have you considered a levitation charm or weight loss charm? These things are too heavy. The heavier the protection on the body, the better the protection effect in the heart. The thick armor will give people a sense of stability." Nelson shrugged and walked straight forward. Within a few steps, his chest stood straight against Galacticus' wand. He could even feel the old man's wrist trembling violently. Nelson stretched out his hand. From the side holds Galacticus' wand. He exerted a little force, and the old man's hand trembled more violently, but he failed to draw the wand away. "Do you want to resist? With a wand on the back of your head?" Galacticus did not speak. The hand holding the wand was tighter, but the trembling became more violent. Disbelief and pain were written on his wrinkled face. His teeth clenched, his lower lip tightly. A bright red tinge blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He never thought of this kind of ending. This kind of scene has happened many times, but under the explosion of Bodgenberg, there are very few wizards who can survive. Come out and still think about fighting back. Release. Nelson spat out 2 words rudely. Galacticus's face turned blue and white for a while, and finally turned gray and depressed. He let go of his hand, let the wand fall into Nelson's hand, and then slowly raised that hand, making a gesture with both hands. A very standard surrender posture. "That's right, I don't want to hit you with the disarming curse." Nelson twirled his wand in his hand, then nodded at Tom, and went to the side to continue tying the crabs. This time the tying work even more strenuous. There were still a few conscious crabs who could help, but the explosion knocked them all out, so Nelson had to do it himself. Galacticus held up his hands, letting Tom look around him. "Mr. Chamberlain, have you seen anything on me?" he asked obsequiously with a smile on his face. This smile was so familiar that Tom couldn't help wondering whether the Bork family was the descendant of Helbo. After a while, Tom stopped and stood in front of Galacticus. He put away his wand, but the old man still didn't dare to act rashly. He maintained his posture of surrender, swallowed, and asked tremblingly, What do you want? I'm more interested in you." Tom waved his wand, and a wooden chair flew from the smoke behind him, and landed in front of Galacticus. He sat on it and first glanced at Nelson, who was diligently binding the crab, turned back again, and stared at the old man with his hips akimbo, making him feel hairy. Finally, Galacticus couldn't bear him, and he asked, "Mr. Chamberlain, please forgive my disrespect for you. Please give me a chance to make up for it." "I'll talk about that later," Tom asked, rubbing his wand against the mask. "I want to know what you are." "What?" Galacticus rolled his eyes and replied immediately, "You are joking. Of course I'm Galacticus Bok, your loyal business partner. What the hell are you?" Tom shook his head, leaning forward. "Or what the hell is Borgin Bok?" Tom stretched out his left hand, clenched it into a fist, and then loosened it. 2 small balls appeared in his hand. When he looked closely, they turned out to be 2 eyeballs. One eyeball has 2 pupils at opposite positions, one of which is emitting a faint blue light, and it is turning quickly in Tom's hand, while the other eyeball has no substance, just a mass of grey mist pulled by a black silk thread. It is the most common shape of a spirit body. Under the watchful eyes of Galacticus, Tom put aside the eyeball that was turning around and pinched the soul-shaped eyeball with 2 fingers. Galacticus stared wide-eyed, and everything in front of him was unbelievable. Under normal circumstances, wizards have no way to directly touch the soul. The eyeball can only pass through Tom's palm and fall directly to the ground. Under Tom's squeeze, his eyeballs were flattened. Tom smiled like Borgin Burke, but at the moment he was full of sarcasm on the ground. "Interesting." Tom held the eyeballs in his hands, tossed and played with them, and asked again, "Tell me, what are you?" You guessed right." Galacticus got up from the ground panting heavily and staggered towards Tom. He lay down at Tom's feet and said weakly, "You guessed right. Bokim Burke is me." "It's you?" Tom leaned on the chair with his legs crossed. Behind him was a long-lasting mushroom cloud. Galacticus, who was in pain, raised his head and saw a sense of ruined beauty. He nodded and said, It's me. What's the reason?" Tom asked curiously, holding his eyeballs in his hands. "This is the Horcrux, the ultimate magic that all dark wizards dream of, and I'm willing to dedicate it to you." Galacticus raised his head and looked at Tom with burning eyes. Galacticus Bok, a wizard obsessed with black magic since he was a child, found a magic book said to be handed down from his ancestors from a secret compartment in his home study one day in the th century. He doesn't look like a good person. The book is full of countless evil magic, and the one that attracts him the most is the Horcrux. This magic that he had read from the preface of a certain book when he was a student was finally presented in front of him in its entirety. Galacticus completely forgot the cost and side effects of making Horcruxes. "Soon, I will be as immortal as Nicole Flamel," Galacticus thought. He stole his father's treasure, one of the 2 magic eyes set in the eye socket of a crystal skull, and attacked a crying Muggle girl on the beach one clear night. And he didn't care about the girl, whether she has family members. Why is she crying at the beach in the middle of the night? Doesn't care if she has someone she cares about, and doesn't care if someone misses her. Driven by desire, he tortured and killed her in the cruelest way he could think of. The magic as a ritual gave him the greatest response, and he successfully stuffed half of his soul into that eyeball, and from then on, he was an immortal. Galacticus, who was burdened with crimes, escaped from the family and lived a life of solitary living in a leisurely way while studying black magic. But the Horcrux was not exactly what he had imagined. Galacticus, who had lost half of his soul, became weaker in magic power, and even his body became weaker. It is true that he will not die, but he will grow old. He will gradually grow old, even older than the oldest person he has ever seen. His skin becomes wrinkled, his bones become brittle, and it is difficult to move. But he being immortal, this quality of life made Galacticus think about other methods of life extension and fitness. But the sinful soul that split the Horcrux can no longer accept normal magic. Only the darkest and most evil sorcery, only then can it take effect on him. Gradually, Galacticus, who had collected a lot of black magic props, returned to the wizarding world after all his relatives passed away. Under the pseudonym Borgin Burke, he opened a magic shop in Nocturne Alley. At this time, he was surprised to find that, whether it was because of the special eyeballs or the version of the Horcrux he had learned, that part of the soul that was locked in the eyeballs was watching through that magical eye all the time. Watching him, it gradually became sober and began to try to communicate with its other half. In the end, under the instigation of the soul in the eyeball, he killed a pickpocket who came to the store in the middle of the night to steal and pressed the eyeball into the eye socket of the corpse. The corpse that stood up again named itself Bodgin Burke and appeared in the store as Caractacus' nephew, and Caractacus could finally be himself again. After discussing, Bodgin learned countless killing moves of mutual destruction and helped Caractacus solve many difficult guys, and their business became more and more prosperous. The eyeball is still there, and he can be resurrected again with only one corpse. In recent years, Caractacus has felt a wave of weakness attacking him again. He wanted to find the legacy of an older and greater wizard to completely solve his own problems. It just so happened that he gathered a group of followers and speculators. The latter, he saw an opportunity in the chaos brought by Grindelwald. In Caractacus' perception, a noble wizard like himself should sit in a higher place. As long as you are willing to help and lend me Lord Slytherin's magic to study, I will definitely be able to improve Horcruxes without side effects. Caractacus didn't care whether the word Horcrux was forbidden at all. In order to save his life, he told the story vividly. The story is very vivid. Tom nodded, smacking his lips, and commented, "You can consider writing it as a novel, but I have a question. Since you have lived for so many years, why don't you think about improving your magic? Is it because you are stupid?" Tom sneered, raised his wand, and waved it casually. A man crawling out of the ruins instantly flew upside down and hit Caractacus in front of him. One of his eyes was shining with a faint blue light. Tom raised his foot and stepped on the man's head and said with a chuckle, "Your story is not very original." As soon as the words fell, the ground of the ruins seemed to be boiling, and strangely shaped bodies crawled out of the cracks, their eyes shining with the same blue light. Tom was attracted by the strange appearance, and when he lowered his head again, Caractacus, who was lying there, had disappeared. Chapter 181 Infernal Corpse Army. Today is your day of death. Unknown how many distorted human figures speak at the same time. They are male and female, old and young, far and near. These words are uttered from different persons, stacked and scattered on each other. The listener can't help but depressed heart, rational collapse. "It's disgusting. What is this?" Tom gasped, and Nelson put down his work and stepped forward, standing beside Tom, staring at the animals slowly emerging from the smoke with a serious face, crawled out of the body. "I'm Bodgin Burke." The first one to climb up in front of the two was a man with pale skin and covered with a rag, who looked like a drowned ghost. This man had no hair on his body, and one eye socket was empty, while the other eye was radiating shockingly. In the blue light of soul, his joints were strangely bent in the opposite direction to that of ordinary people. He pressed his elbows and knees against the ground, crawled forward quickly like a spider, and appeared in front of the two of them in the blink of an eye. He lowered his body, and then kicked hard, and jumped towards Tom in the air. Tom showed a disgusted expression, raised his wand and pointed forward. A black phantom with red light flashed past, so fast that Nelson couldn't see clearly. The man disappeared in place, and he didn't know where he went. There was only a pile of black ashes left on the ground, which were quickly blown away by the wind. When the ashes dispersed, only a blue eyeball remained in place, and it kept turning around, even though it was separated from the body turned to. Nah, there are a lot of ghost things behind. Tom stomped on that eyeball, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the ruins of the store in front of him. Most of the mushroom cloud and gathered smoke and dust had dispersed, and after the smoke and dust cleared, countless twisted bodies were holding their heads high, with disgusting saliva or mucus flowing from his mouth, staring at Tom intently. "I'm Bodgin Burke." This time it was a child who jumped out. His upper body was naked. There was a frightening hole where the heart was, and a scorpion tail covered with bristles protruded from it. He took off from a much farther position than the bald head before. After a run up with both hands and feet, he flew towards Tom with a wild laugh, spread his limbs, and embraced Tom's face. The next second, he hit a transparent wall straight, like a doll, that fell to the ground. It was smashed to pieces, and from the sections of the limbs, small black shadows fled like flying away, leaving only a blue eyeball bouncing in front of the two of them. "Are those little balls from before you still there?" Tom stomped on the little balls, approached Nelson, and asked in a low voice, "I feel that they are a bit too crowded, and it's just right to use your magic." Nelson knew that Tom was talking about a positional battle with a bunch of weapons, but he shook his head and said, "To tell you the truth, I did drop a lot of small balls in the Bajinbok magic store before, but they were all taken away. The explosion went off, and I don't know where they are." "That's over. That's really bad news." Tom shrugged. "We've got a lot of work to do. In a sense, this is also good news." Nelson also shrugged, and the movements of the two were abnormally synchronized. "What?" "The ball was blown up, which means that the entire Nocturne Alley is now full of my weapons, and such a big wizard market is now full of my positions." Phew. Tom blew. "That's cool." It seems that Tom and Nelson chatted for too long, and the group of bodies crawling in the ruins felt offended. They raised their heads and shouted, "We are Bajinbok." "Okay, I know you are Bajinbok." Tom raised his wand impatiently, and a small red light slowly flew towards the center of the crowd. An array of small light particles flew towards the opposite side. "Don't you feel disgusted when you say a sentence over and over again? Or do you only know this sentence? We are Bajinboks." Bajinboks responded, "Yes, they really only know this sentence." Boom. The first particle of light shot by Tom was the first to reach the formation, and it sent out an astonishing explosion, which raised the surrounding temperature a lot, and the ground trembled, and then centered on that particle of light. The heat of the explosion suddenly shrink, gather back to that point and disappear. Looking around, in a standard sphere centered on a particle of light, the inner wall of the pothole has been cleaned up as bright as new without any debris. Tom raised his eyebrows and said, "This is the monster I told you about, curse. That spell that even a bad wizard can blow up a street?" Nelson was surprised to see the effect of the spell like washing the ground, and watched the line of light particles follow behind him to the strong shot. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions happened in front of his eyes, and the original ruins had completely disappeared, leaving only a few neatly arranged round smooth potholes on the ground, which shocked Nelson from ear to ear. "Is there no price? Can it be thrown so frequently?" "Of course not." Tom shook his head, "but you can save them up and throw them all at once, like you're doing now. These Bajinboks should be gone, right?" As he spoke, he stood on tiptoe, looked at the regular pothole in front of him, found the problem again, turned his head, and asked Nelson worriedly, "We are killing, are they? We are not going to jail in Azkaban, are we?" "No." Nelson shook his head, raised his wand, and knocked away a sneaky wizard who was about to touch him, and said seriously, "These things are infernal corpses." "Inferi?" Tom immediately retorted, when he heard this. "Inferi can't speak." "Indeed, ghosts can't speak." Nelson looked at the rows of potholes in front of him, and suddenly felt a weak shock coming from under his feet. He pointed lightly with his wand, and a small thing that fell to the side flew away. "Come on." Hovering between the two, it is a pale little finger. There is no trace of blood on the broken part of the little finger. Nelson explained, "It is true that the ghost can only obey simple orders, and its actions are not so flexible, but you see this finger? I have seen young corpses. It is exactly the same state as young corpses. I think the reason why they are so flexible and can talk has a lot to do with that eyeball." After all, Nelson threw the little finger aside, and a cluster of black flames fell from the fingertips to the ground, climbed onto it, and burned it up. After burning out, the flames continued to crawl along the ground, looking for own fuel. "Hey, it's disgusting." Tom scratched his forearm. "You don't have to go to jail. We have to send Mr. Caractacus to jail. There are so many ghost corpses, and I don't know how many people he killed." Nelson felt a vibration under his feet getting stronger and stronger, and Tom also felt it. The two turned their heads to look at the rows of potholes, only to see pale arms stretching out from the pit wall, grabbing the potholes again. Wall pulled himself out. "There's serious trouble." Tom raised his wand. "These newly appeared gals are not as inflexible as the previous ones. They have complete limbs, healthy bodies, and even look about the same height and figure, and their expressions are more flexible." As soon as the words were finished, all the corpses hanging on the wall of the pit turned their heads and stared at Tom, showing a strange smile. "We are Bajinbok." The nearest Bajinbok tensed his arms and swung it vigorously. Immediately, he jumped up like an ape, followed by a dozen figures, and attacked Tom head on. Like that Bajinberk, There were fine cracks on his body, and a violent energy wanted to rush out of his body. This was like throwing more than a dozen bombs. These later infernal corpses are too flexible, and it is more difficult to target them with a spell than before. At 1:30, Tom pursed his lips, glanced at Nelson sideways, and then he was heartbroken, and raised his arms. It's time to use those bottom of the box black magic. But Nelson suddenly stepped forward, and pressed Tom's hand. He raised his sleeve, and waved his hand holding the wand forward to the sky. A high wall made of black flames appeared in front of the two of them in an instant. It was like burning ice, absorbing light and heat, and the whole nocturne alley was darkened. Because of this wall was completely improved by Grindelwald. The fiend fire composition is easier to control, more concentrated, and more powerful. The flame is the nemesis of the yin corpse, not to mention fierce fire. When the yin cadavers gliding in the air saw the wall of fire suddenly appearing in front of them, there was even a humanized expression of fear in their eyes. They widened their eyes and bumped straight on the firewall. "Aren't you good at dealing with people?" Nelson held Tom's arm and said very fast, "Go, find Caractacus. These ghost corpses are endless, and it's hard to end if you don't find their owners. I'm here." Tom nodded, opened his hand, and there were two strange eyeballs dancing in his palm, Borgin Burke's prosthetic eye, and Borgin Burke's soul. He looked at the wall of fiend fire summoned by Nelson, and swallowed spit, and said, "I might have to use some inconvenient magic." "I understand." Nelson nodded, took out the silver lighter from his pocket, and rubbed the light. A faint red flame was burning from the cotton thread of the lighter. Nelson pointed the tip of his wand at the flame, and quickly, the flame slowly climbed up the wand. It burned with magic power, but did not wear out the wand. Gradually, the whole wand burned, and even Nelson's hand was also ignited with flames. Nelson's face was a little pale, he clenched his teeth, and beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from his forehead. Seeing the pain of Nelson being burned by the flames, Tom clenched his wand tightly, squinted his eyes, and his eyes turned completely blood-colored. He couldn't wait to get Caractacus out. Under the control of Nelson's spell, the flame on the wand gradually became darker, and turned as black as a wall of fire. Nelson half-kneeled on the ground, held up his wand, and plunged into the ground vigorously. With the wand as the center, 4 thick black pillars of fire rushed towards the southeast, northwest, and 4 directions like 4 ferocious and majestic dragons. After reaching a distance of about 2 blocks, the pillars of fire divided into 2 clusters and spread to both sides. Adjacent flames are connected. The flames drew a circle, encompassing the 2 surrounding blocks, and Nelson let go of his wand in relief, leaving it in the dirt, and staggered to his feet. Seeing this, Tom grabbed the chair he had brought over at the beginning, and asked Nelson to sit on it and rest. "Wait for a while." Nelson observed the torch-like wand on the ground. The surrounding flames rose higher and higher, and finally closed above their heads, forming a black closed hemisphere that completely covered the sky. The main business in Nocturne Alley is black magic items, so there has never been a shortage of black shops and black customers. Fights of various magics are common in Nocturne Alley. The shopkeepers and customers in Nocturne Alley have long been used to this kind of scene. They evacuated to a safe viewing area early, and waited for the loser to compensate them for their losses after the fight. Some guys who thought they could fish in troubled waters passed out early after seeing the yin corpse appearing on the stage. Finally, some people fainted after waking up. He opened his eyes and saw a black flame burning above his head, tilting his head, and passed out again. "Excellent." Tom nodded heavily and disappeared in place. Nelson, on the other hand, sat on a chair and took out a cup to drink water and explained to the air, "It looks big, but it's actually big, and it's just a thin layer. If it can withstand it for a second, or put a layer of protection on the outside, it's still good. You can rush out." Nelson blew on the hot water, took a sip, and saw that the surroundings were already covered with black pythons. They spit out messages, and searched for information on the ground, and gradually approached a certain direction not far away. Black flames burned all over the sky and the ground, and a group of monsters that looked like humans and ghosts rushed towards a high wall made of flames to commit suicide. The ground was covered with writhing black pythons. It was a black ball that was too big, but inside it was such a scene of purgatory. And Nelson, who was sitting in the middle, could not be said to be a ghost in purgatory, or a god in purgatory. Soon, his breathing calmed down, and he almost drank a bottle of water. Except for a few black pythons on the ground, most of them gathered at a certain point not far away. These pythons intertwined with each other and gradually formed a human shape. Tom wrapped himself in a robe and walked out of the group of snakes. With a cruel smile on his face, he raised his wand and shot a red light towards the ground. At the same time, the ground moved, and a crooked figure rushed out from the ground, straightly coming back to Nelson, who was sitting not far away. He held up his wand and let out a triumphant laugh. Haha. There is a wizard who lost himself in the battle wand. Tom raised his wand, not at all worried about Nelson's safety, and a twisted red light shot into Galacticus's back. Someone thinks that wizards can only have one wand. Nelson shook his head and raised the other wand hidden in his hand. While covering the lid of the water glass, he turned around and looked at the little old man who hit the transparent barrier and slapped his whole body on it. Tom's spell pierced through his defenses without hindrance, stunned and bound him. Wretched guy, your days are over. Tom came from behind, grabbed Caractacus by the hair, and lifted him up. Those ghost corpses who had committed suicide against the firewall lost their movements in an instant and collapsed on the ground one by one. What about these gals? Tom threw Caractacus at Nelson's feet, looked at the gals lying all around him, and asked with a headache. Chapter 182. With such a big scene, I guess people from the Ministry of Magic will come to clean the floor after a while. Indeed, their police efficiency is always so high. Don't you have anything to say? Nelson stood up from the chair, walked to Galacticus's side, knelt down, poked the back of his head with his wand, and the old man who had been in a coma woke up faintly. With an innocent look in his eyes, he blinked back and forth between Nelson and Tom. It's all dedicated to you, Caractacus said hastily, and then put on a flattering expression and complimented, my lords, I have lived for so many years, and I have never seen such a powerful person like you, wizard. Nelson looked at Tom. The two showed the same toothache expression. He shook his head, sat back in the chair, leaned over and said to Galacticus, you know what? You remind me of an acquaintance. It's my honor to be like your acquaintance. Galacticus laughed. Your attitude makes it hard for me to believe that you have any desire to survive. Tom approached Nelson, bent down again, grabbed Caractacus, and lifted him violently from the ground. The old man's hair was not very thick, his legs dragged on the ground, and his arms hung limply. Except for the helpless part of the hair, Caractacus showed a painful expression, his eyes showed strong pleading, and he looked at Nelson. In his opinion, Lord Karkaroff is relatively kind. The old man, who was already out of breath, let out a hoarse voice like a broken bellows. I'm willing to dedicate everything to you, as long as you can save me a humble life. It's getting more and more similar. Nelson shook his head and stood up from the chair again. He looked around and observed the corpses around him who were frozen in place and posing in various strange poses. After a long time, he said to Tom, if all the pure-blood wizards in the Ministry of Magic are like this, I don't think there is any need to keep these infernal corpses. Speaking of which, if I'm not in England, I can call some acquaintances to come over and deal with them. But Nelson shrugged with a you get it look. So should we keep them? Forget it. Let these guys sleep peacefully. After all, the material of the ghost corpse is human. Yeah. Tom nodded. His free hand was about to raise his wand, ready to strike hard. Let me come. Nelson stopped him and walked to the burning wand on the ground. You can have a good chat with him for a while. I'm not good at dealing with wizards. Can you? Tom looked at Nelson's trembling right hand with some concern. Although Fierce Sapphire was summoned by Nelson, he couldn't completely suppress the violent energy. The cluster of flames clinging to his hand burned his right hand red. At this moment, the heat had dissipated, but several hideous wounds still on the back of the hand. Tom asked softly, your hand? It's okay. Nelson smiled, picked up the wand in his hand, and tapped the back of his hand. A puff of steam rose from his hand in an instant, as if radiating heat, and wrapped his hand completely. He put away the wand, and took it out of his pocket. He took out a small crystal bottle and said, I have a friend who is very good at healing wounds, and burns are no exception. Oh. Tom nodded, then dragged Caractacus aside. Nelson half kneeled next to the wand stuck in the ground, looked at the blazing fire above, clenched his teeth, and took a deep breath. And then, heartbroken, he held it up with his burned right hand. In an instant, the black flames of the dome became even more violent, and the bursting flames rushed towards the surroundings with the sound of crackling. Although the flames were stronger, the surrounding area became darker. The flames entangled, merged, and split, forming ghostly shadows in the air. The terrifying scene, they opened their teeth, and danced their claws like the ground, and the flames distorted the air, and made a whistling sound like a devil's cry. Seeing this scene, Caractacus couldn't help shrinking his neck. At this moment, he regretted the decision to fight against the two. In his long life, this should be the first time he paid the price for his greed. Greed really ruined me. Caractacus closed his eyes resignedly. I'm glad you finally realized this truth. Tom dragged his hair along the ground, and the old man's lower body drew a beautiful line on the ground, covered with ashes and dust. Tom gasped and said, "You know what? I really just wanted to sell things with peace of mind at first." "I know, Mr. Chamberlain." Caractacus smiled dryly. "I really understand now. I'm willing to give you a price that you are absolutely satisfied with, but are you still willing to forgive me? It depends on whether your sincerity can impress my friend." Tom dragged Caractacus towards a remnant wall. The old man's lower body was hung on a stone, causing Tom to stumble. Caractacus sucked his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. "You can actually use a levitation charm without having to work so hard." "I just want to work hard." Tom tightened his hands, and strands of hair slipped from between his fingers. He raised Caractacus to the height of his eyes, and said viciously, "And, even if your sincerity can impress my friend, but you have to pay for the harm you caused him." "Injury?" Caractacus denied it flatly. "I will give you as much as you want, but how could I hurt Mr. Karkaroff? He was chasing me from the very beginning. You saw that the group of wizards tied around. How could we hurt him?" Tom didn't speak, but just looked in the direction of Nelson's hand. Caractacus followed his line of sight, screamed loudly, and lowered his voice, saying, "He burned it himself." "Okay." Caractacus did not see Tom use the wand, but a piercing pain suddenly rushed into his mind. This pain was not caused by the body, but burst out from the depths of the soul from the inside out. He opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't make a sound. Tom dragged him step by step to the broken wall like this. He waved his wand, and a deep pit full of sharp thorns appeared at the foot of the wall. Tom pointed at the wall with his wand again, and a metal block like a sea urchin appeared out of thin air on the wall. He dropped Caractacus, and the old man, now recovering from his convulsions, was covered with sweat, completely soaking his robes, and raised his head tremblingly to meet Tom's scalded eyes. His eyes were full of fear. He experienced the most terrible pain in his life just after a very short distance. In a few seconds, Caractacus experienced countless painful memories that he did not want to touch. "I'm recruiting. I'm recruiting." Caractacus yelled in succession with a thump in his heart. "What are you recruiting?" Tom's smile seemed to Caractacus to be a million times more terrifying than those black flame demons floating in the sky. He approached Caractacus's ear and said softly, "Go, hold on to that rock, and you must hold on tight, or I won't be in the mood to sew you up bit by bit if it falls." Caractacus lowered his head, trembling more violently. He pleaded, "I'll tell you whatever you want to know. You injured one of his hands, and I only injured one of yours. As for what I want to know, I don't have any ideas yet." Caractacus couldn't resist at all. He got up with all his strength and stumbled towards the stone wall. Tom nodded with satisfaction, turned around, and looked at the figure of Nelson in the center of the flames. The ghostly figures surrounded him. Faces beyond human imagination were constantly being formed and destroyed. Under the control of Nelson's spell, down, the black flames on the dome became thinner and thinner, even dripping down like a palace made of quicksand, sticking to the ground, and starting to burn more violently. The black flame dripped faster and faster, and soon covered the solidified bodies of the corpses. Under the burning of the flames, these walking corpses that had already lost consciousness wailed unconsciously. Instinct drove me to struggle violently, but fierce flame was as hard to get rid of as a gangrene attached to the bone. Instead, it intensified and gradually spread. The ghost figure surrounding Nelson let out a hearty howl, pounced on those who were slowly melting under the high temperature poor body. In a world made up of black flames, Tyrannical destruction is so simple, and being turned into ashes may be the best destination for those who have been made into corpses. A special rain appeared in Nocturne Alley, the dome was shattered, the sunlight from outside came in, and projected from the gaps of various shapes to the ground, creating beautiful streaks in the air that were still filled with smoke and dust. The beam of light, the fragility of these gals made it difficult for them to last long under fiend fire, and they were quickly reduced to ashes, while the black flames were still burning on the ashes, trying to drain all their energy. Nelson frowned, and the relieved smile on the face of a fiery corpse broke his understanding of this kind of vicious black magic. As tools for wizards, their souls should have been wiped out long ago. Nelson's mind moved, and the mist of loss appeared beside him. After he stopped controlling it, the thick white mist rose slowly and fed on the gap exposed by the fall of fiend fire on the dome. Under the gaze of unbelievable eyes, these out of control mist actually tore open an entrance connecting the present world and the blurred illusion in the air. Lines of green smoke rose from the ashes of the corpses. They were weak but tenacious. Nelson even saw the complex emotions unique to human beings from these shapeless mist. They floated slowly into the air and circled above Nelson's head. After a few laps, it seemed to be thanking and saying goodbye, and then rushed into the gap in the air without hesitation. Nelson opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He just stared at the shimmering crack above his head thoughtfully. What happened just now refreshed his understanding of the mist. Fiend fire couldn't find anything else to wreak havoc on, and they all crawled towards the wizards who were tightly bound by him around Nelson. Nelson was awakened by a scream, and he looked around. The eyeballs were turned into incinerable ashes, and a few black wizards who woke up faintly even raised their eyelids to take a peek. This kind of pure ashes is the best raw material for black magic. But their attention was quickly attracted by fierce flames surging around them, and they realized the danger they were in. These wizards with their hands and feet bound were arching hard on the ground. They had no way to escape. They just wanted to hide the back of the companion. Let yourself be burned later. Nelson shook his head and pulled out the one stuck in the ground. As the source of magic power was cut off, fiend fire, which had some shapes, erupted completely, and a disaster was about to happen. But Nelson took out Grindelwald's lighter, pushed open the cover, and lightly rubbed the roller. These fiends settle down, as if they have consciousness, and slowly shrink along the 4 pillars of fire at the beginning, not forgetting to pick up the same kind scattered around halfway. Very quickly soon, they condensed into a small flame, got into the lighter, and let Nelson close the lid. The clouds opened, and the sun appeared, and the huge fiend fire covering Nocturne Alley dissipated like this, leaving only a glowing cloud in the sky. Nah, do you know? This guy uses living people as corpses. Tom threw down the Caractacus hanging on the wall, and ran over anxiously. I thought he stole it from some cemetery. Some corpses. But I searched his soul. He brought back at least one Muggle every month, and then made them alive into yin corpses. The yin corpses made in this way will seal the soul, and soul in the body, which is even more pain, can also stimulate the energy of black magic. This guy is simply insane. I found it. Nelson motioned Tom to look at the sky. The crack torn by the lost fog floated in the air, except that it was lower and shinier, and it was no different from ordinary clouds. The two looked at the last cloud quietly. A plume of smoke merged into the cloud, and a gust of wind blew away the ashes that had piled up on the ground, along with the crime of Caractacus. He will pay the price, Tom said softly, looking at the scene, as if in a Bible story. There was only one burnt black ruins left in front of me. A beam that was burnt to pieces was slowly disconnected from the middle, and there was a crisp click. In the next second, it fell to the ground, and raised several waves. Meters of smoke and dust. The wind became stronger and stronger, and soon, a few clouds in the sky floated over Nocturne Alley. They rubbed against each other, and after a muffled thunder, fine raindrops crashed down. Like a real rain cloud, the cloud formed by the lost mist merged into it and disappeared. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. The flame is very different from other calamities. When the fiendish fire sweeping over everything is extinguished, only ashes are left on the ground. If there is a gust of wind blowing at this moment, even the ashes will be scattered, and there may even be another firestorm in time. The rain. The bright and clean stone road is clean, just like when it was built hundreds of years ago. At least the officials of the Ministry of Magic thought so. When Dorian Weirlie brought his men down to Nocturne Alley and saw the clear and breezy scene in front of him, he even thought he had broken into a quiet afternoon that had just rained. The surrounding shops are all children's favorite toy stores, and those down and out wizards who are bundled up and sitting in rows are children brought by the teacher for an outing. They sit together and play a game similar to throwing the handkerchief, some kind of game. Did someone report a false alarm? Dorian said to himself, hoping that his subordinates could give some affirmative response. Almost everyone in the Ministry of Magic knew that two distant relatives of the Burke family had opened up in Nocturne Alley, a store dedicated to some shady things. Every product in the store can be found in the corresponding classification in the Ministry of Magic's prohibition of producing, possessing, spreading, and selling prohibited magic items, but he has been at large for so many years. Dorian belongs to the field department of the Department of Magical Disasters, and he is not interested in these things, but he has also heard stories about some passionate young people who want to attack the Bajinbok Magic Store to clean up Nocturne Alley, but these heroes' story is often written at the beginning and then ends without a problem. If things go on like this, everyone in the ministry knows that Caractacus Bork is a tough guy who is not easy to provoke, so he has no choice but to let his magic shop open like this. But today, Dorian was shocked by the scene underground. When he was in the air, the originally large shops had disappeared, replaced by several rows of well-arranged, regular-sized, and smooth wild pits. Once again, on the street, that was completely razed to the ground, but still intact, a group of dark wizards on the Ministry of Magic's watch list were tightly tied up and strung together like meat sold by butchers in the market, making Dorian couldn't help but think of himself. My favorite thing to do when I was young and ignorant was to use grass to string grasshoppers in the garden to make wind chimes and hang them at the door of my sister who chattered all day long. Thinking of this, he couldn't help showing a smile, but his expression quickly became serious again. The hard bone of Caractacus Bork is already hard enough, and he really can't imagine what kind of a wizard who can win the result. Are you sure you didn't report a false alarm? Dorian raised his voice and asked again. But his subordinates still didn't respond at all. Anyway, if they could tell with insight that this was indeed a false alarm, they wouldn't have to waste time under their own hands. Dorian shook his head, gripped the broom with his legs, and led the team to land not far from the group of dark wizards tied up by Nelson. Seeing the officials of the Ministry of Magic descending from the sky on a broom, Nelson took out a small ball, squeezed it lightly, and a silver glove covered his burnt right hand. Then he raised his wand and tapped it gently. When I tapped the glove, it immediately turned into ordinary leather, and the fingers could move flexibly. A bald man in a suit struggled to get off the broom and shivered. Instead of checking the scene immediately, he narrowed his eyes and turned his head to stare at the latecomers, as if he was considering whether to leave one of the thicker guys had his coat off. Nelson went up to greet him, and after several years of absence, this Mr. Weirlie who had met once was even fatter and had completely lost the most distinctive feature of the Weirlie family. The striking red hair was gone. Rooted, his bald head gleaming in the sun. "Sir, you've come." Nelson happily stepped forward, gestured at the wizards on the ground, and set the tone for today's events. These black wizards who illegally produced a large number of corpses are really abominable. In 3, Dorian's voice rose twice. No one told him that there were inferi here before he came here. He nervously touched his butt pocket, drew out his wand, and looked around vigilantly. For most wizards, even for black wizards, the word Yin corpse only exists in books. They have heard of the great reputation of this evil magic, but few have seen it with their own eyes. Where is the Yin corpse? Don't worry, we have already dealt with them. All the corpses have been burned. Now there are only these dark wizards left, waiting for you to send them to Azkaban. Are you? Dorian pulled himself together and asked to step back. From the corner of his eye, he looked at the wizards squatting on the ground like quails. Good guys. They are all familiar faces, and some of them are even familiar colleagues in the department. Saved. A young brown-haired wizard squatting on the ground poked the arm of the wizard next to him, pointed at Dorian, and whispered, "It's Mr. Weirlie. We can finally stay out of these two guys' hands gone. HMPH, Lestrange, you're overthinking." The wizard next to him glanced at Dorian, rolled his eyes, and said, "I think being tied up here by Karkaroff is the same as being imprisoned by Dorian. Going to his cabin makes no difference. He works in the Department of Magical Disasters, but he's not in the Wizengamot. How did he lock us in?" Lestrange pouted, and said, "Besides, why does he have trouble with us? We are all pureblood wizards. Are you sick? Are people just out of school so bad at their brains?" The wizard, who was in a bad mood because of being tied up, said angrily, "We are all pureblood, and he wants to help us. What is this? Logic? Karkaroff and Chamberlain also seem to be pureblood. Did they help us? It's not the same after all. It's really different. The Weirlie guy has a more mixed composition. Their whole family is pure-blooded scum. The whole family lives in a Muggle village and makes friends with Muggles. Fortunately, he is not a Dementor, otherwise it may be possible. I'm going to kiss you on the spot later." As if thinking of something disgusting, the wizard shivered, turned his back to Lestrange, and stopped talking. "My name is Karkaroff, sir." A wizard passing by, Nelson raised his right hand and tapped the mask, making a bang bang sound, and said, "I'm sorry that I can't take off the mask for some personal reasons. You can be honest, my friend Chamberlain and I came to London for shopping today, but we came across such a black shop, and if we failed to buy and sell by force, they would attack us and even use ghosts. Fortunately, we are more skilled, otherwise there may not even be a report." "Ah, is that so?" Dorian stared at Nelson suspiciously, gesturing with a fat hand behind his back. Although his men didn't wink, they were not low-level wizards, and their intelligence was also normal. Above the level, seeing the gesture, they moved closer to Dorian, spread out, and slowly surrounded Nelson in a huge semi-arc. Dorian pondered for a moment and asked, "Then, Galacticus, what about the infernal corpse?" "That's right, he should come and talk to you in person." Nelson nodded, turned and walked towards Tom. Seeing Galacticus pinning himself to the wall, Nelson was taken aback and asked in a low voice, "How did you do that? He's a smart guy, and he knows that nailing himself to the wall is the most comfortable and relaxing thing." Tom grinned and smiled. "Don't worry, I have my sense of proportion. Put him down." Nelson stepped lightly on the ground, and the large crater covered with spikes under Galacticus's feet was immediately filled with a mud that appeared out of thin air. Tom waved his hand, and the sea urchin growing on the wall retracted. Galacticus, it fell softly, making a muffled poof, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. Boring. Tom glanced at Dorian and his party who were preparing for battle in the distance, and asked them, "The scrubbers are here? Can we go? Do you want to go first later? Take a look at the safe house I bought." Nelson nodded. Seeing this, Tom kicked Galacticus, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, and said angrily, "Go over and confess your crime. You must explain clearly, understand?" Ming, understood. Galacticus opened his eyes, glanced at Tom secretly, and then looked away, nodded vigorously, then quickly got up from the ground, and ran towards Dorian, not at all like a victim hurt people. Tom looked at his fleeing back, spread out one hand, and placed the other hand in the shape of a little man on it. When Galacticus was about to run in front of Dorian, he raised his index finger. Immediately afterwards, Galacticus's left leg was raised up strangely. He leaned forward and was uncontrollable. Finally, he rushed to Dorian with a sliding shovel in a split position. He glanced back secretly and saw Tom staring at himself and laughing. He immediately retracted his head. "How did you do it?" Nelson asked, raising his eyebrows. "I said, I'm better at dealing with wizards than you." Tom glanced at Galacticus and saw that he was standing straight in front of Dorian. He didn't know what he was talking about. It seemed that he was reporting his situation. Turning his head to Nelson, he said triumphantly, "This is a branding magic developed by myself. Dumbledore taught me a magic that transmits messages at 50 distances. The principle of Raitlin's soul magic strengthens the strength of the one-way connection, and can even achieve a certain degree of control. I didn't see you cast a spell, so the preparation time should be very short. Do you want to learn? Let me teach you." no, I don't have that much energy, Nelson said wearily, shaking his head gently on his temples. I've been a little mentally weak recently. It's okay to give yourself a holiday, Tom advised. You are not the kind of wizard who needs to work hard to learn spells. Always learn more. Dumbledore was already famous when he was in the 5th grade. Can you guarantee that you can defeat Dumbledore at this age? Actually, there is no need to treat him as an imaginary enemy. He probably won't. Tom thought about Dumbledore's performance in teaching himself in the past 3 years, pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, but you have to take the initiative. It's better than passive is good, isn't it? Ah. By the way, you were very resistant to my use of this kind of magic before, but now you are more willing to open it up. Tom raised his eyebrows and winked. Haven't I ever used the Cruciatus curse? Nelson retorted, chuckled, and said, my previous thoughts were too one-sided. Now that I think about it, we have to deal with guys who are born to be in hell. They are more like devils. When I just burned the corpses, I could feel the release of their souls. I can't imagine how those innocent muggles were tortured by these wizards. This made me firm, and I was right. Under this premise, I don't think it's okay for you to stab Caractacus right through with your wand. The pain of being stabbed is nothing. The red light in Tom's eyes flashed faintly, and he said in a low voice, I think he should have regretted it now. Why didn't he do business well in the first place? I think so too. By the way, are your hands okay? Tom asked casually, glanced at Nelson's gloved hands, and then his eyes drifted to Galacticus, who was weeping and confessing in front of Dorian. It's okay, just apply some burn medicine, and you'll be fine soon. Nelson clenched his fist, indicating that he didn't feel much pain, and explained, it's also funny to say, every time I play with fire, I will be burned by my own fire. Arrive. Why? Tom asked, turning his head and staring at Nelson's hand. Is fiend fire hard to control? Not really. It might be my problem. I have no problem with other magic, but down to the flame curse, up to the fierce fire curse, I can't control it very well. No one else has this kind of situation. Maybe it's me, magic is not suitable for setting fire, but you see, the most powerful move in my magic is this move. Have you asked anyone else? I mean, Dumbledore, or Grindelwald? I asked Newt, and he said that in this situation, I would just find a cute magical animal to stay with. He also recommended me the pygmy puff, but I didn't find this magical animal in New York. Nelson thought for a while and said, I asked Grindelwald again later, and his statement was a little more reliable. How did he say? He thinks it's because I have memories of the Great Fire of Paris in my mind, which makes my magic instinctively resist the flames. So what did you say? Why didn't you say it earlier? Before Nelson finished speaking, Dorian in the distance seemed to have heard some breaking news from Galacticus. He shouted, his face full of disbelief. Nelson and Tom glanced at each other and walked towards Dorian. Seeing the two walking side by side, Dorian cleared his expression, but when he looked at the second time, he saw two inexplicably familiar figures, and his face was written again. Full of confusion. How do I feel where I have seen you? Perhaps, Nelson asked. Is there anything I can do to help with arrests? We'd be happy to help the Ministry of Magic uphold the dignity of the law. Ah, no, I've already called the Ministry for reinforcement. Then we'll take our leave first. Nelson nodded and exchanged glances with Tom. They disappeared in place before Dorian stopped them, and Caractacus was agitated when he saw Tom's disappearance. He looked eager to try, but he swallowed immediately. Fear overwhelmed his previous emotions, and he obediently stretched out his hand, allowing Dorian to tie himself up. Chapter 184 Clues to the Locket. Hey, you guys, come here. Dorian turned his head, waving his arms like a grumpy old hen, and called a few men who were collecting evidence around. After arranging the work, he turned his head to look at Galacticus, waved his wand, and whispered, shut your ears and listen. Dorian's ears suddenly became quiet, and then, he bent down, put his face close to Galacticus, and whispered, tell me more. Those two people are powerful dark wizards that have never been seen before. What in the UK? When did such a character appear? Don't you know how to read it yourself? Galacticus shook his head with a wry smile, raised his chin to the black wizards everywhere, and said, "Or are you just pretending to be confused? Think about it carefully. Personally, you have defeated so many of us. Can't you see what level they are?" Galacticus lowered his head and sneered. In his opinion, the reason why those two guys were able to knock him down was entirely due to the sneak attack and the fog that Karkaroff summoned. His allies did not have a weak hand. Among those dejected guys, there were many famous and powerful wizards. Before they even had time to cast their special spells, they drank their hatred into Chamberlain's sneak attack. A bunch of trash. Galacticus cursed secretly through gritted teeth. "Bok, what are you talking about?" Dorian asked. "It's nothing." Of course Galacticus would not tell Dorian what he thought. He wished that the entire Ministry of Magic would think that those two people were as dangerous as Grindelwald. At least it would cause them a lot of trouble. Thinking about the details of the battle, soon, he felt that he had learned his lesson. Though Slytherin magic cannot be learned, but Karkaroff's trap-like props are worth learning. As a master magic shop owner who sells black magic props, these things are the last thing he lacks. Galacticus secretly made up his mind that he must arrange sufficient organs when rebuilding the store in the future, lest his side become someone else's position. After a while, he raised his head and said to Dorian seriously, "I strongly recommend that you carry out investigations on that two people are wanted. They are too dangerous. If they are allowed to move freely in the UK, law-abiding wizards like me will have trouble sleeping and eating." "You? A law-abiding wizard?" Dorian sneered. "Don't think I don't know your details. Mr. Weirlie, I respect you. Noble blood flows in your veins, but this does not mean that you can slander me at will." Galacticus seemed to have figured something out, straightened his back, and said, "The grown-ups of the Wizengamot certainly think differently than you do. Even if there is no such thing, the contraband in your store is enough for you." Huh. Dorian turned his head and suddenly realized that it wasn't just the Bajinbok magic store that was razed to the ground, but the black people hidden in it. The magic item also exploded into dust. He was surprised to find that, even though he was absolutely sure that all the bound people present were black wizards, there was no evidence to convict them. He poked his neck and said, "You just confessed your guilt to me, and these can be used as evidence. Mr. Weirlie, I suggest you untie me now and take me to St. Mungo's. I seem to have heard that you are the one calling for Mr. Macmillan. I know him very well. To tell you the truth, your nephew is over there now." Galacticus raised his head and smiled. "Here, he is being roughly treated by your subordinates. I think Mr. Macmillan must not want to see this scene. As for the evidence you mentioned, those two thugs were at the scene at the time. I was just being forced, and I couldn't do anything." "Bok, everyone knows who you are." Dorian didn't want to care about this mess at first, but the person who first reported the crime claimed that it was a magical disaster, and he didn't understand what it was until he arrived at the scene. A magic disaster. Originally Dorian planned to handle it like his colleagues in the ministry and ended it hastily, but Galacticus's attitude successfully angered him. He gritted his teeth, grabbed the old man by the collar and said, "I'll send you to Azkaban, I promise. This is not something you can just promise." Galacticus stood up with his bound hands on the ground, stood up with difficulty, and stood proudly on the spot, not looking at Dorian. Reinforced wizards suddenly appeared on the street, and Dorian said unluckily, he has never resisted the arrival of his colleagues like today. Except for some small shrimps, most of the bound wizards are from the oldest and wealthiest masters. The most powerful pureblood family, watched with confidence by these Ministry of Magic employees confiscating their wands, will not even need to be sent to Azkaban in a few days. In the temporary prison of the Wizengamot, I have to go home with my family. You are still too young." Looking at Dorian, who hurriedly greeted his colleagues, Galacticus showed a gloomy smile. He said, "We were young." Tom and Nelson, who had already arrived in Diagon Alley, were sitting on the window seats of the Sheldon cold drink shop, each holding a bowl of shaved ice and eating it. In this kind of sweltering weather, eating shaved ice is the most enjoyable thing. Tom suddenly put down the spoon, raised his index finger, held his temples, and made a listening gesture. After a while, he raised his head and said to Nelson with a sneer on his face, "I just said that he should be taught a lesson directly. Can you hear what he's thinking?" Nelson froze for a moment before he understood what Tom was talking about. He asked, "Why does he think we are young? Is there something exposed? What do you think?" "Nah." Tom pouted, put his hands down and said, "He has lived for hundreds of years. Is there anyone who is not younger than him? Nicole Flamel? Do we look like an old man whose joints are brittle and can hardly walk?" Tom rolled his eyes and continued eating shaved ice. "And there is only one Nicholas May, and we have two. He shared the elixir of life with many people, and I visited his former residence in France before." "Former residence? Isn't he still alive?" "I mean, I went downstairs to their house and walked around. He shared the elixir of life with many people. Do you think we can buy it? Why do you think you can buy anything from a man who has a touch of gold? Is your money as big as a newspaper?" When I went downstairs to look at their house, Lemay was not there, but a dog almost bite me. As far as I know, that dog also took the elixir of life. "Forget it, I don't eat what dogs have eaten." Tom curled his lips and put his hands above his ears again. "Do you think this Galacticus is out of his mind? He is now planning how to put the two of us together to stigmatize the reputations of Karkaroff and Chamberlain. Let's not talk about Karkaroff's reputation, and Chamberlain should be the most notorious person in Britain by now. Look, isn't this interesting? Interesting? They're going to be acquitted. Isn't acquittal the traditional art of the Wizengamot?" Nelson had finished eating the shaved ice in the bowl. He turned the small glass bowl, and a crystal ice flower slowly emerged from the bottom of the bowl. He smashed the ice flower with a spoon, poured some crushed fruit on top, stirred it with the spoon, and said, "We can wait and see what the little old man can do." "Well, he's already thinking about how to torture you." "Huh, wait." Tom suddenly stopped. His whole body seemed to be frozen in place, and his eyes lost focus. "Hey, what's the matter with you?" Nelson stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Tom. After a while, his eyes recovered, and he asked with concern, "What did you see?" "I saw." Tom unconsciously picked up the shaved ice and swallowed a spoonful of it. The sweet and cool freezing point before was tasteless at this moment. His mouth moved perfunctorily, and he swallowed the shaved ice in his mouth. Then, he put down Zara and pursed his lips, as if he saw something unspeakable. "Galacticus thinks you found the key to the Slytherin treasure from the Gaunt family's antiques." Tom swallowed and whispered, "He thinks he has a good thing in his hand, one that is as good as he imagined. An antique that matches the location of the treasure key." "What is it?" "Slytherin's locket." After saying this, Tom's eyes lost focus again and seemed to be completely immersed in Galacticus' thoughts. "Sir, please do me any favor. You can give me as much as you want." On a stormy night, Galacticus read a novel in the store with the lamp on. Clatter, the door suddenly opened, and the sound of rain poured into the store in an instant, and even the temperature dropped a few degrees. Galacticus, who was disturbed, raised his head impatiently and looked at the door. "No, what is not a long guy?" But he cheered up quickly. Generally, the guy who can come to his store in this bad weather must have something urgent to sell, and he probably has some good goods in his hand. He adjusted his expression and showed her with a smiling face that he thought he had an affinity. He pulled himself out of the recliner, rubbed his hands, and greeted him at the door. "My guest, welcome to the shop." The visitor was a little thin, and the dirty black robe looked empty on his body, like a banner. He took off his hood, revealing a face that was hard to be liked. Galacticus looked again and again, only to find that the guest turned out to be a woman. The only part of her body that was not so thin was her belly. This was actually a pregnant witch. "Sir, I'm here to sell things." The witch cautiously put her hand into her bosom, groped slowly, and then pulled out a silver chain. At the end of the chain was tied a simple octagonal locket. Each side of the locket was engraved with ancient runes. Galacticus could tell at a glance that the thing in her hand was a good one, but he did not act rashly. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and showed some disgust. "Ma'am, you came here in the rain just to show me this?" No, take a closer look. This thing is from our family." The witch seemed to be a little slurred. Seeing Galacticus's attitude, she suddenly lost her footing. The two eyes looking in different directions were wide open, and they were clumsily promoting, This is a family heirloom of the Gaunt family, an antique handed down from the family. Let's take a look again." Her tone immediately changed from arguing to pleading, and when she heard the words Gaunt family, Galacticus also carefully looked at the witch in front of him. After a while, he asked, "Are you Marvalo, daughter?" "Yes, yes." The witch's voice turned into tears, and the person who came to sell the antiques was Tom's mother, Merope Gaunt. "Didn't he just sell a magic book some time ago? Why? The money ran out so quickly?" Merope shook his head and didn't speak. He usually doesn't go out very much, and he hasn't heard the news of Merope's disappearance. "Little girl, you look very embarrassed. You are still pregnant with a child." Galacticus tried his best to look amiable. He pretended to squeeze out 2 tears, and said, "I really want to help you, but it's hard for me to bring you a street stall." "No, not really. Did Marvalo give you this?" Galacticus asked. "Yes, I stole it." Merope nodded timidly. The witch who could catch old Tom and drug him for love seemed so helpless when facing the wizard. "Hey, kid, listen to me." Galacticus sighed, counted out a few silver coins from the counter, stacked them on the table, and signaled Merope to take them away. "Go and buy something to eat. See, make you hungry. Also, don't you really think that your father, Marvalo Gunter, would really keep something valuable and genuine at home instead of stuffing it in his crotch?" "Then what should I do?" The anxious Merope stopped stammering, and she asked, "Can you buy it? There are at least a few gemstones and gold on it, and I think it's worth some money. I'm open for business, not, oh." Galacticus hypocritically wiped his face with his sleeve, bent down again, and counted 5 galleons from the counter. "Take it, and buy 2. Or thick dress." Merope took a step forward, and threw herself on the counter to protect the gold and silver coins. Seeing her like this, Galacticus shook his head with a smile, counted out 5 galleons, and pushed them to Merope like a soft-hearted old man. In front of him, he said, "I'll make up 10 galleons for you. Take the money to eat something good, take a hot bath, and change into clean clothes." As if he was afraid that Galacticus would repent, Merope threw the locket into his arms, grabbed the money, turned around and rushed into the rain, leaving Galacticus standing at the counter. Then he showed a successful smile. He walked slowly to the door, spit out forcefully, then locked the door, put the locket on the table, and studied it carefully. "Hey, Tom." Nelson's voice pulled Tom out of this illusory scene. Tom came to his senses, and without a word, he pulled Nelson's sleeve and left the cold drink shop. "Go to the shop I bought. This Galacticus is really close to me." The recovered Tom's expression became rich again, and he said through gritted teeth, "I found something." In the alley by the fireside, a slovenly man stood in the shadows with a dull expression, peering at the passers-by. "I'm Borgin Bok," he said suddenly without beginning or end, as if he had hiccuped suddenly, startling the tramp next to him. Chapter 185 Safe House. "This is the safe house you said? Ahem." The closed pet store finally opened its doors after many years, but apart from the infested rats, there was no animal here. Nelson approached the store, and a damp and rotten dust smell hit his face. He covered his mouth and nose. He found an iron cage that looked fairly clean, and gently brushed on the top. When a cloud of thicker smoke rose, Nelson finally gave up the idea of finding a place to sit. "I still feel quite safe, especially under the extreme conditions I envisioned. I believe no one would think that we are hiding here." Tom shrugged, and by the way, he erected a transparent layer around Nelson and himself. Immediately afterwards, he moved out a broken cabinet from the door, opened the cabinet door, raised his wand, and pointed at the store. "Sweep away with the whirlwind." A gust of wind comparable to a hurricane swept the corners of the store. All the dust was blown up, and the air in the store instantly became turbid. Using "there are dirty things in the air" can't describe the filthiness of the store at all. In other words, there is wind and dirty things. It's a good thing Tom had erected the barrier ahead of time, otherwise he and Nelson might have been soaked in disinfectant water for days. "I mean, it doesn't look very safe on its own," Nelson said, squeaking in despair as he saw several dirty rats also being swept into the wind, entangled in an unusually strong spider web. He retracted his gaze and said, "I mean, these rats may infect some diseases, you know, Black Death, cholera, dysentery and so on." "Not now." Tom waved his wand vigorously in the direction of the cabinet, and the dirty things swept out by the wind. The garbage in the store and the old furniture were all rolled into the cabinet, and then he pushed hard into the air, and the door slammed shut. Tom wiped off his sweat and said, "It's very useful. The disappearing cabinet I bought at the Birkenbock magic store. The vanishing cabinet?" Nelson smacked his lips and said, "Do you know where the other side of the cabinet is connected?" "I don't know, but if I knew, I wouldn't be able to use it as a trash can." Tom grabbed 2 green iron chains from the handle of the cabinet and fastened the cabinet door firmly. He swung back to the door, clapped his hands, and said, "Anyway, I'll lock it every time I finish throwing out the trash, and I can't find where I'm on the other side." "Good way. It's really convenient to throw garbage like this." Nelson didn't know what to say. He just hoped that another vanishing cabinet wouldn't be placed in some unlucky guy's kitchen. "Okay, we can renovate the safe house. It is said to be decoration, but Tom has already prepared all kinds of lamps and furniture. With only a light command, they will complete their own missions." The chandelier is nailed to the ceiling with screws, and the candles are bouncing going into the recesses of the chandeliers and wall lamps. The long rod in the closet was like a leader, gesticulating and pointing at other furniture, as if calibrating their direction and position. Tom removed the dust barrier. He took out 2 small benches from nowhere, took out 2 bottles of butterbeer, and handed Nelson a bottle. Nelson sniffed. The air was much better than at the beginning. He pulled the ring on the glass bottle, swallowed a drink full of bubbles, and asked, "So, what did you see from Galacticus memory? To your mother?" "Well," said Tom, nodding his head, "she is, if I'm not mistaken." "What did you see?" Nelson asked curiously. "I saw a thin pregnant woman who came to Birkenberg's black shop on a rainy night. She wanted to exchange the most precious things in her body for some money enough to feed her stomach." Tom's voice suddenly rose, and suddenly became he said in a low voice, "After a while, I saw Galacticus board Slytherin's locket for 10 galleons. I was already prepared, ready to see her do what the man said. She is a woman who regards human life as trivial and only cares about her own preferences. She did not expect to see her with such a sickly look at the first sight, and even, it seems that there are only a few days left to live. Relying on 10 galleons, I don't even know how I was born." Tom. Nelson opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, and finally choked out, "Was the purchasing power of 10 galleons so strong back then? Haha, you bastard." Tom was amused by Nelson's words, and shook his head with a smile. "When I saw my parents for the first time, they were also down." Nelson shrugged and said, "The 2 of them were fighting Grindelwald at that time. Anyway, in my opinion, their chances of winning are very good slight. But I think, no matter what kind of person your mother is, since she was able to drag the sick body until you were born, then she must hope that you can grow up healthy. Of course, I have said this nonsense many times, and you have indeed grown up healthy." "Yeah." Tom nodded and said, "Don't worry, I don't have so many fragile emotions. I don't have any reason to have any emotions for someone who has been dead for so many years. Those things don't know where they were thrown away. The locker is gone. Just get used to it," advised Nelson as an experienced person. "Fate always likes to play tricks on us." Tom was actually prepared long ago. He was willing to accept the truth that his mother, whom he had never met, was a mediocre wizard with no merit or a dark wizard full of evil. I have already sketched in my mind the image of a witch holding a potion bottle, wrapped in a black poisonous snake, laughing wildly GGG, and waving her wand to release black magic. But God made a big joke for him. This woman is completely different from what I imagined. She is too mediocre, too pitiful, and too difficult to look directly at. Maybe only a bad-hearted and hard-hearted guy like Galacticus can face Mary before she dies. When Aluopu was still thinking about camping, right? No matter what big people or bad guys he encounters, Tom can handle it with ease, but he will be at a loss when facing such poor people. What makes him feel even more distressed is that when Merope entered the Birkenbock magic shop, his face was as hen. It seems that she has completely lost her expectation of life, but she is thinking of replacing some money for sustenance. She has been supporting her stomach. Even if Tom is dull, she will understand that she is just to allow herself to be born into this world superior. Tom lowered his head and was at a loss for words for a moment. He was even a little thankful that Merope passed away prematurely so that he didn't have to face this humble and miserable woman at the end of his life. He realized that he couldn't think so. How could he as a child glad that his mother died early? He buried his head and scratched his scalp vigorously. Nelson stretched out his hand to comfort him, but he didn't know what to say for a while, so he retracted his hand, walked silently to the side, and took out some small ball plugs one size larger into the corners of the store. I don't know how much this old fellow Caractacus has earned. Tom suddenly raised his head and said through gritted teeth. He was terrified by the weakness he showed just now, and he found a target for empathy in a timely manner, and put the resentment in the whole body, vented on the target. I must make him pay the price. What's the price? Nelson manipulated a bird turned into a candle stub, flew up to the ceiling, and threw the ball in its beak into the chandelier, and asked without looking back, honestly, I feel this old man is so weak. Of course he is weak. Cheating money from a pregnant woman. Cheating a pregnant woman who is dying? Is this something a human can do? But yes, anyone who can make a Horcrux is already a ghost. Tom said angrily. He regretted so much at this moment why he didn't directly give Galacticus a death curse in Nocturnally, so that it would undoubtedly be much more difficult to trouble him again. But he himself may not have realized that at this moment. He didn't consider what Merope did at all, and didn't consider whether it was her own fault that she ended up in this situation. He just stood on Merope's side for no reason. It may be as a sympathetic bystander, or it may be as a son whose mother has never met. Standing under the chandelier, Nelson looked at the little bat made of white wax, and flew around happily, showing a smile that could not be concealed. Nah, what are you laughing at? Have you thought of any good ideas? I just feel a little happy. Nelson smiled and turned his head. The little bat was softened and melted by the candle on the chandelier, and finally turned into a puddle of wax water, which dripped on the ground and quickly solidified. Speaking of good ideas, I really thought of one. Do you think Galacticus is similar to Heerbo? I even think Heerbo is his ancestor. You mean to let Heerbo deal with him? Nelson scratched his head. I didn't think so. I just thought it would be interesting to lock the two together. But it's okay to let Heerbo deal with him, and I'm looking forward to it. To shameless what kind of sparks of passion can be rubbed out by older mortals. But can you guarantee to control Heerbo? Tom expressed his worries. He is much more difficult than Galacticus. We can change the method. Borgenbok of Caractacus gave me a new idea. Nelson put his hand into his pocket, fumbled for a moment, then made a fist, and stretched it out in front of Tom. Tom looked curiously. I saw Nelson stretching out his hand, and a blue eyeball appeared in his hand. Unlike the eyeballs of those gals, this blue eyeball has only one pupil, and its texture is more like a rock, like a handicraft made of crystal, shining brightly under the light. Nelson threw his eyeballs into Tom's hand and said, I did a rough research. This thing has the ability to transmit thoughts, and it is very practical for a soul like Heerbo. Oh, this is not the same as those? Yes, if the fire doesn't rot, I brought it back. Are you sure? There is no sure thing in the world, Nelson said, but I can guarantee that, even if a complete Heerbo appears in front of me, as long as he is indeed the notorious Black Wizard, he will not be able to defeat him. I don't know why. A lot of the magic that Grindelwald has taught me in the past few years is related to the soul. I think he might have foreseen something. Didn't you foresee anything? Tom raised his eyebrows. Aren't you a prophet too? You will become a bald head in the future, Nelson said casually. Seeing Tom subconsciously stretching his hands to the top of his head, he smiled and waved his hands and said, I lied to you. Your shampoo will work very well. HMPH. Tom snorted coldly, turned his head away, and asked, shall we go and release Heerbo now? Nelson shook his head, took out a bottle of butterbeer from Tom's pocket, ran back to the light, and drank it self-consciously. I have to wait. I haven't figured out if there is anything else hidden about this thing, function or magic. I have to find a place to look up information, so I have to let them play freely for a while. By the way, can't you see what Caractacus is thinking? Only if he's very emotional, Tom added. That's enough, I think. Why don't we follow his ideas and see how he has tried his best and failed to achieve anything? It must be very interesting, Nelson said, scratching his chin. Will that be too slow? Tom had some doubts. Something may happen if it takes too long. Don't worry, even if there is an anomaly, what does it have to do with us? I don't know Chamberlain and Karkaroff. Nelson smiled, and his group of allies is quite a lot in the wizarding world of the whole UK. Energy. Yeah, they might get us in trouble. What are you afraid of? Tom. Nelson suddenly approached, stared at Tom and said seriously, don't you think, compared to an old and immortal commissary owner, the descendants of Slytherin are more suitable to stand in the center of that group of people? But I feel disgusted when I see those pretentious pureblood wizards. Tom shrugged. Those fat-headed things, I never thought they could do anything. But they're rich and powerful, Nelson said. They lack brains, so they need someone to be their brains. Speaking of it, nah. Time passed quickly, and as dusk fell, the stomachs of the two young boys growled, and the shop was completely new, with neat decoration and furnishings, and Nelson was also hiding in various corners. With the blessing of various spells and mechanisms, this small store has truly become a safe house. Tom straightened the last chair and raised his head and shouted, I remember Mrs. Cole said that I died soon after I was born. Well, I think she did. Nelson nodded. Then Mrs. Cole should know where she is buried. Tom raised his head, looked at Nelson, blinked, and said, when will you accompany me to see her? When? Wait until I'm ready. Chapter 186 Awards. Nelson Wertling Williams. On the bottom floor of the new building of the Ministry of Magic, there is a round black hall like a Colosseum. A solemn black high platform is located in the middle of the hall, surrounded by black stone high-backed chairs arranged in a circle, revealing that there was an air of cold solemnity and even inhumanity. The dome of the hall was extremely high, but it made people feel depressing. A complicated scale-shaped rune was located on the dome, revealing a golden light that symbolized authority. Lighting task for the entire hall. Judge Shafik was wearing a silver robe with the sun, moon, and stars shining in the dark environment. He was leaning on a wooden scepter taller than himself, looking at Nelson standing opposite him, slowly pronounced his name. Is it myself? Yes. Nelson was dressed in a pure black dress robe and nodded slightly. There was not even a single lace decoration on his body, and his entire face was hidden in the darkness under the light source. Honor must never be abandoned or forgotten, even when our war is over. Judge Shafik waved the scepter, that looked like a sapling picked up from the side of the road, and said in a vibrating voice, long ago, long before you and I were born, an evil dark wizard captured and raised an army of monsters that fed on human souls, monsters that had never been seen in the world. Later people called them Dementors, and there were few ways to resist them, and the wizards who lived in fear could only escape and die. As he spoke, he picked up the scepter and poked it hard on the ground. A loud sound that hit the soul echoed in the whole hall. Immediately afterwards, the surroundings were filled with light, and 8-pointed star-shaped badges with dazzling silver light appeared one after another. Slowly emerging, under the light, the Wizengamot wizards who couldn't see their faces in the auditorium finally showed their figures. Judge Shafik let go of his hand, and the scepter floated by his side. He looked over the hooked nose, stared straight at Nelson, and continued, the first generation of the Garter Knights was born with the hope of redemption from the people. Some of them delved into magic, some organized wizards to resist and evacuate, some embarked on an endless journey to find help, and some of them chose themselves cut off, become a ghost, and explore the secrets of the soul. Finally, with their efforts, a magic spell was developed, a magic spell representing hope born of pure positive emotions, the Patronus Charm. At first, it was born to fight the Dementors. Nelson Wertling Williams, do you understand this history? I see, Nelson replied. In that era, every wizard who mastered the Patronus Charm acted as a patron saint of the area they guarded. Every day they lived, they guarded those conservative and desperate people under the sun and moon, stars and dark clouds. Are you willing to inherit their will and become a member of the Garter Knights? I would. Nelson nodded. Very good. Judge Shafik said with satisfaction. Even if the Dementors have been completely domesticated by wizards, even if the Wizengamot's proposal to stop granting honors to patron saint spell users has been put on the agenda, even if this badge it may be the last badge of the Garter issued by the Wizengamot, but I still think that it is what we should do to pass on this epic history. I admire the deeds of the Wizards of the Knights. When I heard their stories, my blood surged and my heart beat faster. Nelson recited the arranged lines loudly. Are you willing to inherit their career? As a user of the Patronus charm, you have a natural mission to fight against despair. I'm willing. Are you willing to protect wizards in times of crisis? I'm willing to protect everyone who deserves protection. Nelson said softly, and Judge Shafik frowned, but quickly calmed down. What Nelson said was different from what he said in the rehearsal, but it didn't affect the content of the sentence much. Would you like to help anyone who comes to you when they are harassed by dementors? I will stop this type of abuse from happening. Would you like to be the wizard's guardian, even if the war with the dementors is over? I'm willing to protect humans. Very good. Judge Shafik pursed his lips. Starting from the question and answer, every word Nelson said was different from what he said during the rehearsal. If there were no omissions, I ignored it and said, then, tell me. Life gave me the courage to live. Judge Shafik closed his eyes and read the oath in a strange dialect. Life gave me the courage to live. Nelson also closed his eyes and did not imitate Judge Shafik's strange accent, but just followed it up. Wash the fearful hearts of the lambs with love. The surrounding luminous badges are arranged neatly, spinning rapidly around the hall. Wash the fearful hearts of the lambs with love. The glaring silver light subsided, turning into a pleasing silver glow. I will use my magic power to turn into a silver god. Judge Shafik opened his eyes, grabbed the scepter, and pointed to the top of his head. I will use my magic power to turn into a silver god. Silver animals floated around. The small ones were mice, badger cats. Big ones were tigers, lions. No matter how big or small, they all made a gesture of pounce on an invisible enemy. Come and sweep away the despair in the world. Come and sweep away the despair in the world. After saying the last sentence, Nelson opened his eyes and saw Judge Shafik walking forward slowly, holding a staff in one hand and holding up with the other a badge with a blue border and a white background with a bright red cross drawn in the middle floating above him in Nelson's hand. The outer side of the badge is shaped like a sword and feathers to form an octagonal star-shaped lace. The judge let go of the scepter, letting it hang on one side, and lifted one side of the collar, and an identical medal appeared in Nelson's sight. Call God for protection. He pulled out his wand and whispered a spell. A silver lizard with an umbrella-shaped collar jumped out from the tip of the wand, crawled down his arm, and onto his shoulder. After casting the spell, Judge Shafik tapped Nelson lightly. He nodded and said, now, on behalf of the Wizengamot, I would like to award you the Guardian of the Garter medal. Call God for protection. Nelson raised his head, pulled out his wand, and pointed at the sky vigorously. A silver light that was too fast to be seen rushed to the dome, and then swooped down quickly. A silver falcon with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters hovered in front of him. Called twice softly, as if expressing dissatisfaction that it was called out without any enemies. Then it raised its head, rushed to the sky, let out a clear cry of brutality, and then disappeared. Judge Shafik looked at the disappearing silver falcon and nodded. He finally got to see the true face of Nelson's patron saint, Lushan, and said, stretch out your wand. Nelson held up the wand that Tom had given him, and Judge Shafik held up the badge and pushed it lightly. The sword-like decoration around the badge suddenly extended to both sides and floated towards the wand. Shaking, he quickly regained his composure, allowing the badge to hang around him like an iron ring. Nelson took back his wand, and there was a silver band around the handle, and in the middle was a red cross badge on a white background. Judge Shafik explained, this badge has done a lot in the past, and it has the effect of enhancing emotional magic. The predecessors of the knights thought that this war would last for a long time, but they underestimated their ability. Thank you. Nelson lowered his head, allowing Judge Shafik to raise his wand and tap on his shoulder. An hour ago, during the rehearsal, Nelson asked Judge Shafik whether he should kneel to the Queen or make a similar gesture when he was awarded the honor. Judge Shafik rejected his idea. You may think differently about the honors awarded by wizards and muggles, not to mention that the Queen is only the Queen of Muggles. The only thing similar to muggles is the Order of Merlin. The Order of Merlin needs to kneel down, but the Knights of the Garter it's just the opposite. If I didn't have the Guardian medal, I would have to kneel to you when I was awarded the honor. After all, in that era, the wizards and the Knights of the Garter were real heroes, and they deserved any courtesy. Do you need to kneel? No, I will also have a Patronus charm. Back at the award ceremony, Judge Shafik put away his wand, and the shiny silver frizz disappeared. He looked into Nelson's eyes and said softly, "Remember the inscription on the medal, Williams. Shame on those who harbor evil thoughts." "I understand. Those who have evil thoughts will be ashamed." Nelson nodded, indicating that he understood. The environment in which a person grows does not determine what kind of person he becomes. Even if he is with a dark wizard who is full of evil, a true hero will stick to his heart and even save the world. Judge Shafik also uttered a line that did not exist in the rehearsal. Nelson's pupils shrank. The fact that he lived and studied under Nermengad's network for many years is not a secret at all, especially for a behemoth like the Wizengamot whose influence surpasses the Ministry of Magic. Not even Pant is left. He has been waiting for someone to come to him for this matter. At first, Nelson thought that the strange wizard he met in Hangleton was someone sent by the Ministry of Magic to warn him, but now he realized that the original person who did this, it turned out to be Judge Shafik himself. "I'm convinced, my lord, that a man is what he is by what he wants to be." In terms of general principles, Nelson thought that he would not lose to anyone. He raised his head without fear and met Judge Shafik's eyes. The old wizard who has been in charge of the law for many years looked at Nelson, turned his eyes away, and seemed to see something that was difficult to see directly. Nelson confirmed in his heart that this wizard, who always seemed to have an extremely ambiguous attitude towards him, must have something deeper with him. Although Dumbledore claims that the people who have personally witnessed the betrayal of Mergen and Elizabeth are all dead, but at Judge Shafik's age, he may be a witness to the story of the previous generation. He knows absolutely a lot of things. I hope you can remember this sentence. Judge Shafik raised his scepter, and with a bang, several huge braziers above his head suddenly lit up, and the whole hall lit up instantly, and the figures and faces of the members of the Wizengamot also became clear. Looking around, he was facing Dumbledore's preoccupied face. His hair color and youthful face were very conspicuous among the old wizards and witches around him. Noticing Nelson's gaze, Dumbledore smiled at him, nodded. "You can go, Williams." Judge Shafik said, "Members of the Knights of the Garter have the right to attend any trial and meeting of the Wizengamot. Blanket meeting, but I think you may not be very interested in these old-fashioned topics. Your Honor, I will come to attend when I have time." Nelson nodded and walked from the stairs next to the high platform to the aisle, leaving the hall, where Tom was waiting for him. "Phew, that's cool. I'll make one for myself, if I have the chance." Entering the aisle, Tom immediately greeted him with a water glass. Nelson pulled out his wand and tapped his sleeves lightly. The pure black dress on his body rolled up and quickly turned into a windbreaker with many pockets sewn into it for easy movement. To the cool metal badge on the handle, a stabbing pain suddenly hit his temple. Nelson's eyes went dark. He paused for a moment, recovered. He frowned. This feeling, something triggered his passive defense of occlumency. He raised his wand, brought the emblem up to his eyes, and examined it carefully. "What's the matter?" Tom asked. "Nothing," Nelson said, pulled out another wand from his pocket, pointed at the wand in his hand, and said softly, "The prototype is here." "Nothing happened. Is there something wrong with the badge that the old thing gave you?" Tom raised his eyebrows, his tone becoming sharp. "Probably not. This kind of magic item full of positive emotional energy can't cast malicious magic on it." Nelson frowned, trying to pull the silver hoop off the wand. Manually and magic were useless, so he had to give up. "What's the situation?" Tom suggested. "If you put away this wand and use your own, I think it will be easier to perform magic with the first wand." Actually, I didn't feel comfortable with that wand at all. It was no different from other wands. I once suspected that Ollivander had sold me the wrong one. Nelson raised the wand with the badge on it, put it to his ear, and whispered said, "Let me see. What do you want to say?" "Be careful of Hayerbo. Stay away from Hayerbo. Kill him. Kill Hayerbo." A faint voice came to Nelson's ears. It became agitated from the initial weakness, and its tone became stronger. It seemed to realize that Nelson was listening to him, and the badge let out a sharp cry. "Kill him. Kill them. It's over. Kill them. It's over." After saying this, it let out a scream, and the badge suddenly dimmed a lot, like a real ordinary magic item. "What's the matter?" Seeing Nelson's playful expression, Tom asked curiously. "Didn't you hear?" Nelson asked back. Seeing Tom nodded, he rubbed his chin and said, "My faithful servant seems to have many interesting things to hide from me." Chapter 187. It has been 2 weeks since he returned to school from the Wizengamot, and Nelson's campus life is on the right track. There are fewer curious eyes on him. He wakes up on time every day, goes to class, and studies. An ordinary and fulfilling campus life finally returned to his side point. Although he had previously borrowed from Alvermorny, he always traveled between the United States and Krakow. This peaceful life at Hogwarts was extremely precious to Nelson, and he was even a little unaccustomed to it. The mournful cry hidden in the Order of the Guardian of the Garter disappeared. It was like a ghost who died under Hayerbo's hand. It took all its strength to say that sentence, even though Nelson tried various stimuli. Couldn't get a response. It seems to have been wiped out. And the medal has also become an ordinary silver hoop. Except for some faint silver light, it seems to be no different from ordinary ornaments. The war belonging to it has long since ended, and the current Dementor is just a servant of the wizard. He has already completed his mission. Oddly, some students from pure-blood families always saluted Nelson when they met him, which seemed to be an ancient custom for guardians, and he was flattered. On Wednesday morning, Nelson got up from the bed as usual, washed up early, and sat in the Slytherin lounge waiting for Tom, who was a bit sleepy. He found a recliner with green velvet upholstery, lay on it comfortably, and watched the fireplaces in a daze. The blazing fire made half of Nelson's face red, and his thoughts were in a trance. The furnishings in the lounge were almost the same as before he left, only the cushions on the bench changed colors, and the sofa and coffee table changed. One of the pillars against the wall was dented, and a few pieces of debris fell, which are said to have been left behind by Alfred when he tried to open a new secret passage leading to Hogsmeade in the Slytherin lounge in his 3rd year. Evidence, even though he was caught by Professor Slughorn, who had just chiseled the corner twice and accepted the 1-year cleaning work with a smile. Dumbledore still did not destroy the structure. A small trace remained, a memorial, he said, to the student's determination to be free. Nelson couldn't help laughing silently. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he leaned on the cushion to adjust a comfortable posture, and the dancing flames looked the same as they were many years ago. "The last time I nested here, I still rode to Jonas over there, right?" Nelson could not help looking at an open space by the fireplace. The weather is not too cold now, and the students moved the tables and benches by the fireplace to a relatively cool place. He squinted his eyes and looked for the place he liked to sit on. Back then the chair was never found, and it seemed to have been taken by someone else, much to Nelson's regret. Ah. He covered his mouth, rubbed his eyes, and yawned big. "Who is so early, huh? Nelson?" A group of black shadows ran outside like crazy. After seeing Nelson, she turned her head and stopped. "Morning, Wahlburger." Nelson straightened up, raised his hand, and greeted Wahlburger, who was holding a small bowl and a fork in his mouth. "Morning. Do you get up so early? Do you have classes early in the morning?" Wahlburger approached, standing in front of Nelson, and looking down at him. "Yes, there will be a history of magic later." Nelson nodded. "History of magic, that's no wonder." Wahlburger nodded. "Then it doesn't matter if you get up early. Anyway, you can catch up on sleep in class. By the way, where is Tom? I'm probably brushing his teeth." Nelson shrugged. "He slept a little late last night and was sleepy this morning. I'll wait for him here for a while. Do you have anything to do? Go quickly." He narrowed his eyes and was about to lie down on the cushion again. "Oh," Wahlburger replied, but there was no sound of footsteps. He opened his eyes and found that Wahlburger had put aside the small bowl in his hand, which contained half a piece of yellow pudding. The fork was tremblingly inserted into it, and Wahlburger was sitting on a chair beside him, wringing his hands, biting his lower lip tightly, as if he had something difficult to say. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" Nelson rolled over from the recliner, walked over to Wahlburger, and found a chair to sit beside. "There's something there, but I think it's a little too disrespectful, too pushy, and I can't even say it," the young witch said with some frustration. "It's okay, let's talk. It's not hard to say it," Nelson said. Wahlburger opened and closed his mouth, struggled a lot, and said, "It's like this. If you find it difficult, you can refuse me directly, and I don't want you to agree to them." "They? Promise what?" Nelson raised his eyebrows. Is someone coercing you? Coercion? Wahlberg shook his head. Not at all. It's just my family. You know, the black family is full of blood lunatics and criminals. Of course, except for me. Nelson nodded, motioning for her to continue. Oh, except Alfred. She suddenly thought of her younger brother, added a sentence, and continued. The black family has been in decline for many years, and there is a room full of Garen who has never held any actual power. It made my uncle and grandpa feel like they were dishonoring the family lineage, and they've been looking for a chance to make a comeback for the past 2 years. They want to join me? Nelson didn't react, pointing to himself and said, I don't want to be the Minister of Magic. No, you misunderstood. Wahlberg explained. They want to ask you for an introduction. Introduction. She suddenly got stuck, with a little fear in her eyes. Introduce Grindelwald? Nelson asked. After saying the name, the flame in the fireplace trembled. For 3 years, Grindelwald not only focused on teaching Nelson, but also his own affairs. After Nelson returned 2 weeks before Hogwarts, Grindelwald had just held a public meeting in Slovenia with the ministers of magic from the countries in the Prussian region. During the meeting, the ministers of magic from the countries in the Prussian region jointly announced a big news: they will unanimously revoke all arrests and accusations against wizards with Nurmengard status, and hire weapons from Nurmengard, that is, invite Nurmengard to send troops to their country. About 100 million square kilometers of European territory has been stamped with the brand of Grindelwald, which has aroused serious vigilance in countries all over the world, including the United Kingdom. Wait and see attitude. Some have fallen to Grindelwald. At the same time, Grindelwald announced the recall of all the wizards sent by Nurmengard, and then dispatched them separately. This means that a wizard war that has lasted for several years has come to an end in stages, and the momentum of a new round of expansion will be even more difficult. In this all-out war, provoked by Armando Dupert, the headmaster of Hogwarts whose whereabouts are still unknown, wizards on both sides have exercised great restraint except for Armando Dupert himself. Casualties are not unacceptable, which is one of the reasons why many countries are willing to cooperate with him after Grindelwald recalled his men. The country controlled by Grindelwald, the country opposed to Grindelwald's claim, and the country watching the fire from the other side have fallen into a strange three-leg dynamic balance. A family with such a long history and a large number of people like Black would hardly do anything to help them in a timely manner. After carefully studying Grindelwald's claims and influence, they decided resolutely, find an opportunity to ask the Dark Lord if he would like to play with himself. After all, besides Dumbledore, which pure-blood wizard can refuse a world ruled by wizards? They have been urging me for a long time. I told them that I had asked before, but it was quickly discovered. This time they brought this specially. Wahlberg blushed and took out a heavy black package from behind. When he saw the package, Nelson raised his eyebrows. Just looking at the material of the package, the contents inside would definitely not be cheap. Wahlberg carefully put the package on the table, untied the knot. A black square box inlaid with black glass on both sides appeared in front of him. Under Nelson's puzzled eyes, Wahlberg explained with tears, "This is the camera, can record images and sounds. My grandpa said that, if I didn't come to ask you, he would erase my name from the family tree. They also asked me to find a place to secretly take pictures, but I don't think it's very good. You just have to say no to it. Didn't your grandfather consider that he might irritate me, and even irritate Grindelwald, by forcing you like this?" As Nelson was talking, he suddenly realized and asked, "How does he know that I know Grindelwald well?" "I don't know." Wahlberg looked like she was about to cry. She picked up the camera and revealed another small package underneath. "This is a thank you gift from him, and there is a Nurmengard's nomination. Do you think it will be bad if I don't accept it?" Nelson suddenly smiled and pointed at the package and said, "Okay, you can record it." Okay. Wahlberg sniffed her nose. Her ladylike demeanor was gone. She held up the black square box, adjusted it for a while, and asked Nelson, "Nelson, can you introduce me his family to the Dark Lord?" "No, this sentence won't work," Nelson said, waving his hand. "Grindelwald doesn't like being called the Dark Lord. He always thought he was a good man. What do you say?" "Grindelwald will do." Nelson, can I trouble you to introduce my family to Lord Grindelwald? After all, Wahlberger showed a relieved expression, and she waited for Nelson to say the word of refusal, and then immediately sent the damn camera back. But Nelson didn't speak for a long time. He just kept a straight face, facing the black glass in front of him. Just when Wahlberger thought Nelson had fallen asleep, he suddenly smiled at the camera and asked, "Why not?" Wahlberger heard Nelson's answer and immediately turned off the camera and heaved a sigh of relief. A big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground, and her name was finally replaced by a small hole poked by a cigarette butt. Wait. She woke up suddenly from joy, stared at Nelson with wide eyes, and asked loudly, "What did you say?" I said, "Why not?" Nelson spread his hands and winked at Wahlberger. Her voice faltered again. "Don't you want the Black family to contact Grindelwald?" Nelson scratched his head. "It seems that I made a mistake. Let's reshoot." Wahlberger hadn't recovered from the huge shock, but she instinctively hugged the camera, shook her head and said, "No." "Oh." Nelson raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also yearn for the life across the street. He waved his hand in front of Wahlberger. "Wake up. Of course I'm willing. There is no family that is unwilling to contact him," Wahlberger said excitedly. But I didn't expect me to agree." Nelson shook his head. "If Black agrees with Grindelwald, he can be found, no matter how difficult it is. But if Black doesn't agree, then even if I invite you to eat together, there will be no conversation at the table. Let's go together. Why should I let you bother in vain?" "But there is no family who is unwilling to contact him." "What does it mean?" "The Selwyn and Bulstrode families are very close to our family, so they often discuss things together. It is their consensus to join Grindelwald." "What kind of no family is this?" "No, Nelson, you may not understand. Among the pureblood wizards in the UK, these three families are the loudest, and then it is the turn of the Malfoy family. As for the other families, they can only wave their flags behind. Of course, Dumbledore's family is not included here." "That's it." Nelson nodded. It turned out that it was all of this kind of composition. No wonder he was hooked away by Grindelwald across the street. "Thank you so much." "Nah." Wahlberger was digesting her joy, but she finally revealed her identity. At this moment, she was so excited that she remembered Nelson's nickname, grabbed the small package wrapped in the big package, and stuffed it into Nelson's arms, with a smile on her face, looking at the tears left by the fear of being expelled from the family. "Morning, nah." Tom was fully dressed and yawned as he walked down the stairs and came to the lounge. Since he closed his eyes while yawning, he didn't see the scene downstairs for the first time. When he opened in his eyes, the tear-stained Wahlberger was trying to push a tightly wrapped object into Nelson's arms. He took 2 steps back and asked Nelson, "You rejected her?" "Confession?" Wahlberger was about to explain, but Tom raised his hands and took 2 steps back, saying loudly, "Wahlberger, I don't see anything. You go on. You go on." Come on." Tom's voice floated from upstairs. Chapter 188 Bean and Cuthbert. "So the family wants to go to Grindelwald?" In History of Magic class, Tom approached Nelson and asked in a low voice. "Yeah, so I gave her a contact information to find Nermengard's contact person in London." Nelson shrugged and said while taking notes, "According to her, anyone with this idea, it's not just their family. There are many families who have the same idea." "Oh." Tom raised his eyebrows, turned his head excitedly, and approached. "You know what? In the past 3 years, Dumbledore has been telling me that people like Grindelwald and his thoughts are nothing to worry about, because only love is the eternal topic of mankind." "He's right." Nelson nodded. "After all, love is one of the few characteristics that distinguish humans from animals. Isn't hate? Doesn't a cat hate another cat who stole a dead mouse it hid? Isn't greed? A wild dog only wants to be fed when it doesn't have enough to eat, but when it becoming a domestic dog, you can eat enough, it will lie on the ground and bask in the sun all day." Of course, for some lazy people, there is no big difference between them and dogs in this regard. Tom said playfully, "Any emotion it is enough to distinguish between humans and those ignorant animals, and Dumbledore who blindly promotes love, is no different from a hypocrite in my opinion. Although I have fallen asleep in the history of magic, I still understand some history, conflict, and fission is the eternal topic of mankind. Nelson's attention shifted from his notes, and he looked at Tom with a look of surprise, then a playful smile, that made Tom terrified. Anyway, that's enough for Dumbledore to drink a pot. Tom smiled. I can't wait to see his expression when he learns that there are so many pure-blood families in England. Oh, yes, he is not Minister for Magic. It really has nothing to do with him. Indeed. Nelson looked up at the blackboard, then lowered his head to write and draw in his notebook. Against the backdrop of the snoring around him, the two sober people seemed extremely abrupt. He's not the Minister of Magic. Why should he care? What about these? Yes, he is indeed a bit self-righteous. Anyway, in my opinion, it would be better for us if Grindelwald won, Tom said angrily. Once in 3 years I went to Professor Slughorn, his office is closed, and he is watching that he is begging a fat-minded school manager for the potion subsidy of the new class of students. In my opinion, that guy's no different from a squib, and even worse than a muggle. If Grindelwald can gain power, and judging by his claims, the situation will be greatly improved. Tom patted the table angrily, waking up the two Gryffindors who were catching up on sleep at the front desk. This class was shared by Gryffindor and Slytherin, not like Ravenclaw's history of magic class. No one is sober. But Dumbledore may have too many things, and there may be too many people who need him to save. Tom added in a low voice, and it seemed to be mocking, and it seemed to be opening for the teacher who had taught him for 3 years drag. I didn't expect a goblin's name to be so long. Nelson wrote in his notebook a name about 15 centimeters long written in a script he had never seen before. You can know the name of his family by reading a goblin's name. Ancestors and relatives 4 generations up. I thought the goblins would have cute names like bottle caps and pull rings. Do you really dare to give it? Tom was not interested in the name of the goblin, and asked, aren't you afraid of something happening? As an Englishman, your behavior is considered an enemy. Will you report me? Nelson pouted and asked, not to mention the black family. I asked Wahlberger to tell her family I will only give them their contact information. As for how they spread it, we will discuss it with you. I'm okay. They should understand what I'm trying to say. Interesting, grumbled Tom. By the way, I have something to ask Professor Binns after class later. Nelson flipped his notes to a new page. As a ghost, Professor Binns doesn't feel dry mouth. So every class there are always a lot of notes, but the amount of notes has nothing to do with most of the students. He said while writing, do you have anything to do? If you have nothing to do, you can wait for me for a while. If you have something to do, you can go bar. Okay. Tom nodded, closed his eyelids, fell asleep, and said, smacking his lips, what can I do? After the get out of class bell rang, Professor Binns stopped the class as usual. There was no difference between this class and the one at the same time last year. Even the last word was stuck in the exact same position. He was satisfied with his rigor and turned to the class. Turn around and float to the door. Although it has been many years since he became a ghost, Professor Binns still maintains some of the habits he had when he was a wizard. For example, even though he turned to face the blackboard, he could float directly to his office, but he still chose to walk through the door. This will make him feel like he is following some customary rules, so that he appears like a real person. Professor Binns stopped, turned his head to look at the drowsy and sleeping students under the podium, and sighed softly. Although the action of sighing would no longer make him spit out carbon dioxide, it was still an expression of emotion a good way. Even the bell after class can't wake them up. How can my boring classes attract them? His gaze crossed the front row of the classroom and landed on Nelson, who was putting away his notes and packing his school bag with his head bowed. He nodded in relief. He could see that this student had a passion for the history of magic from the bottom of his heart. Unlike an equally serious student, his enthusiasm for the history of magic seemed to come from a genuine interest. Nelson fastened his backpack, raised his head, and met the surprised eyes of Professor Binns. He walked to the edge of the podium and said to Professor Binns, Professor, hello, I have some questions to ask you. Do you have time? Ask a question? Professor Binns opened his mouth, his expression becoming more and more surprised. Ask a question has not happened in his classroom for hundreds of years. He raised his arm and scratched his head, although he didn't know scratching his head is no use for a ghost that doesn't itch, but the action calmed him down. "Oh, come on, come to the office with me." As he said that, he floated towards the classroom door and walked straight through. Nelson followed behind with a smile and shook his head, twisted open the door and followed out. He had always been puzzled why could Professor Binns turn the pages of the book, but not open the door. Professor Binns' office is next door to the History of Magic classroom. Nelson walked into the corridor and saw Professor Binns pointing to the wooden door of the office and said, "The door is unlocked, open it yourself and come in." Nelson unscrewed the door and approached the office. The heavy curtains were tightly drawn and a few candles glowed faintly in the wall lamp by the wall. There was a pair of burnt coals in the fireplace, which seemed to be hundreds of years ago extinguished. This office is full of a sense of age. The furniture is old. One wall is wrapped by tall bookshelves, and the opposite wall is tightly blocked by an equally tall display cabinet, which is full of old wines. There are also a number of age-appropriate items, medieval toys, a few small portraits of women, and a stuffed bat that must have belonged to Professor Binns' collection during his lifetime. Tom must really like this office, Nelson thought without reason. "Sit whatever you want," Professor Binns said awkwardly as no one had been in his office for a long time. "Don't worry, the house elves in the castle will come to clean it every day." "Thank you, Professor." Nelson put the school bag on the bench by the door and rummaged through it. Do you drink? If you want a drink, you can take it from my cabinet. There is no glass. You can drink it from the bottle. I mean, these wines are the last remaining collection before I die. If you like it, you can take a bottle back with you." Professor Binns has a natural affection for Nelson, and this smiling image is very different from that in class. "Sit whatever you want, whatever you want, Professor." Nelson took out a small silver hoop from his school bag, on which was inlaid a medal with a red cross on a white background. The moment he saw the medal, Professor Binns' expression changed, and his translucent body produced to the sudden violent fluctuations became more and more transparent. Nelson was a little afraid that Professor Binns would disappear, so he immediately clenched his fists, grabbed the ring-like silver hoop, and said nervously, "I'm from Slytherin. Student Nelson, I know you." "Nelson." Professor Binns stopped fluctuating, put away the embarrassment of being visited by students, and said seriously, "Do you know? That's an honor." Nelson grinned. It was an honor in a sense, to be remembered by someone who lived for an unknown amount of time. People will still have new memories after death, although I don't know where I would store them without a brain. Professor Binns turned his head and stared at Nelson with the milky white eyes unique to ghosts. "HUO, the students of Juars always think that I'm an old and confused ghost. Yes, I'm indeed indifferent to many things. It is because I have lived too long, and I have sent away countless batches of students. If a man remembers too much, his memory is too long and dull, so I choose to ignore and not remember the less important things such as what students I taught. But you, Mr. Wertling, you are one of the few students worthy of my memory. I mean the kind of close relationship people who don't need to be mentioned in the history of magic, but I believe you will leave your name in the history of magic. Mr. Wertling, Professor Binns actually knows my last name." Nelson felt even more flattered. "So now, Mr. Wertling, I will answer your doubts," said Professor Binns, who suddenly floated in front of Nelson and stared at him. "But before that, open your hands and give me look at that thing." "Professor." Nelson looked at Professor Binns, who looked extremely urgent, and opened his hand. The professor stared at the Guardian medal and froze for a long time. Nelson never imagined that he could see so many emotions from the eyes of a ghost, such as shock, nostalgia, memory, regret, joy, pain, hatred. All kinds of different emotions are intertwined, giving Professor Binns a unique feeling. Nelson couldn't help empathizing with the aura. After a long time, Professor Binns raised his head, looked at Nelson with a complicated expression in front of him, and asked, "Where did you find this medal?" "It was from the Wizengamot," Nelson replied. "The Wizengamot? The Wizengamot issued it to you? Are they still giving out this medal?" Professor Binns muttered. "Yes, but it is said that they are discussing the issue of stopping the award of the Guardian of the Garter because, you know." Nelson shrugged. "That's right, our war is over. Professor Binns turned around and sat on the sofa behind his desk with Nelson's surprised expression on his face. He waved his hand, and the chair by the door fluttered to the opposite side of him. He nodded and motioned for Nelson to sit down and asked like a living wizard, "Can you show me your Patronus?" Nelson nodded and pulled out his wand. This was the smoothest time he had used the Patronus charm. Holding the wand, with a thought, the rebellious falcon rushed out of the wand without even recalling any happy memories. It didn't show off its speed, but slowly flapped its wings and hovered in front of Professor Binns, showing a humane expression, looking at this strange guy who had never seen it before, but made him feel close. "Great patron saint, Mr. Wordling." Professor Binns nodded. Nelson waved his wand. The silver falcon shattered into light spots and disappeared. The professor tapped the armrest of the sofa with his index finger. Looking at the medal in Nelson's hand, asked, "You brought it to me. You should know who I am. I don't think you should be like the rumor. You forgot to bring your body when you went to class one morning." Nelson shrugged and said, "That's right, haha." Professor Binns didn't shy away from the cause of his death, and even smiled, but this smile looked horrifying on the face of a ghost. He spread his hands and said, "Rumors are always better than real history. Much more interesting, otherwise it wouldn't have gone viral, and I personally think the story is pretty funny. When I was awarded the honor, the chief wizard of the Wizengamot told me the history of the Guardian Medal and the Knights of the Garter." Nelson said, "In the Knights of the Garter, there was such a wizard who chose to kill himself and turned into a ghost to explore the secrets of the soul. My intuition tells me that you are that wizard, Mr. Wordling." "That's not right," Professor Binns said, shaking his head. "When studying history, you need to find evidence from historical materials. Intuition is not trustworthy at all. It's as unreliable as myths, legends, and rumors." "I understand, but there are too few historical materials at that time, and they are too ambiguous." Nelson said he was educated, and then asked, "So is it you?" "Yes." Chapter 189, Dementor Chaos. Knights of the Garter. What a name. Professor Binns stood up from the sofa. For this ghost professor, using stand up to describe his actions at the moment is a bit inappropriate. He floated straight up, passed through the desk, passed through Nelson's body, floated, arriving in front of the quaint standing cabinet that occupied half of the wall. He opened the door, took out a slender black bottle, and floated back to the seat with it. "This bottle of wine was given to me by Salazar back then of. Mr. Wordling, would you mind pouring me a glass of wine?" He sat back on the sofa and asked, "The glass is on the shelf on your right." Nelson nodded and took down a clean goblet. "Tin cups, large ones. Take 2. Professor Binns commanded. "You can have a cup too. I won't tell your dean. This kind of good wine that has been in the past. It will disappear soon after opening. Spoiled." "Okay, Professor." Nelson found 2 large tin cups with rough strokes depicting the sun, which looked like cups for a 3-meter tall giant. He drew out his wand, tapped the bottle neck, and the stopper popped out with a bang, followed by the pleasant popping sound caused by the collision of fine foam. Nelson poured the dark red wine into the glass along the wall, and suddenly, a gust of the aroma of clear alcohol mixed with fruity wood spread throughout the office. Just by smelling the smell, Nelson felt slightly drunk. He sat back on his seat, stretched out his hand to hold the handle of the tin cup. It felt cold to the touch, and the somewhat abstract little sun carved on it lit up, emitting a burst of warm red. "Is it cute? This is a set of tin cups that my daughter made for me on her 8th birthday. It's a pity that after so many years of bumps and bumps, there are only 2 left." Professor Binns saw Nelson with a curiosity looking at himself. He smiled and said, "Are you curious about how ghosts drink?" After that, he picked up the wine glass and poured the liquid into his mouth, but the aged delicacies went straight through his body and splashed onto the sofa behind him. He shook his head sadly and said, "I have almost not having tasted anything for 1000 years is like not hearing the name of the Knights of the Garter for 1000 years. Professor." Nelson wanted to comfort this old ghost who had lived alone for hundreds of thousands of years, but found that at his pitiful young age, how could he be worthy of comforting him? He couldn't help but feel a little speechless. "Why do you suddenly become so sad?" Professor Binns smiled, pointed to the tin cup in front of Nelson, and said, "Taste it for me." Nelson picked up the wine glass and sipped it. This bottle of old wine that was as old as Hogwarts gave him a very novel feeling. Nelson didn't like drinking. It wasn't that he didn't like the feeling of alcohol, but he didn't like the taste of alcohol. And this bottle of wine is so different. After taking a sip, every cell in the mouth is jumping for joy, greedily absorbing and squeezing every trace of flavor, and when it slides down the throat into the stomach, Nelson his magical power also surged, and a faint mist floated in the office. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, but ended up hiccuping. Nelson covered his mouth in embarrassment. Professor Binns put his hand into the fog and stirred it. His eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled and waved his hands, and said, "Drink more, but don't drink too much. Some herbal medicines have long been extinct, and this craft has long been lost." After all, he stopped looking at Nelson, and began to tell his own story. "I may be the only wizard in the Knights of the Garter who doesn't know the Patronus charm." He faced Nelson, but his eyes did not focus on the student on the opposite side, and he drifted into the distance. Speaking of which, this period of history there are indeed very few records, because everyone at that time didn't want future generations to know that they, a group of people who were brilliant in their own time, were burned by a black wizard in BC, and although they won in the end, everyone knew it was only the dark wizards. Servants and even toys that nearly broke them, and they had to call it the Dementor Rebellion, and they didn't even want to mention that name. The Dark Wizard from BC. Nelson put down his glass and said seriously, "Yes, I know you like the history of magic very much, and you study hard. You should know about a black hole in the ancient history of magic, the despicable Hairbo." Professor Binns looked back and said, "As for why he is called a black hole, presumably you are also aware that in the eyes of many people, the historians who study the history of black magic are of poor quality. When encountering a magic whose creator is unknown, they will comment this is the invention of the despicable Hairbo, but it's not. The inheritance of these magics couldn't be more clear. It's suffocatingly clear." So Nelson was stunned. He thought that half of the extremely humble and incomplete soul in the illusion was just a blame man. Although he was strong, he shouldn't be so outrageous. The vigilance has been raised to a higher level. That's right, although my research direction is not the history of black magic, I have to admit that it is the most reliable explanation. Professor Binns continued. There are several terrifying magical creatures, the most famous of which is the basilisk, but the most dangerous is not the basilisk, but the Dementor. Dementors were created by Hairbo? That's right. One day 1000 years ago, this kind of creature suddenly appeared on the land of Britain. At first, they only appeared in Wales and some surrounding small islands. Wizards and muggles witnessed some people wearing black robes. The slender figure floated among the mass graves in the wilderness. At first we thought it might be some kind of ghoul or someone who had been victimized by black magic, until someone witnessed them sucking out a person's soul through a kiss. Professor Binns shuddered as he spoke. This long memory left a deep impression on him. The Wizengamot quickly issued an emergency order, calling on British wizards to repel and capture the dead souls around the living area as much as possible, though they were still called dead souls at that time, and the committee members of the Wizengamot generally believed that they were some kind of soul puppet made of dead wizards, which they judged from the carrion faces of captured dementors. Professor Binns' voice became thin and trembling, but they ignore one thing. The committee members of the Wizengamot are all well-known powerful wizards, but the vast majority of people in this world cannot fight a Dementor. So the order caused a lot of casualties? That's right, Professor Binns said helplessly with his milky white eyes wide open. In just 3 days, thousands of wizards and wizards have disappeared, and countless muggles have disappeared, and the Dementors seem to have sprung from there. The ones that crawled out of the corpses were all over the UK for a while, and their populations were also found across the strait. We still don't know how they reproduced, but during that time, there were indeed more and more Dementors. Now, their groups are getting bigger and bigger, and their actions have become unscrupulous. They began to attack human towns and settlements in groups. The shell of death. Nelson didn't expect these honest jailers to do such a big thing before. He quickly drank a sip of wine to suppress his shock, and asked, "Then how did you determine that they were creatures created by Hairbo?" "Because it doesn't belong to this world." Professor Binns looked at Nelson and explained, "The most primitive desire of a creature is to live. Every creature has its own way of survival. It feeds on certain creatures, and it is the food of another creature, and life is like this endlessly and repeatedly. But Dementors are different. They are a collection of the darkest and most evil emotions in the world, and they can be felt from hundreds of meters away. Maliciousness, they feed on the good emotions of human beings, leaving people with only the most desperate, pessimistic, and least willing memories. They are only aimed at human beings, and this kind of creature should not exist according to our cognition of. Nelson nodded thoughtfully, and the decisive evidence comes from a friend of mine. When the Dementors began to wreak havoc in the UK, he embarked on a journey to find the source of this creature. Professor Binns looked away and looked into the cabinet. A set of Matryoshka dolls with peeling paint in it, said, he has a keen intuition, and when everyone thinks that the Dementor is a natural phenomenon or even the punishment of God, he can see the abruptness of this creature at a glance. Incongruous, so he left England and began to search for similar legends or magic all over the world. Did he find it at last? Of course, Professor Binns smiled proudly. He was very proud of his friend's deeds. He finally found the answer he wanted in the Balkan Peninsula of the Byzantine Empire. The notorious Heerbo was killed by a priestess. Before Pythia was defeated, he left a sentence that was both a curse and a threat. I created the most loyal servants, and they will help me, sow pain on the world and wipe out all your hopes. Your souls will also be torn by them. Smash, devour. This is what happens to me as an enemy. Professor Binns recited this sentence with great emotion, and it was obvious that he remembered it in detail. Thousands of years have passed since the despicable Heerbo was defeated, and even ancient Greece has perished, but Heerbo's curse has never been fulfilled. For the local wizards, his curse is nothing more than the barking of a stray dog. But for British wizards, this curse is very real. It really came true, but for some unknown reason, it came to England, and it was delayed for more than 1,000 years. I see. Nelson suddenly realized that the history with only a few words left was finally completed. It turned out that such a disaster had happened here. Considering that even today, there are very few people around who can use the Patronus charm, you can already imagine the wizards thousands of years ago, the feeling of powerlessness they felt against the endless stream of Dementors. Thinking of this, he couldn't help raising his head and looked at the old ghost teacher in front of him. When he was faced with nothing about the future, he even dared to die and turned into a ghost to find a solution to the problem. Can an individual do it? Now that you understand what happened back then, you can ask your questions. It's like this. Nelson thought for a while, put the Guardian medal on the desk, and said, when I left after the award, I heard this medal say a word to me. What? Professor Binns raised his head. His face was full of astonishment. He leaned forward and approached the medal through the table, almost stuffing the medal into his body. He stared at Nelson and asked, it said what? It said, watch out for Hayir, stay away from Hayir, and kill Hayir. Nelson swallowed and said, it also said, kill him, kill them, and everything will be over. Do you know that it wants me to kill who? Helbo is still alive. Professor Binns seemed to know no more than Nelson. On the contrary, he was even more surprised. He carefully looked at the silver hoop medal on the table, and even stretched out his hand through it. After a while, shook his head, and said, although I'm just a ghost, I can't really touch it, but I can guarantee that it is an ordinary Guardian medal. At first I thought it was a Horcrux or something similar, but there are no traces. Professor Binns spread his hands, and sat back on the sofa. Is that so? Thank you, Professor. Nelson grabbed the medal, stood up, and was about to leave. Then I won't bother you. My friend is still waiting for me. Can you leave it to me? Let me study it for a while. Professor Binns asked, maybe I can help you find what is hiding in it. Okay, sorry to trouble you. Nelson put the medal back on the table, took 2 steps back, turned and walked towards the door. By the way, take the half bottle of wine and share it with a friend. Don't let the dean see it. Nelson turned around and saw Professor Binns winking at him. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't resist the delicious temptation, turned and walked back and forth. He finally left the door. Mr. Wertning, if you have any questions, you can come to communicate frequently. I also have some research on the history of magic in Northern Europe. I think you should be interested. Professor Binns' voice sounded behind him. Okay, thank you. Nelson closed the door just as he saw Ravenclaw's dean, Professor Sykes, hurriedly passing by the stairwell opposite the corridor. A professor who had been in class for 2 consecutive weeks and only gave lectures without communicating or even giving homework, nodded at Nelson with a straight face, turned around the corner, and disappeared. Nelson glanced at her back, touched the bag he was carrying, and approached the history of magic classroom. Tom was still sound asleep on the table, but when Nelson approached, he raised his head vigilantly. "Let's go. Go eat. I'm starving to death." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Quidditch. I didn't expect him to be such a... At the dinner table, Tom was speechless after hearing the story of Professor Binns. He couldn't think of an adjective to describe the crazy idea of Professor Ghost before his death. Little Tomato pondered for a long time before saying, "An extraordinary character." That's right, Professor Binns has been teaching here since the establishment of Hogwarts. Nelson nodded and said, "Think about it, in that era, wizards who could be favored by the Big Four would not. How could it be an ordinary person? I think he must have been very powerful before he became a ghost." Tom nodded firmly with a fork in his mouth and said, "But not necessarily. After all, he is not a teacher of charms or defense against the dark arts, but that is also very powerful. I think he's at least on Professor Slughorn's level." Has the dean become a unit of measurement? Nelson smiled. "But he is not an ordinary ghost. Don't you think it's strange that he can flip through the handouts every day? Ghosts can't touch physical objects." Thing. What? Tom raised his head in surprise and said, "I really don't know. To tell you the truth, I know very few ghosts. Except for Professor Binns, there is only Ms. Grey from Ravenclaw. She can touch them. Things, although I don't understand why sometimes she can touch things and sometimes she goes straight through. Is that so?" Nelson raised his eyebrows and said, "It may be that wizards have a problem with ghosts, but Professor Binns is indeed very powerful. Speaking of which, do I have to call you Lord Knight from now on?" Alfred finally finished eating the several pieces of steak piled up in front of him and joked. This young man didn't seem to stop his pace of growing his body for a moment. He needs to consume a lot of energy every day, but sufficient exercise does not make him obese, but makes his body more mature and fit, just like the sculptures in ancient Greek temples. Nelson glanced enviously at Alfred's well-defined arms, raised his head and said, "I think you can call me sir, and you must be polite when you see me in the future." "Okay, my lord." Alfred stretched out his hand, grabbed one of the donuts sprinkled with green powder on the table, raised it to his head, and pretended to take off his hat, which caused the people around him to burst into laughter. After eating the hat in 2 bites, he said, "Well, it smells like green tea. It's very strange. My sister asked me to ask if you are going to watch the Quidditch match this afternoon. The classic Gryffindor versus Slytherin. We were the new broom this year. It should be easier against them. You should write Minerva a letter and tell her about it." Nelson asked, taking out a handkerchief, wiping his mouth, cleaning it with a cleaning spell, folding it and stuffing it back into his pocket. "Are you chasing balls? Hand or seeker? I think he should be a hitter with his size, and he should be able to break the opponent's broom directly with a stick." Tom mocked. "Alfred, you can't be a goalkeeper, right? What's the matter with the keeper? The keeper is an important part of a Quidditch team, just as important as the seeker," Alfred argued. "Tom, it's understandable that Nelson doesn't know what I do. You don't even know. Look, I'm so sad that you never go to the game like that. I don't have time." Tom waved his hand. "Now that Nar is back, he likes to watch Quidditch the most. You can invite him to watch your games in the future. Besides, I didn't guess that you are the goalkeeper. I'm the commentator." Alfred's face turned green, as if he had been poisoned by donuts. "Have you forgotten? This is Nelson's prophecy." "Oh, I remembered it when you said that." Tom nodded and said, turning his head to look at Nelson again, "Do you want to go?" "Go ahead. I have nothing to do this afternoon." I haven't watched a Quidditch match since I discovered that Grindelwald often flew around the sky on a broomstick. Nelson held his chin and looked at Alfie, asked, by the way, where is your sister? She went home on leave and didn't come back until this afternoon. That's why she asked me to ask you. The bludger is in the hands of Brown of Gryffindor, and he aimed at Malone, who was sleepwalking in front of the goal. Alfred's passionate voice came from the commentary. It is conceivable that in this tone, even if a Gryffindor first year fell asleep in Professor Bin's class, would be explained to the audience's blood pumping. He shouted, "Good shot. This arm, this angle. I bet this villain Malone will lie in the school hospital for at least a week. To be honest, I'm a little envious of him. He won't have to do homework for at least a week." Alfred, Professor Sloan in front of the commentary warned, and he also came to the stadium today to watch his academy's game. "Sorry, Professor. Students, we must study hard, even if we are cracked by the bludger." "Oh, God." Alfred suddenly shouted in surprise. The ball flies very fast, and when it reaches Malone the back of the head. "You can't aim at this kind of place." Alfred's voice froze, and with 2 consecutive bangs of bang bang, the referee's whistle blew on the field. How could that guy Malone be sleepwalking on the court? So he was waiting for Brown early. Alfred shouted. He hit the bludger back with a skillful turnaround volley. "What's wrong?" Brown still didn't get up. "Looks like he's broken at least 2 ribs. Well done, Malone." There were boos from the Gryffindor audience, and Professor Sloan turned around again, glaring at Alfred. "Well, Gryffindor brothers, actually, oh, and sisters, I was just joking. We must resist and cast aside this serious unsportsmanlike behavior," Alfred said. "Immediately change the phrase. Gryffindor, who has suffered a blow, is like a lion that just woke up from sleep and it is about to start hunting. Come on, Gryffindor. Beat all the Slytherins to the school hospital." Now it was Slytherin's turn to boo him with Gryffindor, and Professor Sloan held his forehead helplessly and stopped looking at him. "He's not bad, isn't he?" Nelson said, watching the game with relish. "After all, it was your prophecy." Tom raised his eyebrows, continued to flip through the book in his hand, and said without raising his head, "You may not have seen him riding a broom, as if he drank 3 tons of whiskey broom. It's a good thing you didn't say he was going to be on the Quidditch team, or he'd be on the pitch to show his talent. The school has to thank me for protecting the stands of the stadium." Nelson shrugged, reached out and flipped the book in Tom's arms to the cover, and asked, "Myth and genealogy. What are you reading this for? At least it's more interesting than Quidditch." Tom yawned, took off his coat, and put it behind his back, leaned against the stands, and covered his face with the mythology and genealogy. "I really want to see don't know Quidditch. I don't even know what's the point of having 2 teams shoot each other out here when there's a snitch. The game isn't team at all. Then you might as well find a copy of flower cuttings and fruit tree grafting. It's more interesting, at least practical." Nelson nodded around. Tom's words caused the surrounding fans to glare, but when they saw that it was Tom who spoke, they closed their mouths that hadn't opened yet. "Yeah." Tom nodded and changed into a more comfortable position. This sentence was already a dream. "What's wrong with him? So sleepy?" Wahlberger asked quietly behind Nelson, leaning closer. She caught up with the game, but didn't squeeze into the seat next to Tom and Nelson. "He didn't sleep well in History of Magic this morning," Nelson explained. Wahlberg nodded knowingly, in understanding. "Goal again. Slytherin's offense and defense are impeccable." Malone didn't even need the goalkeeper to take a shot. Malone had already knocked the quaffle away with the bludger. Gryffindor chasers, play a little bit, make a difference. Don't just rely on seekers to save the world. The game became fierce again. The score had reached, and Gryffindor was in a state of being behind by a large score, but the students of the Lion Academy, but I don't care about this point. It's not uncommon for a golden snitch to come back from a point deficit. After a whistle, Alfred continued to explain passionately. "Very good. I was brought back. Brown is fighting with wounds." "What is he doing?" "Holding a club in front of Malone. How dare he?" "Whoa. Merlin's toothbrush and toothpaste." "Sorry, Merlin doesn't use toothbrush and toothpaste, but anyway, it's a beautiful shot." A tough response to the ball. The Gryffindor auditorium turned into a jubilant golden red sea. Brown seemed to aim at Malone, who had just injured him, but he hit the bludger to Bowen, who had let down his vigilance behind Malone. The stick went down, and there was only one batsman left in Slytherin. Brown, did you miss the ball? If not, I think I have fallen in love with you. Alfred waved his arms excitedly and shouted, are you single? If you like women, I can introduce my sister to you. If you like men. Alfred. There was a loud scream behind Nelson, and even Tom, who had just fallen asleep, was startled. Wahlberger rolled up her sleeves and stormed over to the commentary booth, drawing her wand, looking ready to clear the house. What's wrong with her? Tom removed the book covering his face. His face was full of unhappiness at being woken up. She is fighting against arranged marriages, Nelson said meaningfully, passing contemporary women's pursuit of independence and freedom. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Call me after typing. Tom put the book back on his face, and within a few seconds, he picked up the book again and said, if Slytherin is about to win, you will. I yelled. What if you don't win? Then let me sleep till the end. Tom closed the book and fell asleep again. I'm sorry, sister, you're not good enough for Brown. No, I mean, he actually likes men after a while. Alfred's terrified cry came from the commentary booth, and even the game was interrupted for a few minutes. When Wahlberger trotted back to his seat with his robe in his hand and sat down in a ladylike posture, the people around him moved away a little in fear. Nelson, you know, I'm usually. Wahlberger leaned forward and explained next to Nelson's ear, I'm a very easy person to get along with. I know. Nelson nodded repeatedly and said, I will support you in whatever you want to do to Alfred. After all, he is your brother. Ugh. Wahlberger sighed. She also wanted to be a lady, and she didn't want to be violent, but this brother always broke her heart. The game continued, and Slytherin, who lost one batsman, was not caught up by Gryffindor. Instead, he became more courageous as he fought, and his blood was slowly aroused. Instead, the difference between the two teams was slowly widening. The snitch hadn't been seen yet, and the score had already reached. Under Malone's strict defense, Gryffindor only scored 2 goals. In fact, their chasers did not have too much interference, more energy to find the quaffle. Nelson. Wahlberger approached suddenly, bit his lip, and whispered in Nelson's ear, they want to see you. Who? My family. Why? Are they going to introduce me to an arranged marriage? Nelson quipped. What's so interesting about me? They are afraid that something will go wrong, so they want to discuss the details with you. What details? Nelson shook his head and said in a low voice, this matter has nothing to do with me. Just tell them to find someone somewhere. If you don't believe me, they can go directly to any place in Germany where there are wizard settlements. Someone will take them to Nurmengard, but more slowly. They also want to thank you in person. What are you thanking me for? If they eat a good egg, don't they have to thank the chicken that laid it? Nelson stole a famous quote casually and rebuffed, if there is anything, they can let you come and tell me, ask me. Wahlberger, you've got to think for yourself, and you mustn't let what they say. Sorry, Wahlberg murmured. This young lady, who was pampered, became more and more confused when she was about to graduate. She became more and more suspicious of what she could do without the family, which made her think that she was a free person. 7 years doesn't mean much. I don't know what to think for myself. The sudden burst of cheers overshadowed the conversation between the two, and Nelson noticed that the score had reached 140 to 120 points, and the point difference had almost declared the victory. Wait a minute, he said to Wahlberger, pushing Tom awake. Did you win? Tom asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and the shaded book slipped to his chest. 120 points difference. If I can lose, I what? Alfred jumped onto the commentary stand and shouted hoarsely. Dirk suddenly raised his head and started flying up. What did he find? Oh. What is that? The Golden Snitch. Gryffindor's bull hunting spotted the Golden Snitch. Chapter 191 Duel. I really didn't expect that this kind of book can be thrown. Tom was still dancing and indignant after leaving the court. The third-year seeker, what is his name? Abraxas. Alfred stalked behind a group of people with a dejected face, his face full of decay. His name is Abraxas Malfoy. Yes, that Malfoy. Can he play ball? Tom turned around and asked Alfred, isn't he a team that paid for it? Even I know that when I can't find the snitch you should follow the opponent's seeker. At least you can't let him get the ball casually. And what about him? What is he doing? Is he a referee? Sleeping in the sky on a broomstick? I didn't expect you to care about Quidditch. Nelson raised his eyebrows and said, after all, winning or losing is a common matter in military affairs, not to mention that it is not once or twice that Slytherin's big score is overturned by the Seeker team tradition. I don't care about Quidditch, but I can't help but care about the House Cup. Tom curled his lips and said, if Gryffindor wins Quidditch and Slytherin is lucky enough to be the runner-up, then the difference will be widened immediately. They're on par with us now. He turned his head and glanced at Alfred again and said, after all, Alfred has already lost at least 150 points for us this year. If you want to atone for your sins, I suggest going directly to the field to catch a golden snitch. Isn't this a good thing? At least your beloved Brown won the game. Wahlberger echoed in a eccentric manner. This victory is really good. You can go directly to propose to him later. Anyway, the summer vacation is coming soon. You can go directly to honeymoon with Brown, and I can personally sponsor you a house next to the EGNC. Don't worry, Alfred hurriedly made an excuse for himself. The closer the holidays, the more restless the Gryffindor boys will be, and they will definitely scramble to break the school rules, and then they will lose more than so many points. Gone. Aren't you restless? Tom shook his head and said helplessly. Don't worry, Tom, I don't have any school rules to violate. Doing repetitive things is not in my style. Alfred promised. We can definitely bring back the Academy Cup. But speaking of it, Tom, you really looking more and more like a prefect. I'll be in next semester, Tom said casually, and it was obvious that he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Professor Sloan told me before that I didn't take it to heart, so I didn't give it to you. Explain. Really? It's amazing. Wahlberger congratulated loudly. Nelson looked at Tom, who had I don't care about prefects written all over his face, and smiled knowingly. A group of people fought and made trouble, and returned to the front of the castle. By the way, Nell. Tom leaned closer to Nelson and whispered, I have a party tonight. Do you want to come? What party? The Slug Club? No, it was once. You know, I held a small mutual aid meeting in the first grade. After so many years of development, there are more and more people, Tom explained. We have recently exchanged some magic. There may be a duel simulation tonight. You know, many people are not talented in magic, so they need more help. If you are free, can I ask you to be my duel partner? I thought you were going to ask me to be your assistant. Nelson smiled. I'll go to the library first. What time is it at night? I'll go there then. Do you think anyone can beat me in a duel and let my assistant play? Tom said disdainfully. When you practice against them, you don't even feel the pressure. As if you are fighting a muggle with only a troll IQ. Aren't you very happy? Nelson smiled and walked towards the library. He had a brand new approval slip in his pocket, which was given to him by Professor Sloan on a whim that day. He is free to enter and exit the restricted section of the library, but he cannot borrow books. He can only browse in the library. It's different. It's just a necessary social interaction. Tom shrugged, turned and left, and went to necessary social interaction. It's my pleasure to introduce my best partner, my brother, Nelson Wertning Williams, the youngest independent author ever of Transfiguration today. I'm so happy that my brother is back after years of traveling. Being able to return to Hogwarts is undoubtedly the best news for me this year. Tom was wearing an expensive black robe with emerald patterns on the neckline and cuffs. His fair skin was extremely pale against the dark environment in the black robe. In this student activity room located in the basement of the Slytherin Tower, the room is very eye-catching. A necklace of gemstones that is darker than the surrounding is dotted on his chest, deep and eye-catching. Nelson stood beside Tom, smiling, and nodded to the students around him. He looked around, and after several years of development, Tom's small club had a scale of nearly 100 people. When encountering himself, who is non-violent and non-cooperative in everything, Tom is really a man of action. Nelson noticed that most of the students around Tom were silver-green Slytherins. There were old students who were similar in age to them, and there were also enthusiastic freshmen. Nelson even saw that the student who was very tough on the Quidditch Marlong, after several years of purification, only the most loyal group of people are left here. Nelson silently estimated the number of people, but for a moment he couldn't remember what Tom's proposition was and what kind of slogan he used to connect these people together. Not only were there crowds, but the order was even more orderly. Everyone surrounded Tom and Nelson, without saying a word, standing upright one by one, looked at Nelson for a moment, then turned their eyes back, staring straight at Tom, waiting for his next statement. If Tom's charisma and desirable assertion are the reason for gathering so many, their army-like order suggests that Tom wields authority over the group that Nelson could not have imagined, albeit often through double-sided mirror communication. But Nelson really doesn't know what Tom is doing every day. It seems that apart from learning magic in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, Tom's life has some more exciting content. I know that many people have doubts about the significance of our mutual aid association, which also led to the departure of a group of people 2 years ago. I sincerely hope that they can find a better way out, but today I have to say that they lost a great opportunity, a chance to become really strong. Tom's face turned reddish with excitement. He stretched out his hand, pointed at Nelson, and said, "Many people think that the difference between an average wizard and a powerful wizard is just a good record, and they even feel that I have a great influence on the wizarding world." The cruel remarks are a bit exaggerated, but I think that people who can stay here today and accompany us to practice magic every week must have visions beyond ordinary people. But we can't live with slogans, so I decided to start today. An actual combat event is held every 2 months, and today, we are honored to invite the young Transfiguration Master, Nelson, to show us the duel of the strong, and his opponent is me. There was a moment of noise in the crowd, but it quickly quieted down. The students around looked at Nelson with burning eyes, which surprised Nelson. These young wizards who grew up in the ivory tower were even more enthusiastic about fighting than themselves. This person who has been in the terrorist's den all year round seems to be more like a real terrorist. I know that many of our friends don't have good grades, and their magic is not very sharp. Tom lowered his voice and said softly, "But have you ever thought about spending countless weekends with us here? After that, has your own level changed? Go try it out and see your own progress. It will break everyone's perception of yourself. Please find your dual opponent in pairs. If one side has an assistant, the other one side also needs one. As for those who can't find an opponent, please stand where you are, and I will help you distribute them." After Tom announced the start, none of the people present dared to disturb Nelson. They just quietly started pairing each other, while the students who couldn't find their opponents stood quietly, waiting for Tom's next instruction. In the end, with the help of several senior students, Tom divided them into groups according to his own impressions. He seemed to know the progress of each student, and he could easily tell the progress of their mastery of the spell, and even quickly find opponents for them who are at their level. Tom picked a few more trustworthy old students to patrol around. Fortunately, this activity room is large enough to delineate a large activity area for each pair of duelists. After finishing all this, he clapped his hands, and the flames in the wall lamps in the activity room blazed up, illuminating the whole room brightly. Under everyone's gaze, Tom walked towards the high platform that had been built in the center, where Nelson was already there. "I have been waiting for a long time. Come on, nah." Tom stood on the edge of the stage, looked up at Nelson, who was commanding him, gritted his teeth, and showed a smug smile. Then, he raised his hands, palms down, and a puff of black smoke replaced him. The lower half of his robe was seen, and he flew lightly up to the high platform without even using his wand. Everyone remembered their positions, and gathered around the high platform. Their eyes were equally excited, and excited. The senior students knew how powerful Tom was, while the junior students had never even seen him make a move. Tom flew up to the high platform and landed lightly, making Nelson frown. "I knew I would come up later," Nelson thought. The two looked at each other, walked to the center of the high platform, and stood facing each other. Tom faced Nelson, and grinned a bright smile that he had never seen before. "I have wanted to duel with you for many years, and today I finally got what I wanted." Tom held the jewel on his chest, held it to his lips, and kissed it lightly, then stuffed it into his neckline, and with a flick of his arm, the wand fell from his sleeve in response, slipped into his hand. Nelson took a closer look and saw that Tom was not using his own you would wand at this moment, but the brother wand of the dragon nerve. Today let you have enough fun. Nelson smiled, put his hand into the robe, and pulled out the other wand that matched Tom from the inner pocket. He held it in his hand, feeling the excitement when it faced an evenly matched enemy and when it faced its own brother. Udang, the giant dragon that had been skinned and crammed many years ago, seemed to come to life, and it was making a powerful bang bang beating in his hand. I have to make a rule. Tom blinked and said, after all, we are in school, and we have to avoid causing accidental injuries. I will not use those magics that are too powerful and have too large a range, and I will not use the props in my pocket. Nelson nodded and unbuttoned the robe directly, took it off, tapped it with his wand, and it folded automatically. Nelson dragged his hands, and the robe slowly he flew to the nearest wall lamp and hung on it. The iron lamp handle was even bent by the weight. Under the robe, Nelson wore a white silk shirt over a brown waistcoat. He nodded, indicating that he was ready, and then, under the call of the old student who was temporarily acting as a referee, the two raised their right arms in unison, held their wands in front of them, and nodded slightly. Then, Nelson and Tom turned around at the same time and walked towards the two opposite corners of the high platform. After the referee gave an order, they turned around at the same time. The next moment, two red curses shot straight at each other. So fast, a Slytherin girl in the audience exclaimed. It's really fast. Don't they need to chant spells? A Ravenclaw boy next to him muttered to himself. A single step can cast 3 or 4 spells. Is silent spell casting already so proficient for them? My cousin can't cast spells silently even after 3 years of graduation. I'm not talking about spell casting. I can't even see what kind of magic they are using. The Slytherin girl explained. I mean Williams, didn't you see? He was running so fast. Under her reminder, everyone suddenly realized that Nelson's movement on stage was a little too agile. For a wizard who can do everything with just waving his wand, where have they ever seen someone who can run so fast? People. Nelson and Tom were still in the stage of using simple spells to test their attacks. Small spells such as disarming spells, impediment spells, and petrification spells were thrown at each other for free. Tom maintained the magic barrier, preventing Nelson from going anywhere. Although the barrier is like floating duckweed under the spell of the storm, his image completely fits the image of a powerful wizard who is immobile under the attack. And Nelson's performance subverted their cognition even more. They saw that he was easily tossing and turning in Tom's spell, so that Tom's spell could only hit 2 or 3 feet behind his heels, and he didn't even open the barrier. But it looks like a stroll in the garden. The audience at least understood one truth. If magic wants to cause damage, it must first be able to hit people. Chapter 192 Snake and Falcon. Accept your weapons. Looking at Nelson, who was running around and couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes, Tom shouted angrily, but what shot out from the wand was not the red light beam of the disarming spell, but a blue-green spark, a long-planned blocking spell. It shot straight at the direction where Nelson was running and was about to hit it. Not bad, Tom. Nelson flicked his wand quickly, and a transparent barrier appeared in front of the direction of the impediment spell, refracting it to the side of the field. At the same time, he raised his wand, returned a disarming spell to Tom, and said while running, but these are the leftovers from my play, Tom. This is the real weapon to kill you. HMPH. Tom lowered his hand, no longer trying to use mana for useless suppression, but instead strengthened his defense while thinking about countermeasures against a nimble opponent like Nelson. The point-to-point killing spell was effective. It doesn't have much effect, only a large-scale magic can cover him, but that kind of magic is either too weak to be easily resisted by Nelson, and the powerful curse with large-scale and powerful power has been banned as early as the beginning of the duel. Now, regret for binding his hands suddenly flooded in Tom's heart. He shook his head, and his eyes suddenly caught sight of the trace left by the obstacle curse that was refracted by Nelson's iron armor curse and hit the ground, a high platform that was used as a duel venue for 2 people. It was temporarily built in the afternoon, and it was not indestructible. There was a deep pit that was enough to make people slow down. Tom pursed his lips and made up his mind. He spent mana to support his magic barrier, ignoring Nelson's attack and pressing forward, and Nelson's iron armor could only resist one spell damage due to his spellcasting habits, which made Nelson have to spend more time to dodge or casting spells, although Tom seems to consume more, but under his indiscriminate bombardment regardless of consumption, Nelson's activity space is being compressed to only half the court. "Take it," said Tom. "You've got a bad hand." "Oh. Tom, you just missed me." "Yeah, I can't hit you, but you have nowhere to run." Tom raised his wand and said proudly, "This is your weapon. Your speed has lost its meaning." Nelson raised his eyebrows, but saw Tom's scheming smiling face. He lowered his head and found that the ground of the high platform had been destroyed with potholes and gravel everywhere. Only the ground, where he was standing, was intact. Frequent dodging paralyzed his mind. Knowing that, he didn't expect Tom to even increase the power of the disarming curse, a spell aimed at wizards, so that it could easily destroy the environment. A good tactic. After that, he stopped, gave up his flexible gorilla, and stood where he was. "I hope I can please you." Seeing this, Tom leaned forward, raised his wand, and put on a defensive and ready-to-go posture. He licked his lips excitedly, and his eyes began to flash an imperceptible red guang wang. "Are you serious? I hope you can please me too. It will satisfy you." Nelson nodded, standing upright with his head held high and his chest serious, with his left hand behind his back, and his right hand holding his wand in front of him. "Aren't the two of them serious?" the audience exclaimed. Most of them were overwhelmed by the rain of spells and shifting offense and defense just now. These Hogwarts students couldn't imagine what a serious duel would look like. "To be honest, I only recognize the disarming curse and impeding curse. Oh, and the iron armor curse from the spells just now." The Ravenclaw boy who had been observing by the side said, "To be honest, I feel that it's nothing, but casting spells with such high frequency is really." Before he finished speaking, the people around him exclaimed. He hurriedly raised his head and looked at the high platform. Under the guidance of Nelson's magic power, all the broken rocks scattered on the ground by Tom's curse floated up and floated to Nelson. The height of the chest slowly rotated around him like a star ring. "How could it be possible to make your wish come true?" Tom raised his hand and a black laser rushed into the stone ring, triggering a series of explosions. The smoke mixed with fine crushed stone powder exploded around Nelson, and the surrounding students raised their sleeves to cover their mouths and noses. Several senior students standing in the front row set up barriers in time to protect the students behind them. But there were still splashing stones shooting around, and some were even embedded in solid stone walls. Everyone's eyes were full of surprise. They didn't understand why Tom would suddenly kill his friend. But Tom's face became more dignified. He knew very well that an attack of this level would not be able to hurt Nelson at all, and the star ring composed of broken stones became more closely connected. It accelerated and rotated, bringing a gust of wind, wrapping Nelson. The smoke and dust were blown away in an instant. Tom took a few steps back, giving up the field advantage obtained by pressing forward, and stopped near the edge of the high platform. While retreating, he shot a magic spell into the smoke and dust, and the smoke dispersed. Nelson finally showed his true face. Two small silver shields spun around him rapidly, blocking all the spells that were shot at him. He raised his head, saw Tom's position, pointed forward with his wand, and several larger stones around him came from being thrown out during the high-speed rotation, relying on inertia and magic power to maintain the acceleration, and shooting towards Tom, and they are slowly deformed during the flight. The hard stones are as smooth as liquid, and they are connected and fused in the air, like magma but not so hot. The whole process seems to be an understatement, but when they flew in front of Tom, the image of a golden armored knight charging with a sword had already taken shape. Tom waved his wand, and a black light hit his blade, and climbed up along the hilt. The knight's sword and armor were quickly corroded wherever it passed, and the sharp sword slammed into a black snake that jumped from the ground. On its metal hard scales there was a string of sparks on the armor. The knight's movement was blocked, and the gleaming sword had turned into a pile of dead grey ashes, scattered all over the ground, and the extremely corrosive black light also climbed up the gauntlet. Seeing that the snake that came from nowhere was about to move its mouth again, Nelson changed his gesture, and the knight instantly disintegrated into tiny parts. K flew into the distance and landed on the ground. The parts of the armor continued to rush forward with inertia, hit Tom's barrier, and scattered all over the ground behind him. Just when Tom's black snake was about to make a move, 3 hyenas that were smaller in size crawled out from the armor parts behind him and pounced on his back. Tom's barrier was torn apart with his teeth, and when he turned around to meet the enemy, the hyena behind him had already opened its bloody mouth and pounced on his face. Tom didn't move and saw a silver light flashing beside him. It was the light reflected by the black snake's scales. It turned like lightning in the air and pierced through the 3 hyenas in a time that was difficult for the naked eye to catch. Throat. They stopped moving immediately, fell to the ground like 3 stone statues, and shattered to pieces. Tom turned to see Nelson in a throwing motion with a flashing javelin in his hand. Before he had time to fight back, he held up his wand, and barriers of different colors and shapes quickly formed along the parabolic path of the spear. At the same time, the spear in Nelson's hand also came out. The slender spear tip is engraved with deep thread grooves, and a ring-shaped golden rune bursts from the tail of the gun when it is shot. Under the double acceleration of the spiral pattern and magic power, the spear shoots straight into the sky, and when it is close to rest, turn the gun. He pointed his head at Tom, and then, a more intense electric light burst out, and it came to Tom in an instant. At this moment, the barriers in the air began to slowly crumble. It was plunging headfirst into the last barrier that Tom held in front of him, and the sharp point of the spiral was drilling hard. The last barrier was full of cracks. Tom had seen this thing before, and in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, he poked the basilisk directly on the ground like a toothpick in a fruit bowl. Although Nelson didn't deform it with the prepared silver ball, he still didn't dare to underestimate it. In the end, under Tom's hard support, the spear finally exhausted its potential energy and fell to the ground together with a shattered barrier, but Nelson's next attack has already ensued. The attack was gentler this time. A few arrows led a huge iron net and flew towards Tom, but Tom didn't want to be caught by it. He would rather be stabbed to death with a spear. That would be too embarrassing. Thinking of this, he didn't want to hide his tricks anymore. He opened his hands, turned into a puff of black smoke, passed through the big net thrown by Nelson, hovered in the air, and revealed his figure. The students were dazzled by watching Tom's operation. Compared with jumping on the high platform at the beginning, the flight at this moment is undoubtedly the most shocking. Even a wizard can't fly freely without using any tools. But at this moment Tom obviously does. When he arrived, he was safely suspended above Nelson's head without the help of a broom or magic. Enough. Nah. Tom looked down at Nelson condescendingly, with blood on his thin lips. The black snake on the ring raised its head and looked in Tom's direction. In Tom's hands, the black snake made a strong arc of a bow, then became stiff again, and finally the snake's scales collapsed, and the whole snake turned into a pure black bow arm made of only magic power. It was as tall as a person. The whole body flashed with an astonishing murderous aura. Those weak creatures won't help you win. He bent his bow and shot an arrow, and a slender beam of black magic power was carried on the bow. The bow without a bowstring was bent sharply, and a ferocious snake head slowly grew out of the arrow cluster. It had a big mouth. Flashing Ran's fangs were slowly dripping venom. They are not weak. Looking at the grinning venomous snake on Tom's bow, Nelson replied with a smile, as if to prove his words. He activated the magic power, and the surrounding stones began to deform, and they turned into a hexagonal transparent shield like a honeycomb tightly wrapped Nelson, forming a huge cocoon. In the big cocoon, Nelson half kneeled on the ground and inserted his wand into the ground. Tom didn't know what Nelson was going to do, but he knew that he must not be allowed to do it at will. He had seen Nelson's last magic that required sticking his wand in the ground, and he didn't want to be the next victim. The next second, before Nelson's magic was activated, he raised his strong bow, aimed at the ground, and let go of the hand holding the magic arrow. Whoosh! It took less than half a second for the black snake-headed magic arrow to stick to the cocoon wrapping Nelson, but no one knew which one he shot. Only Tom knew that this arrow was it will split into 2 branches every 1/16th of a second. Half a second is enough for it to breed more than 200 branches. After hitting the barrier with a burst of fine explosions, they turned into wriggling snakes and rushed towards Nelson frantically, biting the protective cocoon. The snake venom could instantly transform the creation of Nelson corroded. Nelson looks as crumbling as a sapling in a storm. The students in the audience almost felt both physical and psychological discomfort. No one could stand such a scene. They couldn't help taking a few steps back, for fear that the poisonous snake on the stage would fall on them. Tom didn't expect that Nelson's stone fortress was amazingly tough. The hexagonal units played their role. Every time a unit was eroded by snake venom, another one would be added. The spare shields became less and less. The cocoon also shrinks and shrinks, and it seems to collapse under the tearing of the poisonous snake. Soon, only a thin film of light remained around Nelson and the small shield that was still spinning on both sides, but he was unmoved at all, as if he didn't notice the surrounding environment at all. Tom became more anxious and directed the snakes to attack continuously. When the light film was finally torn apart, Nelson also stood up and looked up at Tom holding his wand. The blades protruded from the two shields beside him, and they spun rapidly, bringing up a group of after images, killing them into the snakes, like a meat grinder, bringing a scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Fortunately, Tom's poisonous snakes are formed by magic power. After they die, they will only turn into a cloud of black mist and merge into another of the same kind around them. Under the harvest of two shields, the group of snakes is quickly slaughtered, leaving only one hiding in the distance that seemed to be the very first one. Tom took it into his hands from the air and looked vigilantly at the ground below. "What did you do?" Tom stretched out his wand and pointed at his feet. Half of the high platform collapsed in an instant, and a spherical hollow appeared in the middle, which seemed to be hollowed out by something. Did not do anything. Tom kept waving his wand to destroy the ground, while urging the senior students to protect the little ones behind them. Soon, only a small piece of the high platform was left under Nelson's feet. "What the hell did you do?" Tom was a little puzzled. The high platform looked like an ordinary ring, and Nelson seemed to have really done nothing. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared above Tom. It spread its wings and clawed downwards fiercely. Chapter 193 Who won? Tom didn't find any trace of it, but the black snake in his hand reflected it, raised his upper body, and made a strike, but was scratched by a paw, and turned into black smoke, which disappeared. Tom raised his head, and found a silver falcon covered with steel feathers flying above his head. Its sharp claws didn't even leave any scratches after tearing apart the black snake's hard scales. "It's great, it's great," Tom murmured with fascination in his eyes, looking at the giant bird that was rushing towards him above his head. "Nah, you should give up those weak toys. Magic, that's transfiguration." The falcon spread its wings. Even though it was indoors, everyone who saw it had a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Its wingspan was more than 10 meters long. Compared with its huge wings, its body it seems a bit too slender, but for such a huge creature, only such a huge power can support its dexterous figure. Tom opened his hand and greeted the pounced claws. His eyes were full of frenzy and excitement. Seeing this scene, Nelson's pupils shrank sharply, but before he could react, the steel claws had already torn Tom's body severely. "Tom?" Nelson cried out, but found that the scene of blood splatter did not appear. Tom's torn body flew out and turned into twisting black snakes in the air. They fell to the ground and flew quickly, drilling into the crevices of the gravel on the ground. Under Nelson's watchful eyes, these black snakes climbed to a relatively intact platform opposite him, intertwined with each other, and gathered into a human shape. Soon, the limbs and fingers became distinct, and the black snakes slid down from the top, gradually revealing Tom's face. He opened his eyes, twisted his neck, flicked the non-existent ashes on the intact robe, and said, "Nah, this is what I want to see." "That's exactly what you wanted." Nelson sighed, worried for nothing. He raised his wand and waved it lightly. The surrounding broken stones flew towards his feet. Soon, under the surprised eyes of the surrounding audience, he was bombarded with spells. Kang's high platform stood up again, like a new one. He raised his head, and the silver falcon fluttered its wings, flashed behind him, spread its wings, exuding a silver shimmer all over its body, and raised its head, and croaked like a totem. So beautiful. As Tom said, he raised his hand and shot a red light at the silver falcon, but it didn't dodge or defend at all, and didn't even look at it, allowing the spell to hit him. But the swift spell hit the silver falcon. It was instantly swallowed by its steel feathers, without even leaving a trace. What did you use to conjure this bird? Tom stared at the feather that had just been hit and asked. I checked, and there is nothing wrong with the ring. Not a single stone is missing. Use the chandelier above your head. Nelson pointed upwards and said, give up. Ordinary spells won't even scratch the skin. Is it possible to transform something so far away? Tom raised his eyebrows in surprise. In everyone's impression, the transformation technique can only be performed on objects at hand, and even requires a certain degree of contact. He asked, then why did you stick your wand in the ground? In order to make you feel that I have tampered with the ring. Nelson shrugged, and when Tom opened his mouth to ask another question, he jerked his hand up and swung it down. Two large stone hands rushed out from the ground on Tom's left and right sides and pinched him in the palms. Under Nelson's manipulation, the two hands fused with each other, forming a thick and strong rock shackle, wrapped Tom firmly. Only one head was exposed outside. He stood still and continued, actually, I did tamper with the ring. After all, he waved his wand one after another, casting spells on the fist-shaped shackles one after another. Its material quickly turned into a metallic color with flowing silver light, and the surrounding magic power also sealed Tom firmly. Ha ha ha, Tom laughed heartily, but because of the constraints of the shackles, his laughter was not loud. After laughing, he said, you will sneak up on me, you know? Before the fight, I thought you would. They sneaked up on me. I didn't expect it to be at this time. Actually, I think so too. Nelson nodded. It looks like I'm one step ahead of you. Actually, it's not too fast. Tom didn't feel restrained by others, but said happily, why did you make two hands? Isn't a simple cage more magical? Is magic without ornamental magic still called magic? Nelson shrugged and said, do you need me to call the referee? I don't believe that you can escape a second time in a short period of time by turning into a snake. I don't believe it either, but don't worry. Tom blinked and looked behind Nelson. Tom, you can't fool me. Nelson was unmoved. Okay. Tom curled his lips and pursed his lips as if he wanted to use his strength to break free from Nelson's restraint. What are you doing? Nelson asked. Do you know what this layer is on the outside of you? It's an alloy, the alloy used by Muggles to build tanks. You can't break free, and you can't move your hands, right? Okay. Tom seemed to give up resistance. His eyes were empty, and he stared blankly ahead. His eyes lost focus. Playing dumb won't get me to let you out. Nelson whistled. I'm going to see the referee. After that, he turned his head and looked out of the field. Just as Tom was out of the corner of his eye, a wand was pressed against Nelson's neck. Nah, why do you think I will crawl out of the snakes? Tom's voice came into his ear with a smile. And why do you think that I can crawl out of the snakes with two clumsy hands? Catch me? Can you catch your own cat with only two hands? Nelson turned his head and met Tom's scowled eyes. He raised his mouth triumphantly, looked up at the motionless silver falcon behind Nelson, and said, it's a pity that I didn't experience its power. Isn't that you? Nelson turned his head and looked at Tom, who was trapped on the opposite side. There was nothing there except for two fists covering a human-shaped hole. Nelson sighed and said, although I also think it's absurd that you can be grabbed by two hands, it should be you. Why? What is the basis of your judgment? Is it the red curse? Tom said. Seeing Nelson's expression changed, he raised his eyebrows, looked at the silver falcon and said, why don't you ask it what? What was that red beam that just hit it? Awesome. I didn't expect you to be able to use this kind of substitute magic. Nelson admired. I know more. Tom raised his eyebrows. I will get a lot. Nelson turned his head, and Tom realized that the half of Nelson's neck held by his wand had already turned into a giant stone skin. It seemed that the magic resistance was ridiculously high. He turned his head and hit Tom hard again. Tom was afraid that his wand would be broken by Nelson, so he had to get out of the way, which made Nelson break through the restraint. I feel like Dumbledore is lying to me. Tom took a few steps back, distanced himself from Nelson, and said bitterly, he told me that there is no way for a human to become a magical animal. It's not a magical animal. Nelson tapped his neck lightly with his wand, and the stone skin that looked so old that it was about to grow moss quickly shattered and turned into stone powder and fell off. He introduced, "This is the stone skin technique. American wizards were good at herbal medicine before they had wands, and shamanism and all kinds of magical primitive potions are the result of the combination of the two. Stone skin has been widely used in the battle of hunting magical animals. This is a treasure of the Goblin Academy." Goblin Academy? Do goblins still go to school? Tom asked casually. That's an academy in Alvermorny that specializes in cultivating high-level healers. Nelson said, "It's just called that." Okay, Tom nodded, looking at the rapt audience. "It will take too much time for us to fight like this. They must be impatient to have a real duel with their companions. Why don't we hurry up? One move determines the outcome." A gust of wind blew up behind Nelson, and the silver falcon began to flutter its wings, as if it couldn't hold back its desire to fight. "One move determines the outcome." Tom nodded, looking at the silver falcon behind Nelson and said, "But my spell is not some animal. I have it." He opened his hands, flew into the air, and let out a hissing and ha-ha sound. The students in the audience showed awe, and soon began to explain what Parselton was to the people around them. Tom nodded in satisfaction and slowly raised his wand. A cloud of black smoke slowly formed in his hand. It quickly spread and enveloped everyone's heads. In the middle of it, dense roars sounded. Nelson nodded, and the silver falcon behind him flapped his wings suddenly and disappeared from people's sight in an instant. In the next second, he had already rushed into the darkness, flailing his wings and sharp claws, tearing the smoke into pieces. Tom's voice came lightly. "I admit that your big bird is cool, hard, and powerful, but it is your toy-like creation after all." Toy? Yes, in the final analysis it is just a chandelier, a piece of iron, or a few candles. Tom said with a tricky smile. "It has no soul. Even if it can defend itself against the bombardment of the curse, it cannot resist the will erosion. That smoke has the effect of blocking magic power. Without your magic power support, soon, it will not even know what it is going to do." "Really?" Nelson couldn't see a trace of panic on his face. He asked back, "Why did you confirm that it has no soul? Could it be that you can transform into conscious creatures at will?" "I can't." Nelson shook his head and continued, "But this doesn't prevent me from providing it with a temporary soul, or in other words, I created a temporary body for my patroness." "What did you say? Is that your patroness?" "Yes." Nelson looked at the sky, as if in the billowing black smoke. Two raptors, one silver and one white, were fighting with something. They shuttled through it, seemingly invincible. Which one of them won? "I don't know. I didn't see it." "Did you see it?" "I didn't see it either." The whispers in the audience were more frequent than when Tom and Nelson were dueling. When Tom passed by, they stopped communicating and began to make gestures. "You are too clumsy. Haven't you learned the iron armor curse yet?" After the duel, Tom covered his face and stood in front of a round-headed little boy. His face was bruised and purple. The boy was contacting his companion just now with the iron armor curse, but his defensive ability of the iron armor curse was not good enough. As expected, he fell and flew out again and again, which is how these scars on his face came, and there will only be more on his body. Tom looked down at the boy and asked, "What grade are you in?" "Third grade, Mr. Riddle." The boy's words were filled with honorifics, but it could be heard that he was not afraid of Tom's power like others, but simply respected the strong. He raised his head and looked at Tom's eyes, said, "My name is Moody, Alastair Moody." "Oh, Moody?" asked Tom, looking intently. "First time?" "Yes." Moody nodded. "My fellow Christian Jewel introduced me here, and I want to become a powerful wizard." When he said the phrase "a powerful wizard," Moody stood up straight, raised his voice, and said loudly, as if shouting a slogan, which caused the students around him to burst into laughter. Tom glared at them, lowered his head, and looked at Moody, flushed but not discouraged, asked, "Are you a Gryffindor?" "Yes." "Do you know me?" Moody couldn't believe it. "No, I don't know you, but Nelson does." Tom pointed to Nelson, who was chatting happily with the late Alfred not far away, and said, "When you entered the branch, he said you would go to Gryffindor. Well, you did go to Gryffindor in the end." Moody found Nelson in the corner along Tom's fingers, scratched his head, and said, "Does Mr. Williams think I'm suitable for Gryffindor? Professor Dumbledore said the same, but I don't know where is it worthy of it. Perhaps Williams thinks his stupid shaggy appearance is very suitable for Gryffindor." A sharp voice suddenly interspersed. A tall, thin and long-faced boy with dreadlocks was watching the bruised and swollen Moody with cold eyes, mocking said, "After all, this is a necessary quality for Gryffindor. Is lack of quality a necessary quality for Slytherin?" Tom scolded. "Jeffrey, I didn't ask you. Don't insert yourself into other people's conversations, or do you think your level of iron armor curse is very high? How about let's try. Can your iron armor curse block the holding curse?" "Hold. Sorry." Jeffrey immediately changed his face, rubbed his hands, and begged for forgiveness. "I'm going to practice a duel." After all, he dragged his opponent and trotted towards the side field. "Come and demonstrate to everyone at the next event." Looking at Jeffrey's back, Tom shouted, and now the people around him laughed even more happily. Sorry, Jeffrey sometimes doesn't like to talk about people, but if you know him for a long time, you will find that he is still very enthusiastic. Tom said, "By the way, where did we just talk?" "No, it's okay." Moody waved his hand and said, "I don't know why I was assigned to Gryffindor. I don't feel like a Gryffindor at all. You need to find out by yourself." Tom shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Nelson still doesn't know why he was assigned to Slytherin. He always thinks he can go to Ravenclaw. Regarding this question, I don't know, I can't help you. But when you just released the Iron Armor curse, there were some problems with your gestures. I can help you correct it. Look at me. When casting the Iron Armor curse, your wrist should be retracted. It's similar to shaking, but don't force it. Fold inward. Chapter 194 Earthquake. Are you very optimistic about him? The duel in the student activity room was in full swing, and Tom was dangling around the edge of the venue with his hands behind his back, inspecting his results with satisfaction, before he swayed to Nelson's side without paying attention. Finding that Nelson was staring intently at Moody, who was knocked down again and again, Tom walked behind him without footsteps, put his head in his ear, and said quietly, "Who? What's wrong with me?" Nelson was taken aback. His pupils dilated from a daze. Shrank suddenly. He turned his head to look at Tom and said angrily, "Why do you look like a ghost? I mean, do you like that Gryffindor?" "Which Gryffindor?" "That's the one in front of you," Tom said, nodding to Moody, who had just gotten up. "Alas to Moody, Gryffindor third year student. Do you remember? The second year at the sorting ceremony, you specifically predicted that he would go to Gryffindor. He's Moody. Didn't you ask me? Why did I predict it?" Nelson turned his head, looked at Moody carefully, and said seriously, "I remember he wasn't so fat when he was in the first grade. Why? Now, people change." Tom also followed Nelson, pretending to sigh, and said, "So you didn't look at him? Then what are you looking at?" After all, he looked in the direction of Nelson's gaze just now. There were pairs of young wizards engaged in a duel. Several senior students shuttled around the venue with serious faces, supervising and pointing at the same time. "I didn't see anything. I was just thinking." Nelson shook his head and said, "It stands to reason that the two magics shouldn't cancel each other out. The falcon I transformed is my patron saint. That snake of yours can't be a Dementor, can it? And even if it was a Dementor, how could it disappear after colliding with it? Did you tell it to come out and take a look?" Tom introduced his spell. "I think you should observe your patron saint directly. My magic is called spiritual words, which is concretization driven by strong will. According to him, this kind of magic can directly interact with the enemy's soul regardless of the obstruction of matter and magic power. I just can't call out now. I don't know what happened to it. My patroness doesn't respond to my call." Nelson shrugged. His face was full of tangles. "Does this magic of yours have anything to do with the patroness charm?" "I can show you later," Tom asked worriedly, fearing that a duel would turn Nelson into a squib. "Are you alright?" "It's okay." Nelson spread his hand. A small silver ball flowed freely in his hand like mercury, constantly changing its material and shape, and he would finally turn into a pupa and throw the ball into the sky. A dragonfly broke out of its chrysalis and flew crookedly to the end of the activity room. "Look, my magic power is fine, but now I just can't summon my patron saint." "You can't use the patronus charm," said Tom, still more frightened. "My spell really doesn't do that." "I know, it might just be some kind of wonderful reaction. After all, it's magic, and it can't be said that it's completely useless, but it's very different from what I imagined. I don't want to be a magician who puts magic on my fist, a wizard in a boxing duel." Nelson clenched his fist, and a layer of silver light slowly climbed up the edge of the fist. "I can feel what is happening to it. From the moment it collided with the snake, I'm not sure is that good or bad. After all, it would be pretty embarrassing if a dementor came out of my wand as soon as I cast the patronus charm." "Hiss. I don't want to either. Why don't you ask Dumbledore? I think a wizard like him should have a lot of research on magic like the patronus charm." Tom scratched his chin and suggested, "Or you can ask Professor Binns. Doesn't he belong to the same Knight Order as you?" "I don't really want to discuss this with Professor Dumbledore." Nelson shook his head. "As for Professor Binns, this is indeed a good choice, but the embarrassing thing is that he doesn't know the patronus charm either." "Haha, that's right." Tom seemed to think of something and was amused by his own thoughts. He continued to propose, "Where is Grindelwald? Aren't you his student?" "Haha, Tom," Nelson said, raising his eyebrows. "I don't want to discuss this kind of thing with him. Forget it. Don't worry about it. There are not so many dementors in the world for me to go deal with it. If it is really unfortunate, I can only practice fighting with it." Nelson let go of his fist, and the silver light slowly dissipated. "So who wins in the end?" Tom finally asked a question that had been suppressed for a long time. Like the audience, he himself was even more curious about the answer to this question. "Didn't the referee say it all?" Nelson pouted and said, "My bird fell from the sky and collapsed the ring. I fell out of bounds." "Didn't you win? I always feel like you have something left." Tom stared at Nelson suspiciously. "Otherwise? Are you willing to wait a few minutes for me to set up my position before receiving a round of salvo from me?" Nelson shrugged. "Besides, I don't think anyone can survive your explosion intact. Or do you want to admit defeat? I think it's better for you to win in this kind of place." "HMPH, Tom said noncommittally. "I owe you one. I don't want to be owed that kind of spell." The two of them simultaneously thought of a certain basilisk that had shed 2 layers of skin and was licking its wounds in the secret room. Tom stood beside Nelson and began to watch the duel activities that gradually entered the state seriously. The spells of the young wizards became more and more proficient, and even Moody, who couldn't even understand the iron armor curse, began to fight well with his opponent's back. Tom couldn't help saying, "I think I can come to Hogwarts to be a teacher after graduation." "Look, that Moody even made a wrong spell casting gesture at the beginning. My teaching results are very remarkable." "Indeed." Nelson nodded. "Speaking of being a teacher, Minerva wrote me a letter a few days before I returned to England. She told me that she might come back to be a teacher after a while. There may be a chance to be a colleague with her." "Didn't she just leave?" "She's coming back soon." "Does she like campus life so much?" Tom asked curiously. "I go to work directly after graduation." "Is it because the ministry is not treated well?" "Yes, I heard that the new building of the Ministry of Magic cut corners, has serious quality problems, and spends too much budget, resulting in the salary of some employees not being paid." "That's slander," Nelson said. "To tell you the truth, I know the construction team very well. They are really professional, and the work is good and cheap. Well, it may be that the benefits of Hogwarts are really great." Tom nodded and asked, "Did she say which class she was going to be the teacher of?" "Seriously, I really do. I really hope that she will be the defense against the dark arts teacher. Professor Mellis is too outrageous. I feel like I didn't learn anything in the 4 years of school." But you don't want her to be a defense against the dark arts teacher because that's your dream job?" Nelson squinted at Tom, who was too understanding. That's right. I think I'm more suitable." Tom nodded without shyness and said, "I really want to teach defense against the dark arts. I think that with a character like her, teaching charms and even history of magic, it's all very suitable." "Because it's serious?" Nelson asked. Seeing Tom nodded, he continued, Minerva told me that Professor Dumbledore invited her to join her teaching group, and she is considering whether to quit her job at the Ministry of Magic. If she really has the opportunity to study at Hogwarts in the future, she may become a professor of transfiguration. Teaching group. Is there such a thing? To tell you the truth, I have been studying here for 4 years, and I always thought that there was only one teacher for each class. Maybe it's the first one. Actually, in my vision, she should be a charms teacher. I will teach defense against the dark arts, and you will teach transfiguration. How embarrassing are you for Professor Sykes? Nelson smiled. Are you going to fire the head of Ravenclaw? HMPH. Nah. Tom suddenly approached and whispered mysteriously, do you remember that I told you that I had evidence of a teacher colluding with outsiders? Guess who it is? Professor Sykes. What a coincidence. Nelson raised his eyebrows and asked back, do you remember that I have been plagued by the venom of the winged demon for a while? Do you know who did it? Isn't that what Jaquenda Sykes left with you? Tom thought, never remembering such long settled matters. I remember I caught her in Paris, and it was her confessed. I was there when Jaquenda was dismissed by Aberforth. It is said that she just landed at a saint's meeting place after flying across the Atlantic on a broomstick, so I went to investigate it later. Nelson said, you may not believe it, there is no such person in Ermengarde's roster, and there is no record of her deeds of riding a broom into the crowd. On the contrary, I learned from a person who has been engaged in magical animal smuggling for many years. The wizard learned from the wizard that the wizard with the strange surname Sykes has been breeding dangerous XXXXX for a long time. The history can be traced back to the ancient Greek period, but in modern times, they suddenly breed with themselves, disappeared along with the magical animals. You mean it's possible that Professor Sykes? Tom's face became serious, and he felt more and more that the place where he lived was in danger. In my opinion, Professor Sykes is indeed a good teacher with profound knowledge and serious teaching, and she is also very responsible to the students. Nelson would recall when he went to the Ravenclaw Tower to send a letter in the first grade and was beaten by Sykes. The experience of Professor Kess being called into the office. He was in a daze for a while, and it was difficult for him to see the whole picture of this serious professor. But since you have evidence, I think we can take a good look at it. I don't even think Dumbledore can be trusted anymore. Tom felt a moment of fear. It's a good thing I didn't go to her directly, otherwise I might be sucked into the brain by the winged demon right now. Imagining a big green moth madly attacking Tom's head and pulling his hair out, Nelson joked with a smile. I suggest you also go to Miss Joy to make a bone spirit. She can make your head so hard that even a winged demon can't pierce it. That's unnecessary. Tom continued to groan. For the sake of my working environment in the future, I need to clean up Hogwarts. Okay, Professor Riddle. Nelson smiled and ruffled Tom's hair. What's more, a professor, a powerful wizard who may raise XXXXX level magical animals. Tom was a little happy when he was called Professor Riddle by Nelson, and was extremely excited because of the powerful enemy he was about to face. His breathing became a little heavy, but he quickly calmed down, lowered his head, and the red light in his pupil slowly dissipated. This is completely different from the weak second-hand dealers who open and collect dilapidated garbage stations. Of course, she is famously strong. Nelson said seriously, we can't wrong a good person if she didn't betray Hogwarts as imagined. No. Tom raised his head, licked his lips, and retorted, anyone needs to be responsible for what they have done. I think it's time for her to be responsible for the crouching demon anyway. Said that the beast has nothing to do with her. Even if it was just a negligence to let it escape, it should be counted as her crime. She's a professor after all. Nelson said, we'd better not act rashly until the truth is known. You have the final say. Tom shrugged. Nah, this is your business. I don't care what you do. I just do what I have to do. Boom. The door of the student activity room was suddenly pushed open, and a tall, fat bald figure appeared at the door. Nelson took a closer look and found that it was Professor Sloan in a nightgown. Bloodshot angry eyes just opened the door and roared into it. Who did this? Professor Sloan glanced back and forth anxiously and quickly focused on Alfred standing by the door, who was posing with his classmates in a fighting posture, and shouted angrily, is that you, Black? it's you again. Teach, Professor. Alfred let go of his hand, and his wand fell to the ground. His heart was full of fear, and he was afraid that something would happen to him again, so he stammered and asked, "What did I do?" "Playing stupid." Professor Slughorn stepped forward with his slippers on, grabbed Alfred by the collar, and said loudly, exploding in the student activity room under the tower, "I won't let you make holes in the lounge. Are you planning to bring down the entire castle?" Chapter 195 Helpless Professor Walrus. Blake. Why are you? Slughorn lowered his head, grabbed Alfred's neckline, and almost pressed his forehead against Alfred's trembling forehead. The student, who was worried, saw the dense crowd behind him, and asked in a daze, "Wait, what are you doing?" "Duel club, Professor." Nelson, standing behind the door, said abruptly and explained, "The spell I practiced today is the Iron Armor Curse." "Oh, duel club? Williams, are you there?" Professor Slughorn suddenly realized that facing so many students, he should pay attention to some image, so he tapped his shoulder with his wand, marking the pajamas with the honey pot, and the brown bear turned into a robe with a whoosh. He turned his head and said, "I'll come back to you later. Now, Blake, tell me, what the hell are you doing?" "Professor." Tom pushed through the crowd, facing the angry Professor Slughorn, bowed his head, and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, I brought the students together, and they just practiced the simple iron armor charm. These movements were done by me." Nelson was about to say something, but saw Tom winking at him frantically. He closed his mouth and listened in silence. "Tom?" Professor Slughorn let go of Alfred's hand and tightened his clothes. Not only did he feel the summer night breeze was a bit chilly, but he also felt a bit of a toothache. Sucking his teeth, asked, "What are you doing? You are traveling at night again. What are you doing?" "I think that, although we have learned enough theoretical knowledge in the classroom, there are very few opportunities to practice, especially defense against the dark arts. I think that in this situation, we students should master some methods of protecting ourselves," Tom explained. "So I gathered some classmates and found such a student activity room that has not been used for a long time, and practiced here." "Practice the Iron Armor Curse?" Professor Slughorn shook his still unconscious head. Tonight, he drank a glass of mead after washing as usual and got into the warm bed comfortably. Awakened by the violent vibration, at first he thought he had drunk too much, but the ornaments that fell from the table and the alarms from the professors told him that the previous tremor was not a hallucination. He stared suspiciously at the messy ground behind Tom, which looked like it had just been ravaged by a fire dragon. He looked into Tom's eyes and asked, "Is this the Iron Armor Curse you practiced? If so, I think your confinement may last until graduation." "Sorry, Professor, Professor, it's sus." A pale Slytherin struggled to push through the crowd, interrupting Tom's words, and under the surprised eyes of both Tom and Slughorn, he said out of breath, "We wanted a chance to practice, a chance to duel, so we asked Riddle to help us." "Really?" asked Professor Slughorn. "Why didn't you ask the teacher? Why did you come here in the middle of the night?" "Professor." The young man who was the first to stand up to excuse Tom hesitated and couldn't speak. "Okay, Avery, I know what kind of virtue you are." Slughorn looked him up and down and snorted coldly, "Even if I give you a hammer to destroy the floor, you may not be able to do it. Clear? You, come out." Professor Slughorn looked around the crowd, saw Moody standing aside. He stretched out his hand, pointed at Moody, picked his fingers, and said, "I remember you are Greg Alastair Moody of Ryefinder. Tell me the truth about what happened here before." "Professor, let me tell you first, it's just a trivial matter that you violated the school rules at night. You know, the Hogwarts castle just tilted a few degrees in the direction of the Slytherin Tower, and the movement you made may cause the main building to be overhauled." Professor Slughorn said softly, "Don't be afraid, speak out." With Moody's round face, the students around him dare not show their air. They have done such a group night outing before, but that time Tom took all the responsibility alone, let alone being arrested. Like today, this is the first time that, if Moody tells the truth, then Tom and Nelson will face great punishment. Nelson may not be familiar with them, but Tom is the one who really helped them. "Professor, we asked Riddle to provide us with a chance to fight an actual duel." Moody swallowed, raised his head, even though he felt that Professor Slughorn might have guessed the truth. He still said stubbornly, "Riddle really helped me a lot. I couldn't even put the iron armor curse well." Alright. Professor Sloan waved his hand and didn't want to listen anymore. He had indeed guessed the truth of the matter. As a serious and responsible teacher, he knew every student's learning progress like the back of his hand. Looking at the almost plowed ground in the center of the activity room, he clearly knew that there were only 2 people present who could reach this level of magic. Coupled with the nature of their duel club, the answer was already on paper for some reason. 2 young wizards with extraordinary talents. It may be vanity, it may be showing off skills, or it may be real fire. In short, they cast some, or even some powerful spells, to destroy the facilities in the activity room, even damage the foundations of Hogwarts, that were in disrepair. But when he failed to hear the answer he wanted, the anger of being awakened from the bed slowly subsided, and the professor felt a little relieved. "We asked Riddle to give us this opportunity." The older Jeffrey stood up, followed by students from Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw, but more from Slytherin. "Professor, it's our business. Riddle was really just here to help us. We really appreciate him for giving us this opportunity." "So the flaw is caused by the poor construction quality of the student activity room, which caused the iron armor curse you practiced to rebound?" Professor Sloan pressed his hands down. After the students quieted down, he couldn't laugh or cry, asked, "It was an accident, wasn't it?" The students around did not speak, but nodded vigorously in unison. "But your night tour has violated the school regulations. I think you should go to your respective dean to receive your punishment after dawn tomorrow. I will explain the situation to them. You are expected to receive 2 to 3 class hours of confinement or labor." He cleared his throat, gave Tom a glare, and went on, "As for Tom, I think your confinement will be extended for another year, and this duel club of yours," looking at those eyes eager to become stronger, Professor Sloan's heart softened. He changed the topic and said, "From now on, it can only be done during the day. In order not to affect your studies, you'd better move it to the weekend. Don't do it again. I caught you going out at night, Tom. I don't want you to have to go back to school regularly for detention after graduation." "Thank you, Professor." Tom looked up and smirked at Professor Sloan. Sloan was also infected by his smile, and he laughed cheerfully, but he soon realized that his expression was inappropriate, so he straightened his face, pointed at the students around him and said, "Okay, I'll talk to the teachers tomorrow to see if I can strengthen or build a venue that can withstand dueling drills for you." Professor Sloan waved his hands helplessly, and the expression on his face softened a little. He looked at the students who were full of fear on their faces and stuck their necks looking at him. He was annoyed and funny. No matter what they said, whether Tom's defense is sincere, whether it is out of gratitude, or being coerced by greater public opinion, he is also gratified that the students in his college can be so united, not to mention that there are many students from other colleges here. Is it the scene that every teacher most wants to see? Okay, boys," the professor clapped his hands and said loudly, "since I'm here, and you have this appeal, I can't just sit idly by. No teacher will refuse a student's desire to become better." The students looked at him, wondering what kind of medicine was sold in the good. "Show me your iron armor curse, and let me see what I can teach you." After that, he stepped forward, put his hand on Tom's shoulder, and whispered, "Tom, you're really bold. Aren't you afraid of teaching something wrong?" "Professor, I trust them, and I trust myself." "Good boy." Professor Sloan widened his eyes, grabbed Tom by the shoulders, and pushed him into the crowd. Go, and stay with your friends." Then, he held up his magic wand, and the floor of the activity room returned to its original state in a burst of tremors, and the extra wall lamps made the room brighter. He walked to the place in the center that originally belonged to the high platform and said loudly, "Let the teacher is here to tell you what the iron armor curse is, and I will also teach you a few very good self-defense spells. Come and take a closer look." The crowd looked at Tom, as if asking for his opinion. He nodded, and students from all schools rushed towards Professor Sloan. The only people who noticed this scene were Nelson leaning against the wall at the door, Professor Sloan in the distance, and Moody in the crowd. The friends Tom had cultivated since the first grade had gradually formed a group of stars and moons hot situation. Nelson raised his eyebrows and whistled. These young wizards may not have a strong person, but who knows what they will look like in the future? I apologize for my previous gaffe. Jeffrey walked around Moody, walked towards the field marked by Professor Slughorn, bumped him heavily with the shoulder as he passed, and said in a bad tone, "Moody, I admit that you are a real guy finder. You can come to me next time and duel." "Really? Thank you." Moody replied mechanically after a moment of fear, "I will." Jeffrey didn't respond to him. He had already run to the center of the activity room to watch the professor's teaching. Professor Sloan dared to say that it was definitely the third happiest evening in his many years of practice, except for the students' group night outing, which was a bit of a sight. But if the time is moved to the time when the sun has not yet set, it will be a perfect day. In this small student activity room, he once again regained the joy of learning a new magic spell when he was a student, the pride of getting a job as a Hogwarts teacher after graduation, and the satisfaction of finally becoming the head of Slytherin after many years of work. He demonstrated those spells that had not been used for more than 10 years over and over again, correcting the mistakes of the students around him over and over again, and he had an extremely useful assistant at his hand. Tom's learning progress was far beyond that of Mr. according to Professor Laghorn's expectations. Tom can skillfully help him demonstrate all the situations he wants to show to the students, all the situations that may occur when wizards face the enemy, and those defensive techniques that senior students and even graduates cannot master, and the jinx seemed so handy in Tom's hands. With such an excellent assistant, Professor Sloan even felt that the silly looks of the students who used to look so stupid have become naive now. "Tom, I think you can consider becoming a teacher after graduation." After demonstrating the impediment spell to a Ravenclaw girl, he looked at Tom, who carefully dismantled the spellcasting movements and spells, and casually suggested, "I think you are a good fit to be an educator." "Thank you, teacher." No, Mr. Sloan vetoed his last sentence, shook his head, and said, "Your future should not be confined to a small school. Hogwarts should be proud of you, not become the chains that bind you, and you have a broader future." Actually, Tom explained the obstacle spell to the girl, turned his head, and said seriously, "Professor, becoming a teacher at my alma mater has always been my goal. I want to be like you, teaching and educating people. It's a great job." "Really?" Professor Sloan raised his eyebrows and laughed cheerfully. His anger completely disappeared. "Tom, but I can't exempt you from confinement. I can't wait to learn more from you." Tom complimented, "Professor, your teaching is much more efficient than our students' follow through." "Horace, are you here?" The activity room door was slammed open again, and it had suffered as much damage as the ground today. But the voice of the second uninvited guest was a bit thin, and her appearance didn't make even one of the students around in the center of the activity room turn their heads. "Good evening, Professor Sykes." The visitor turned his head sideways, tucked the shattered hair from his sideburns behind his ears, and stared at Nelson, who was leaning against the wall behind the door, in the shadows. "Williams? Why are you here?" Chapter 196. "There are so many people here, why can't I be here, Professor?" In the activity room on the basement of the Slytherin Tower, Nelson stepped out of the shadow behind the door, and nodded to Professor Sykes. "Professor, good evening." "I'm not fine," Professor Sykes said in a calm tone. "What did you do?" "The castle almost collapsed. We are just practicing the iron armor charm. It's just that this activity room is a bit in disrepair." "The iron curse?" Professor Sykes cast a concerned look at the bustling crowd, and stopped looking at Nelson. After a while, just as Nelson was about to return to the base of the most comfortable wall, Professor Sykes suddenly said, "To be honest, I feel that a student who has stayed in Ermengarde for so long it's not appropriate to go back to school." "I agree, Professor." Nelson nodded approvingly. "I think the punishment for Senior Jacunda is a bit severe." HMPH. Professor Sykes turned his head and glanced at him, staring at Nelson's head, as if trying to see what was going on in his mind, and asked casually, "How is Alvermorny's teaching level?" "Very good, a little worse than us, but the atmosphere is good," Nelson replied. "Where is it?" "In the United States." Nelson turned his head, looked at Professor Sykes, and found that she did not continue to stare at him, as if casually chatting. So he replied casually, "I don't know which state it is in. Do you like Massachusetts?" Question mark. If you like it, it's in Boston. Boston? I don't like Boston. Professor Sykes snorted and said playfully, Muggles like Boston very much. Boston, the largest city in New England, maintained its usual prosperity even in the haze of war. Thick smoke from factories billowed up, turning the already rainy sky into a thick grey color, and even the Great Lakes were originally clear. The sky above the lake is also shrouded in acidic industrial clouds, but the factory owners are extremely satisfied with the roar of the machines. As capitalists, they will tell you that this is the wonderful color of wealth. On the sea not far from downtown Boston, the waves are rippling with the same color as the sky. Dock workers are smoking inferior cigarettes queuing up to load and unload goods in the bustling seaport of Boston Bay. The people in this city and the surrounding areas like the land, the sky, and the ocean. They are running around for the wealth of the capitalists, and they mechanically repeat their mechanical actions. These mechanically yellow and thin guys have long ceased to be modified by pronouns like they that characterize human beings. Boston Bay, the cradle of Tea Point, row upon row of cargo ships with their sirens honking. Many of them have been in service for many years and are even overwhelmed, but the owner's desire for wealth still beats the consideration of safety. Or, in this era, security is the most meaningless thing. But for the owner of the red painted cruise ship at the end of the row, safety is definitely the top priority. As far as he knows, every cargo in the cargo hold on the bottom of the cruise ship is safe. It is the most beloved treasure of employers. And just as he was looking at the pier in the distance, praying that the cargo ships queuing up ahead could be loaded and unloaded quickly, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared in the heavily guarded cargo hold at the bottom of the ship. But there were only 4 cargo holds covered with black cloth iron cages. You don't even want to call me Grandpa. Armando Dippert, the current headmaster of Hogwarts who hadn't appeared in public for a long time, unexpectedly appeared in the United States thousands of miles away. Grandfather, are you here to see me making jokes? In the middle of the cabin, 2 withered hands held the fence of the iron cage, and a pale, swollen and emaciated face appeared in Amando's sight. He opened his mouth and smiled weakly at the old man outside the cage. There was a sound of iron chains colliding from the cage, and he tried his best to put his face close to the railing. At this moment, this face with all the hair shaved clean revealed a kind of desperate comedy, or comic despair. Berry, Armando blinked. His cloudy old eyes were a little moist. His image at the moment is not much better than that of Berry. Most of the original smooth silver threads have fallen off, and his back is more serious than a few years ago bent. The power in his eyes has long since disappeared, and now Armando Dippert looks even worse than the portrait he prepared for himself. The robe that was originally fitted hangs loosely on his body like a quilt on a telephone pole, and even dragged to the ground. He raised his wand tremblingly, tapped it on the iron cage where Berry was being held with all his strength, and said, I'm here to take you home. A flash of dazzling white light flashed, and Armando closed his eyes, unable to bear to see the tragic scene of his rebellious grandson climbing out of the cage. But the sound of the iron cage collapsing in his imagination did not reach his ears. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The eyes were facing Balor's helpless and mocking eyes. It's useless, Grandfather. Berry shook his head, retreating his head, and hid in the shadow of the iron cage. He even poked his hand hard to remove the heavy black cloth covering the iron cage that was lifted by Armando. After covering it and going back, he said in a low voice, Go back. I, a piece of trash, have to meet my own destiny. No. Berry. You're not. Armando bit his lower lip tightly, his eyes widened, and he raised his wand again, trying to continue destroying the iron cage. Forget it, old man. A mocking laugh came from the cage next to him. It seemed that he was awakened by the light of Armando's spell, and a black pupil was shining through the gap in the cage. Leaning out his eyes, he coughed violently after he saw Armando clearly, and then let out a sharp laugh. It's great. It's great. I didn't expect to see this scene before I died. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Armando frowned and turned around, gripping his wand tightly. The man in the cage slammed against the wall of the cage hard, making a violent noise. He shouted loudly, afraid that the others in this cargo hold could not hear him. Wake up, beasts. Our little mule. Berry Beckman. It's not Beckman. He's Dippert. Noble Dippert. His grandfather is Armando Dippert. What? In the nearby cage, a man exclaimed in surprise, and then, a big ferocious face appeared between the gaps in the iron bars. Armando stared at his face. His pupils contracted tightly. He remembered this man. Many years ago, when he was not the principal, he severely punished a student who stole property from his classmates. In the world, he found a job that was enough to support himself. 2 years after graduation, this student was imprisoned in Azkaban for illegally selling black magic items. I heard that he always felt that his misfortunes in his life were all thanks to Armando. But unexpectedly, he would end up locked in a cage like an animal and placed in the cargo hold. The man endured the pain, pushed aside the broken hair that covered his face, widened his eyes covered with yellow-brown shades, opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of stinky and black and yellow teeth, and grinned. "Old man, your grandson is a saint. Not only that, but he is also a silent one. He is going to die. You old man can always live to the end. This time you will die before your grandson." Quack quack. He let out a maniacal shrill laugh and crazily insulted Armando, as if he wanted to vent his miserable and dirty life with his mouth. Armando frowned and just stared at him. The man closed his mouth, as if being strangled by the neck. His big face slowly flushed red. "Okay, just give up," a man in the last cage said flatly. "Principal Dippet, you can't save Barry like this." "Why?" Armando approached the cage, where the last person was locked. It seemed that he was the only one who could communicate here. Standing by the cage, he asked softly, "What happened here? Who caught him?" "You. Why are you arrested?" "Principal Dippet, help me pull back the black cloth. I haven't seen anything for a long time. I'm afraid my eyes will degenerate." The voice of the man in the cage was weak, and he didn't sound like a living person. "And, you know why you can't save your grandson." Armando took a step forward, tapped the black cloth lightly with his wand. A flash of fire flashed, and the black cloth was reduced to ashes. "Principal Dippet, there's no need for this. The flames are a bit dazzling." The man in the cage smiled softly and said, "You may not know me, but I know you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dagu. I run several magic shops, and I was once one of the leaders of Second Salem." The fourth cage was the owner of the alchemy shop that sold the camera to Nelson, but even if Nelson was asked to see him, he would not recognize him. Armando did not respond to him immediately, but looked in shock at the scene in the cage after the black cloth was removed. Dagu was wearing a dirty suit that had been torn into strips. His knees were on the ground, and his feet were densely covered with barbed sharp blades. His 2 calves and knees were pierced by dozens of blades, and they were already bloody. On the top of the cage, 6 iron chains hung down, connected with rusty iron hooks, which respectively pierced Dagu's elbow, shoulder, and gluteus, and forcibly hung a large living person up. The only thing he could move was his 2 hands and the head attached to his neck, but every action will be accompanied by great pain. His blood drips and flows into the groove, hidden between the blades under his feet, forming a kind of a familiar rune, nourished by the wizard's magical blood. This rune is playing its unknown role. Armando panicked. He stumbled back a few steps, leaned against the iron cage that closed Barry. His legs slipped to the ground unstoppably, but he still didn't dare to turn his head and open Barry's curtain. Armando came alive. It's been a long time, and I've seen too many scary or shocking scenes, but I can't imagine such a scene happening to my grandson. How could that rebellious grandson, who was a bit silly, timid, and even regarded as a squib, bear it? Got such pain. Thank you, Lord Dippet. Dagu nodded slightly, maintaining the last trace of demeanor. I'm sorry that I can't bow to you. It feels so good to see the light again. What's going on? Armando pursed his lips, with a stiff face, mechanically lowered his head, looking at Dagu in the cage. As you can see, we are locked up here. Do you know about Second Salem? Dagu shrugged, but pulled the 6 iron hooks that hooked him, grinning in pain, and said, "My lord, in order to attack the Magic Congress of America, we are going to capture some silent people and wizards with unstable magic power, and urge them to explode downstairs in the Congress, so as to achieve some of our demands." We. Armando grasped the key point in the sentence. "That's right." Dagu nodded, and said, "To be honest, I'm really curious. Ordinarily, in a family like yours, wizards shouldn't be raised as silent ones. In fact, we don't necessarily have them every year. Find an obscure, let alone a pure blood wizard, let alone a saint, let alone tell me what you did. How can I let him go? Armando felt that his patience was on the verge of exploding. He stared coldly into Dagu's eyes and said coldly, I don't mind you amuse me, but I want you to consider your situation. Sorry, my lord. Dagu raised his eyebrows, seemingly without remorse, but he changed the subject anyway. See the blood trough at my feet. This is from Second Salem. The sign is a kind of magic unique to us. It can absorb the magic power of wizards. Once the supply of magic power is slightly cut off, it will. Boom. Dagu's eyes widened, as if he wanted to simulate the scene of the explosion with his expression, but he failed quickly, and instead made himself seem to have something wrong with his facial nerves. Well, the iron cage itself is also part of the magic, he said, giving up his expression and twitching the left side of his face. Without the help of the members of the Second Salem, there is no way for you to do so without damaging the magic power structure, fishing people out, and this often explodes. Probably, the equivalent of half an adult silent person self-destructing. Barry can't bear such an impact. Why was he arrested? He is not an obscurant. Armando's eyes became colder. He stared at Dagu's face, resisted the urge to kill him, shook his head, and said, he was educated to very well. If it weren't for Grindelwald, he would still be a good boy. My lord, I think you should know better than me whether your grandson is an obscurant. Dagu said, to tell you the truth, I was the one who caught Barry, even though I'm also locked up now. Dagu's frivolous tone continued to stimulate Armando's nerves. He removed his seemingly respectful disguise and said with a chuckle, Armando Dupert, you don't think that your grandson is, didn't he become an obscurant after he came into contact with Grindelwald? To tell you the truth, if Grindelwald didn't show up halfway, your education method would only make him explode on the spot. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. You still dare to mention Grindelwald in front of me? What qualifications do you have to judge my education method? It seems that for Armando, questioning his education method is more important than his grandson being locked in a cage. Things hurt him even more. He threw himself into Dagu's cage hysterically, shaking vigorously, stirring up streaks of blood. Second Salem, it's just a bunch of muggles with brain problems. Grindelwald ruined my berry, the scoundrel. Butcher. Bastard. You're already crazy, Dippet. Armando shook the shackle that locked Dagu vigorously. A mouthful of blood poured out of his mouth. Calm down. The most urgent thing is to rescue your grandson. Fill it out. A gleam of disdain flashed in Armando's eyes. While I'm still willing to talk to you trash, tell me quickly, what needs to be done? You have to save me first, my lord. Dagu's freedom is now in the hands of Armando, and his address to Armando has also changed into an honorific without a trace. Use apparition to can. Do you think I'm a fool? Armando mocked disdainfully. Since this can get you out, why don't I just use apparition to take Barry away? Besides, if what you said before is true, I'll take you away. Won't your cage explode? You can try it. Dagu was a little speechless. His tone became impatient. He pouted in the direction of Barry and said, you can lift the cloth covering his cage and look inside what it is like. If you have a wealth of experience in dealing with silent ones, then pretend that I didn't say anything. What did you say? Armando's lips trembled and he stretched out his hand to grab the black cloth above Barry's head. The cloth isolated everything in the cage, tearing apart and stealing the last bit of luck in his heart like a black hole. As a grandfather, how could he not know what happened to his grandson? Just don't want to admit it. Point the closer his hand was to the black cloth. The trembling became more intense. When he touched it, there was no sound in the cage, and Barry seemed to be dead. Genesienne. He pulled hard, but the thin black cloth seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 weights, and it didn't move. You know it in your heart, Dagu said angrily. I'll say it again. Believe it or not, I'll tell you how to suppress the magic mechanism under your feet. You can try it with me, and if you succeed, go save it. It's not too late for your grandson. Before that, you need to find an adult wizard as his replacement after he leaves, otherwise the magic mechanism will explode soon. What happened to the explosion? Armando raised his chin and said softly, there are only 3 scumbags here, so what if they die? You really don't understand the situation. I can apparate, because I am so weak that I have no magic power, but your grandson's magic power. Dagu sneered, you can feel it. I think it's a trick, it shouldn't be a problem blowing you up. Can you apparate with a bomb like that? Can you stop using so-and-so's grandson to refer to me? Barry said weakly, after being quiet for a long time. Dagu, my name is Barry Beckman. Shut up. Armando turned around, looked at the cage where Barry was imprisoned with burning eyes, and pulled the black cloth away with a slap in the face. Merlin's asterisk. I seeing Barry for the first time, Armando's face immediately turned blue, his eyes widened, and he froze in place. Barry in the cage didn't have a piece of good flesh all over his body, only the skin on his face was relatively intact. Several iron bars glowing black penetrated his body, nailing him firmly in the cage, maintaining a kneeling position. The movement of lying on the ground and raising his hands high, fresh wounds, healed wounds and rotten wounds covered Barry's whole body layer by layer, but it was not these simple wounds that really made Armando's heart throb. On Barry's back, a person who was exactly the same height and body as him was clinging to his limbs, lying on his stomach like a lizard. He was completely black, except for 2 big pure white eyes and a strangely curved face. Grinning his mouth, countless black silk threads hang down from his body, piercing into Barry's body, beating like arteries to absorb the nutrients in Barry's body, and Armando can feel the endless evil thoughts and sorrows in him, even in his own body. In his impression, the Obscure is a massive unstable black magic power, but he is absolutely sure that this person who is almost exactly the same as his grandson is Barry's Obscure. When the black pool was opened, the light from the outside world shone on Barry, and the silent creature bred by Barry's magic also raised its head. He widened his pure white eyes. Although there were no pupils, Armando knew very well that he was looking at himself. Armando's lips trembled. The Obscure came from the wizard's magic power and emotion. The sadness that seemed to be real in this black figure was exactly what his grandson had experienced. Armando Duppert? Something beyond the knowledge of everyone present happened. The black shadow opened its mouth, like a babbling baby, and called out the name of the old man in front of him. Armando was stunned. He was about to respond, but Sombra spoke at a much smoother speed than before. I've wanted to see you for a long time. Sombra's mouth widened, and he said loudly in a pleasant tone, my name is Barry Duppert. Nice to meet you. The black shadow pushed hard on the back of Barry's hand, peeling himself off from him. He crawled on Barry's body, climbed to the edge of the cage, grabbed the railing, and looked at Duppert. My dear grandpa, I pay homage to you. His pronunciation and enunciation are not standard, just like a child learning to speak, but anyone who hears the voice feels the strong human-like emotions in the voice. Grandpa, why are you ignoring me? He shook the railing vigorously, crying, I have become what you want. Why don't you go home? Armando trembled all over and did not speak. Grandpa, Mom and Dad are dead. They caught me and threatened you, but you let them kill me, Soyang said cheerfully, clapping his hands as he spoke. They tortured me with the Cruciatus curse, but I remember your teachings. Didn't cry. Am I good? Why don't you praise me? Grandpa, today I ran out of Beckman's annoying care. Why did you hit me? Soyang quickly changed from laughing to crying and asked suspiciously, don't you like me? Don't you want me to be like that? Grandpa, I beat this coward, you keep making me a man. Grandpa, they bully me every day and throw me in the urinal, but I'm a man. I can't violate the secrecy law. Grandpa, I miss you so much. Can you come back and see me? They say I have no parents. I'm a wild child. Grandpa, grandfather. The other people in the cabin were silent. Only the black shadow behind Barry kept telling Armando. Armando froze in place, had not moved for a long time. His power was only valid for his grandson, and as a silent man Barry, the projection in his heart was exactly what Duppert wanted him to be. Those things seemed to have turned into nightmares when he was a child. With the strength to support himself, He allowed the blades installed at the bottom to penetrate his body, and the bright red blood overflowed from the gap in the cage wall and flowed all over the floor. Sombra is still chattering. No, his name is not Sombra. This guy has his own name, Barry Duppert. He and Barry share the same name, but he has truly lived what Armando wanted him to be. The thick blood flowed very slowly, and when it approached Demento's feet, the trembling old man somehow squeezed out some strength, raised his wand, pointed at Barry, and a golden beam hit the black shadows ahead, which was extremely skillful, trembled, and quickly retracted into Barry's body. Armando used magic to stop the bleeding for him, closed his eyes, and covered the black cloth again with a solemn expression. I don't want to face it. Dagu's voice sounded faintly from behind. Master Duppert, I have to say, I still admire you very much. What do you admire about me? Armando turned around, as if nothing had happened just now, with a terrifyingly calm expression. I've seen a lot of silent people, and the monsters born, when their magic power erupts, are often just a mass of manic magic power without form. Dagu said the most mocking words in a flattering tone. But you forcibly built your own grandson. It is really admirable to become such a silent person who can speak. You guys made Barry like this? Armando didn't seem to hear or understand what Dagu said, but he just asked himself. He shook his head and continued, no, you can't. How can muggles and a few uneducated wizards have such abilities? This must be done by Grindelwald. This goddamn bastard, in order to force me to compromise, persecuted my family. You. Dagu noticed that there was some problem with Armando's mental state, so he stopped talking quickly and stopped speaking. I'm going to kill those self-righteous muggles. I'm going to kill Grindelwald. I'm going to kill him. Armando has lost his mind. He didn't expect that. After searching for his grandson for many years, he found such a grandson scene. He held the magic wand tightly, and powerful magic power burst out from around his body uncontrollably, showing a series of terrifying electric lights. The escaped magic power caused the ornament in the cargo hold to be pushed around, and even caused a considerable explosion. The whole ship trembled under his rage. He turned his head and shouted at Barry's cage, I'll let you go out, let you stay with Grindelwald. I thought he would be a powerful wizard. I didn't expect it. I want him to pay the price, pay the price. Armando yelled a few words, lost his strength, and leaned weakly on Barry's cage, but he didn't feel any movement from inside. He still didn't dare to open the curtain to see what was inside, and he didn't even dare to turn his head. Mundo slid down and sat on the ground with his back against his grandson, covering his face weakly. Is this my price? Grandfather, cough cough, Barry said in a weak voice after his chaotic magic had been slightly suppressed. You are still the same as before, full of energy, haha. When a group of grandparents were having a touching reunion scene after a long absence, a team of wizards found the cruise ship that was shaking because of Armando's magic power from among the boats moored in Boston Bay. Barry, we're here to get you. I have to say, it's a good idea for you to use an explosion to ask for help. A series of violent explosions soon occurred on the deck, and the wooden door leading to the upper floor collapsed inward. The grim old man walked out of the door accompanied by gunpowder smoke. Panting, he kicked away a wooden plank that fell on the stairs, and shouted, What's the matter with you? I just redeemed you. Why have you been arrested again? Do you know who it is this time? They didn't even give me a chance to redeem someone. Andre was merciless in his mouth, but his feet were not slow. He walked down the stairs quickly with steps that did not match his age, and suddenly saw Duppert standing next to Dagu's cage, and suddenly raised his wand, greeted with a sullen face. It's so lively, Principal Duppert. Armando didn't speak, but raised his head, and stared at the person silently. Just when Andre was about to lose his composure, Armando suddenly turned his head and asked Dagu, is an adult wizard enough? Do you need an adult wizard to replace you? No, no need. Dagu switched back and forth between Andre and Armando, swallowed, and said, I still have some magic power left, and I can break through the magic power mechanism outside. He swallowed again, his Adam's apple rolling. Actually, there's no rush. Mr. Barry Beckman can last for a long time. No, Armando put on a posture, ignoring Andre's demands for a conversation, raised his hand and shot a red light at the head, and said to Dagu sideways, I will make a decision after I rescue Barry. Do you want to save your life? Who gave you the courage to say such a thing? Dippet, you old and immortal teacher. Andre was a little ashamed after being chased by Amando's curse, barely resisting the impact, and raised his wand to set up a barrier, mockingly said, "Didn't you suffer enough last time?" Armando's expression didn't change at all. One after another fierce curses were shot at Andre, but they were all resolved by him one by one. Also, can you stay away from Barry, you sadist? He is my grandson. Armando's pupils moved and retorted. He is the fiancé of Lord Grindelwald's adopted daughter. Andre confronted him tit for tat. Are you sick? After torturing your grandson like this, Lord Grindelwald has to find a way to see a doctor for him every day. Chapter 198 Rescue. It's not up to you to tell me how to educate my grandson. Amando's eyes darkened. He lowered his head, looked at Andre with his eyes hanging, raised his hand and shot a green light, and his mouth was slick. Without falling behind, Andre, a teacher like you, what qualifications do you have to judge me? Are you crazy? Seeing the green light, Andre dodged sideways and cursed with wide eyes. Death curse? You are the headmaster of Hogwarts. Are you shameless? I don't care about anything anymore. You don't really think that the last time I suffered was because of my high level? Amando said disdainfully. I just didn't bother to use these magics at the time. Besides, I have already found a successor for Hogwarts who is 100 times better than me. Armando Dippet, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, is a highly respected and powerful great wizard. When such a character loses his bottom line and starts to use black magic to fight against the enemy, what can he do? Woolen cloth. Andre was fortunate to be the first person to eat crabs. When he met such a fallen into magic wizard, he was already helpless under the intensive attack of Mando's spells. You're crazy, Dippet. Andre could only dodge and move around and release the protective spell to resist Amando's attack. There was no way to fight back. Even so, large and small cracks began to appear on his body, and one foot was even completely petrified. Hard the ground dragged on the ground, his dodging steps became slower and slower, and the release of the protective spell became more and more powerless. But Andre didn't dare to run away. He was afraid that Barry would fall into the hands of his crazy grandpa. At that time, Grindelwald would be powerless, even if he came to him. Finally, when Amento released a curse that created a barrier, he rolled into the space under the stairs in the posture of a young wizard. The hole in the hole released a distress call. The moment he saw the distress signal, Andre's entourage left on the deck rushed down immediately. Just when hope rose in his eyes, the entourage quickly told him with actions that the miscellaneous soldiers are disappointing. Never disappoints. In less than 10 seconds, these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, who seemed to have just been salvaged from Boston Bay by fishing boats, fell under the spell of Armando. There is no need to chatter, Andre. I admit that I'm crazy, but so what? Am I not driven crazy by you? A contented smile. It's your honor to escape from me so many times, but I swear, I won't let you escape easily this time, Bug. I've said it countless times. I just went next door to your house to buy a baby sphinx. Andre said as he ran wildly in the cabin and shouted, ask Barry yourself. People at that time, is it me? My grandson. He's too young. He doesn't know anything. Armando shook his head and then shot out several curses, one of which hit the keel on the top of his head with a disturbing crackling sound. The hull tilted slowly to one side, and Armando waved his wand and said in a hurried tone, I can only see what my eyes see. I will not believe the words of you villains. Today, I will use your most proud black magic to tear you apart. Grandfather, why didn't you use these spells back then? Barry, who hadn't heard anything for a long time, suddenly asked, since you are willing to use this spell, you can find the real murderer with legitimacy. I didn't want to. Armando's voice softened a little. He turned to face his grandson and flicked his wand behind him, causing the stairs to collapse, pressing Andre firmly underneath. Why do you want to now? Son, of course it's because of you, I know why. Grandfather, Barry said in a flat tone, not at all like a grandson talking to his grandfather, nor like a dying person, because you found out later that I'm not what you imagined. Becoming a person like my father and mother, I have inferior talents, mediocre talents, and cowardly character, and I did not grow up according to your ideas. Not only that, but I also joined Lord Grindelwald and shamed your great wizard. No, Barry, you are my favorite grandson. Yeah, but I'm still not your proudest grandson. I live on your reputation like a psoriasis. Barry lowered his head and buried his eyes deeply between the blades under his feet. I'm sorry, I still giving you trouble at the end of my life. The last moment of life. No, I won't let you die. Don't worry Barry, I will rescue you. Armando lost his composure when fighting Andre. He waved his hands in a panic and approached Barry. He said, when Grandpa takes down the enemy, he will let you out. Can't I even decide my own life or death? Barry's flat voice fluctuated slightly, his shoulders shrugged, and he said with a half-crying smile, my damn life is like that damn square on your neckline. Like a towel, I've been folded, ironed, and pressed into sharp creases. But have you noticed that I'm just a towel, or a piece of parchment? Barry, Grandpa will definitely let you decide your own life in the future. Parchment and towels don't fit in your pockets. They have their place, Barry retorted, shaking his head mournfully, but when you make the crease of a square on them, I can no longer be myself. No, you can be yourself. The wooden boards under the feet of several people cracked a big crack with a toothache cracking sound. The after effect of Mando's broken keel finally appeared at this moment. Through the crack under the feet, one could even see the turbulent undercurrent under the calm sea of Boston Harbor. There was no cry for help from the deck, and no one knew what happened to the ordinary crew members. Dagu, who had watched the play for a long time, shouted the gods he believed in his heart, rolled his eyes, and swore secretly, if there is a next life, I must not go to Hogwarts. Seeing the disintegration of the cruise ship, Armando grabbed the cages of Barry and Dagu nervously, and just as he was about to get started, an erratic male voice interrupted his movements. Barry, I said, you can be yourself. Figures in black robes appeared in the narrow cargo hold, crowding the small bottom of this small cruise ship. When they appeared on the stage, the breaking of the hull stopped. Gellert Grindelwald, dressed in his usual attire, a plain long trench coat and a long grey scarf, walked out of the crowd with his wand in hand, repeating what he had just said. Thank goodness. Andre, who was playing dead under the wreckage of the stairs, poked his head out. The first time he saw Grindelwald, he lay down in peace. He retrieved a piece of wood that looked like a pillow and put it under his neck. Barry is saved. Me too. Grindelwald walked through the crowd and approached Armando, who was on the verge of a formidable enemy. He bowed slightly, lowered his head, looked up at Armando, and said, Principal Dippet, although it is a bit out of date, I'm very glad to meet you. Lin D. Whoa. Armando gritted his teeth and squeezed out the name of the Dark Lord from between his teeth without saying a word. Please let me go, thank you. Grindelwald nodded, bypassed Armando, and went straight to the cage where Barry was held. When he saw the bloody scene inside, his strange colored pupils shrank violently, but he quickly regained his composure. Lord Grindelwald, breaking open the cage like this will only activate the magic mechanism inside. Dagu interjected unwillingly. Compared with Armando, he was full of respect when he spoke to the Dark Lord, and he did not dare to offend him at all. His beard. What are you? Grindelwald was very dissatisfied with his interruption. He turned his head and looked contemptuously at the cage next door. After seeing the face of the person in the cage, he raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, I remember you. Are you one of those muggles and wild wizards in America? It's my honor to be remembered by you. Dagu spoke boldly. HMPH. Grindelwald was too lazy to talk to this kind of character. He was not interested in what Dagu wanted to say at all. He just bent down slowly, stretched out his hand, and covered the railing of the cage wall, touching Barry. The blood-stained fingers touched lightly. Looking at Barry's tearful and bloodshot eyes, he nodded and retracted his hand, not caring about the dirty blood and filth on it, just clenched his fists. Barry, what are you doing? For help me find something to become like this. Lord Grindelwald shook his head, raised his index finger to his lips, and interrupted Barry's next words. He put his hands on the cage wall and murmured softly, It's okay, we'll take you home. Powerful and precise magic power surged into the iron cage through the Elder Wand without the tendency of magic spells. Under Grindelwald's surgical manipulation, the blood filled in the grooves under Barry's body rose up, and the bloody steam flowed along the cage. Kikyo rushed back into Barry's body. Barry's body convulsed violently, and as his shaking became larger and larger, a black figure suddenly straightened up from behind him, staring at the man in front of him with wide white eyes. "Get back." Grindelwald held his wand and continued to crack the mechanism of the cage without even glancing at the black figure who called himself Barry Duppert. Following his movements, the iron cage with the blades and hooks inside seemed to be thrown away, distorted and dissolved, as if entering a pool of sulfuric acid, and disappeared without a trace. Barry, who lost his support, bled all over his body and rushed forward. The black shadow behind him went to nowhere, as if he had never appeared before. Grindelwald half kneeled on the ground, took Barry, who had fallen forward, into his arms, and carefully stroked his back with a magical hand, comforting, "It's okay, let's go home. Mr. Wertling, the magic world has always had different opinions on the nature of creatures like Dementors." After another week of history of magic class, Professor Binns called Nelson into his office. There were stacks of tomes with yellowed pages on the previously empty desk. He told Nelson to sit down, and burrowed into the pile of books alone. Pulled out a book of spells with a green cover and chained up, and threw it in front of Nelson. "But as researchers of history, we must not let this ambiguous statement become the mainstream." Nelson could see the brilliance of seeking knowledge from his big milky white eyes. He put his hands on the cover, and floated in front of Nelson, said, "We can always find clues from the crevices of history. Have you discovered anything new?" "Have." Professor Binns nodded, and shook his head again. He grabbed the bell behind the door and shook it lightly. Several house elves and scarves suddenly appeared in the office with their backs to Nelson, holding a blackboard. The body was hidden behind the blackboard as much as possible, and it was quickly installed on a bracket, and then disappeared. "Mr. Wertling, what I'm going to say next, you can take it as an extracurricular tutoring. Don't worry, it won't become the content of your final exam." Professor Binns clapped his hands, each line glowing with silver light. The cursive words appeared on the blackboard, and the ghost professor's expression was a little excited, and a little shy. "To be honest, I haven't changed the syllabus for 1000 years, and this is the first time I've talked about such a taboo topic." Nelson sat up straight, and looked at Professor Binns intently. "For a long time, we have been acquiescing to the fact that Pythia, the ancient Greek witch, defeated Herbo, who was doing all kinds of evil at that time," Professor Binns said. "Muggles have adapted those histories into myths, but in fact, in the eyes of the wizards, the gods who fly into the sky and move mountains to fill the seas in these stories are just wizards who violated the principle of secrecy. In Greek mythology, Pythia was just an ordinary priestess who served Apollo, with a bit of prophecy ability. It is well known, but Herbo, who has ravaged Greece for hundreds of years, was indeed under her single-handed plan to collapse." Professor Binns introduced with reverence. "People know little about her, but as far as she is concerned, she is the biggest. The achievement in the field of magic is the development of a spell that can help wizards resist Dementors after 1,000 years. The Patronus Charm. Is she a spell developed for Dementors? I'm not sure, but in terms of effect, the Patronus Charm does have a miraculous effect against Dementors. I believe you know this too." Nelson nodded in agreement. "That's not the point I want to say. You know that before the appearance of patron saints and Dementors, there was a special kind of existence in the wizarding world. They didn't need spells to stimulate the energy combined with emotion and magic, but they couldn't control it." Professor Binns tapped on the blackboard, and a brand new word appeared on it. "They may even be the prototypes of Dementors and patron saints." Chapter 199. The Northern Poets. The King of Gods seeks the center of the world. Make two flying falcons walk opposite each other until they meet again. Delphi is called the atrium of the world, where the young sun built his temple. Control the sunset and sing praises to the dawn. Cracks in the world revealed. Mysterious, mellow steam rising from the cracks in the earth. Young priestess chewing laurel with blurred. Look what is connected through the gap is another world belonging to the soul there. The memory of the dead told her dark secrets. Green false gods have no mercy. The army is overwhelming. Gals, basilisks and evil spirits. He only knows destruction and domination. Little did he know, his actions had already been written into his fate. How do children hurt their mothers? False gods are just creatures born in the world. The young priestess heard the oracle in a trance. She found several demigods powerful enough to fight false gods. Her eyes are sharp enough to pry into fate. There was a child whose soul was torn by a false god. Sacrifice your life for victory. It's a great weapon. It's a great weapon. The dreamlike sound of poetry reciting echoed in the office. Professor Bin's unique ethereal voice added a sense of strangeness through ancient and modern times to his singing, which made Nelson immerse himself in it. Although the description of the past in the poem is only a few words, but after only the first sentence, Nelson outlined in his mind the magnificent scene of the wizard and ordinary people joining hands to fight against the army composed of evil monsters. Dark wizards and alchemy monsters. This poem, which seems to be written roughly by a child, seems to contain magical powers, pulling Nelson into the history of war. His emotions fluctuated with Professor Bin's weird pronunciation and mellow tone, and the magic in his body also stirred up. Under the staring gaze of Professor Bin's amazed gaze, wisps of white mist appeared around Nelson. Professor Bin's looked around the office. His ghost body could not feel the humidity. He once thought there was a water leak until the white mist became thicker and thicker, and a solid scene was outlined. All kinds of mythical monsters and beasts roared, driven by the wizard to fight against each other, and soon, these monsters died one after another, leaving only one. There were figures. Their magics attacked each other, until the wands were broken, and they also showed their fists and fangs like wild beasts. This is exactly what Nelson imagined about the great battle that defeated Hayabu thousands of years ago, and he didn't realize it. Professor Bin stared at this scene with great interest. It is said that this song was written by a Northland poet wandering in southern Europe. Even for wizards, Northland poets are a mysterious group. They use the mysterious loo. These words have mysterious power. Through singing, they can make the stories in their mouths produce changes that are difficult for other wizards to understand. But unfortunately, the magic power of the poets of the Northland seems to be only passed on to those people. Among the bloodlines of Nordic wizards, these wizards who live in the icy world rarely communicate with the outside world. The latest official communication is that the Wizengamot rented a venue in Norway to try Dumbledore. Maybe the history recorded by the poets of the Northland has long been lost. Professor Binns thought to himself, shaking his head regretfully. Suddenly, he raised his head, stared at Nelson, laughed and laughed at himself. After becoming a ghost, my brain is not working well, Mr. Wordling. He called softly. Mr. Wordling, Mr. Wordling. Nelson turned a deaf ear to Professor Binns' call. The ancient song had stopped, but Nelson seemed to be still immersed in it. With his eyes closed, the battlefield formed by the white mist around him froze, as if time and space stood still. Professor Bin stared at the surrounding white mist. The proportions of these little guys like soldier toys were normal and lifelike. He stared at one of the wizards who was struggling at the feet of the troll, as if he felt his gaze. That the little wizard raised his head and looked in the direction of Professor Binns. This little person seems to have his own consciousness, his own story, his own life. Professor Binns noticed the absurdity of his thoughts, shook his head with a smile, and looked at Nelson. Mr. Wordling. He stretched out his finger and tapped Nelson's forehead. A cold feeling that hit his soul instantly spread from the top of his head to his whole body. Nelson shivered, raised his head, and stared at Professor Binns' own eyes. You seem to enjoy this story, Professor. Nelson broke out of the momentary trance, looked at Professor Binns intently, and asked, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Professor Binns saw that Nelson was still a little unconscious, so he repeated, "You seem to like this story very much." "Story? Professor, is this epic?" "Epic?" Professor Binns was stunned, shook his head, and said with a smile, "Son, this is not an epic. Wizards can't write any epics. Epics are just fairy tales, and they have their own format. Iliad, that's what is called epic." "Okay, Professor, what is this?" "This is a traveling song sung by the poets of the Northland," Professor Binns said. "They shared the information they heard in the tavern. After being sung from generation to generation, this story finally took shape. For wizards who lack the habit of recording history said that before the first wizarding history book appeared, this kind of game song in Muggle mythology is the way we know the truth of history. Is the history of wizards so severe?" Nelson was a little surprised. "You are a wizard, Mr. Wordling. Think carefully. There are quite a few wizards who can live for hundreds of years." Professor Binns waved his hand and said, "There is no need for wizards to record their history in books, just like me." He stretched out his index finger and tapped his temple. "I'm also a living history book." "I see," Nelson asked, nodding. "So the young priestess is the Pythia. This song tells the story of the Pythia's victory over Helbo?" "That's right, Mr. Wertling." Professor Binns nodded and asked back, "Can you hear anything from this song?" "There's a great weapon." Nelson scratched his head. "What's that?" "I'm not going to go find something again, am I?" "Of course not. The great weapon points to a spell, the Patronus charm." Professor Binns said proudly, "I was a researcher in the history of magic when I was still alive, and many historical materials can prove that the great weapon in the first game song refers to the Patronus charm, the only spell developed by Pythia himself. But strangely, this spell was never used in the war against Helbo used. Why? Why?" Professor Binns repeated, "Good question. Why? Because as a prophet, Pythia knows very well what will happen in the future, and this spell is her gift to future generations. The sword is also the shackle she planted for Helbo, especially after I learned that Helbo seems to be alive. She prepared a spell for 1000 years from now." Nelson smacked his lips. "So did she prepare anything for 2000 years later? Since Helbo is still alive, will she have another shackle?" Professor Binns raised his arms and shrugged, showing a helpless expression. "Well," Nelson asked dryly, "what does sacrifice one's life for victory mean? If that's how the Patronus was born, it should be black magic. This is what I want to tell you before. The possible common prototype of the Patronus charm and Dementors," Professor Binns said with a bright look. "This is his exclusive discovery, but after so many years, it seems that only one wizard, Nelson, has felt it interest. Dementors and Patronus charms represent two completely opposite aspects of emotional energy. Before them, there has never been magic that can really mobilize the power of the soul, but there is a kind of people in the world who are born with strong emotions. Emotional power, but simply uncontrollable. The obscure?" Nelson frowned. "That's right." Professor Binns clapped his hands and said, "The innate I'm talking about is still a bit imprecise. The vast majority of silent people stem from their oppression of magic power and their imagination beyond ordinary people's imagination when they were young. It's a painful experience, but I have to admit that a large part of the magic power of their disorderly eruption is the power of the soul." "So the Patronus charm was developed based on the obscure phenomenon?" "I think so. In fact, many wizards have studied the phenomenon of obscurity, including one of the founders of the academy and my former colleague, Salazar Slytherin. I don't know what he has achieved, but I think, if you have a chance, you can find the child whose soul was torn apart by a false god." Professor Binns said, repeating the content of the song. "Aren't the silent ones a child whose soul was torn apart? Why? What about a false god? Maybe it's because Helbo brought his pain. I think there is a certain relationship between the obscure, the Dementor and the Patronus, but I'm just a powerless ghost." "William Mr. Muse, if you have the chance, can you help me find the connection between them?" "Do my best, Professor." Nelson nodded solemnly, showing a thoughtful expression. "By the way, Mr. Wertling," Professor Binns added, "although Delphi is in Greece, the center of the world, that Zeus found in the story, by traveling around the world with two falcons is actually not Delphi. Then why write about Delphi?" Nelson didn't pay attention to the real location for the first time, which made Professor Binns a little funny. "Isn't there such a thing now? Anyway, when I was still alive, this kind of situation was very common," he said with a smile, "because Greece was extremely powerful at that time, so why not write about Greece?" "Mavis? Do you know where Zurich Damavis is?" "I don't know." Nelson shook his head. "You really shouldn't know, because this is my nonsense." Professor Binns shrugged and said, "The final location is located in the geographical center of Europe, where Pythia defeated Helbo. If he is still alive, then he should still be wandering there. If he can't survive, there should be a city there. I don't know what it's called now, but you should be able to find it if you look it up on the map." Professor Binns was a little excited. The whole ghost was a little red. He was pacing up and down in the office, floating up and down. "If you find it, you must keep in mind that the other world belongs to the soul," Professor Binns said earnestly. "I'm a ghost, so I can't tell you too much, but you must pay attention. Krakow. Nelson frowned and said the name of the place he was all too familiar with. Thoughts surged in his mind. Herbo's life was because of the Horcrux. If he was defeated in Krakow, then Austrian, the remnant soul in the blurred illusion near Swissing, should be the main body. If it is the main body. Nelson shook his head. Many previous plans and guesses had to be overturned and rewritten. Is that the name? It's not bad. By the way, what is this? Mr. Wertling. Professor Binns pointed to the white mist that had been surging around Nelson since he started singing. A feeling of contradiction between being afraid to approach and being extremely close. He joked. Mysterious, mellow steam? I think so. Nelson's answer to the joke surprised Professor Binns, and before he could ask again, he heard Nelson say, I know what you mean by another world of the soul. He raised his hand, and the surrounding white mist poured into his hand, as if being swallowed by a whale. Nelson looked at Professor Binns and said seriously, I have been to the misty illusion, and these mysterious and mellow steam are exactly the misty fog. Berry, you don't need to do this, Andre said distressedly at the side of the hospital bed, squinting at Berry who was bound into a mummy. Lord Grindelwald's solution. Berry raised his eyelids and saw Andre with one arm dropped on his neck. He shook his head. The old man began to make sarcastic remarks as soon as he could get out of bed, but Berry couldn't help him. Who let others save him? He coughed twice and said, I just want to find a way to help my lord. Since he already has the Elder Wand, the invisibility cloak and the resurrection stone naturally exist. Don't forget, what is a logo? Yes, I know, it's the Deathly Hallows. Andre said, waving his crutches, but you have to know, it took Master Grindelwald more than 10 years to find the Elder Wand. There is no rush. No, Berry retorted, I've already found a clue to the invisibility cloak. Did you slip into a cage with an invisibility cloak and be locked up by muggles? Andre asked quietly. Andre is right. The door of the ward was pushed open. Grindelwald approached hurriedly, scanned the two people around, saw that the recovery was good, and nodded with satisfaction. 3 magic props made by the god of death. How can it be possible for a person to become the master of death? Berry, I need you to help me with some normal work. Your silent one is about to go berserk, and I don't think you would like White to be a widow at a young age. Chapter 200 Tabloid Hat. Nah, wait. When Nelson stepped out of the door of Professor Binns' office, a voice stopped him timidly. He looked around and found that there was no one there. The vigilance he had developed in the face of sneak attacks for many years made him put his hands in his pockets immediately, and his body tensed up. Here I am. The owner of the voice seemed annoyed that Nelson hadn't noticed her, and this time Nelson heard him clearly. He looked down to the left and spotted a small statue behind a statue of a knight at Professor Binns' door. Newsboy cap. Oh, Christian? Nelson raised his eyebrows. It has been a long time since he returned to Hogwarts, but he has never been free to talk to Christian. He scratched his head and said to the one who came out from behind the sculpture, Hi, I haven't had time to congratulate you in person. You have found your family. You have congratulated me. Christian walked up to Nelson, looked around, as if he was worried about being discovered by others. You wrote to me and told me about it. Looking at Christian's unhappy face, Nelson was a little surprised. In his imagination, Christian should be happy after hearing this, but now it seems that she is a little bit against her excellent brother. Nelson showed a playful expression, nodded, and said, I still have to congratulate you in person. Christian responded impatiently. She stood on tiptoe. Her face was full of anxiety. She leaned closer and whispered, are you free? I have something to tell you. Okay. Nelson nodded, turned and walked towards the restaurant. I'm just going to eat. Let's go together. Tom is waiting for me there. We can find a table and eat together. No. Christian grabbed Nelson's cuff, shook his head vigorously, and said, this matter is about Tom. I don't want to say it in front of him. Oh? Nelson asked, stopping. What are you trying to say? Is it important? Christian didn't speak, but her vigorous nodding and tightening grip told Nelson that she had to talk about it. Okay. Nelson shrugged, took out a letter pad from his pocket, tore off a page, scribbled a few words, folded it into the shape of 1,000 paper cranes, and threw it into the air. It flapped its wings towards the direction of the restaurant. Flying away. Seeing this scene, Christian's eyes were a little surprised, but the anxiety in his heart quickly overwhelmed the excitement of seeing the magical magic. Nelson nodded, put the letter pad back in his pocket, and said, I told Tom not to wait for me. By the way, since you seem urgent, where should we go? I know a place that almost no one in the school knows. After that, Christian pulled Nelson and walked towards the castle without any explanation. She chose a road that barely met anyone, and it was obvious that she was already familiar with doing this kind of thing. As expected of Gryffindor, Nelson thought to himself and found himself on the 8th floor of the castle. Christian stood in front of a tapestry and began to pace back and forth. Nelson took a closer look, and the tapestry depicted a scene where a troll beat Barnabas with a stick. He raised his eyebrows and found the room of requirement. He couldn't help but look up to Christian. An embarrassing thing happened. After Christian experienced 3 minutes of pacing back and forth, the smooth door that Nelson expected did not appear on the opposite side of the tapestry, and the expression on Christian's face changed from embarrassment to anxiety. Even the voice of speaking has taken on a crying tone. I came here before. It's still fine. Let me come. Nelson sighed, walked in front of Christian, kept thinking I want a place where I can talk without being disturbed, and walked back and forth 3 times with his hands behind his back. After doing all this, he took a deep breath and turned to look at the wall opposite the tapestry. A smooth door appeared there. Nelson was a little excited. Although he had experienced many things, this was the first time he really came to the legendary in the Room of Requirement. There are countless important events in the history of Hogwarts. He stepped forward, pushed open the door of the Room of Requirement, turned his head, and said to the dumbfounded Christian, this room is called the Room of Requirement, and it can meet the user's requirements, provided that the user needs to think clearly in their minds what kind of room they need. Otherwise, it will not understand your appeal. Nelson stepped into the room, which was clean and almost empty save for 2 simple chairs and a sleek table in the center, and beckoned Christian in, adding, I'm thinking of an interrupted communication place. Christian, don't worry, this room is really unknown. I just happened to hear about it. Christian didn't speak, just approached the room with his head down, and sat across from Nelson. There was a silence that lasted several minutes between the two, until she raised her head, staring at Nelson's eyes with a pair of black eyes, and asked softly, can I trust you? Nelson was stunned by Christian's question. All of Christian's actions today gave people a sense of abnormality, and even her temperament was quite different from the girl who was gnashing her teeth in his heart. The girl who looked very haggard suffered some evil curse that caused her brain to be injured, but for the sake of familiarity with each other, he considered his tone and said patiently, of course, what happened? Is there anything I can do to help you? Christian lowered his head and pursed his lips, and the suffocating silence fell between the two of them again. When Nelson was about to pull out his wand to try to break the spell for Christian, she suddenly raised her head and swallowed. Said, nah, I really don't know whether I should say this. I have struggled for a long time. If you don't come back, I may have to tell Professor Dumbledore. Nelson, you said it. Nelson, irritated by Christian's unknowingly conscious or unconscious gimmicks, tried to find a comfortable position in the simple chair under his buttocks, but he ultimately failed when he tried to start all over again. When it was time, Christian said suddenly, Tom is practicing black magic. Yeah. Nelson nodded, spread his hands, and signaled Christian to continue, and then, Christian continued with her mouth open, but suddenly stopped, and she said excitedly, Tom is practicing black magic. There is no more. Nelson felt a little speechless. Why did you call me here mysteriously? He finally found a comfortable position, leaned back on the chair, and asked, didn't Tom tell you? That's right, you're not in a high grade, and you might not understand if I tell you. No, nah, you got me wrong. Christian argued anxiously. What I care about is not that he doesn't tell me, but that he is practicing black magic. Nah, I think you missed, dark wizards are proficient in black magic. Nelson finally understood what Christian wanted to say. He waved his hand and said, but a person who is proficient in black magic is not necessarily a dark wizard. No, nah, since you left, Tom has been secretly practicing black magic, Christian said, biting his lower lip. I once went out to find food in the middle of the night, and there was no one in the downstairs room. I saw him at the door of the women's bathroom. That day he was holding a little mouse, pointing at it. Death curse? Nelson raised his eyebrows. Tom didn't seem to be very skilled in this business, and he could be hit by someone. No, Christian shook his head and said with a horrified expression, it's the Imperious curse. He manipulated that little mouse to do many unimaginable things, the professor said in defense against the dark arts class before. Wizards who use black magic will be eroded by magic power and eventually become black wizards who do all kinds of evil. Nah, you must help me. I don't want Tom to become a dark wizard. Christian's mood was extremely unstable. She took off the newsboy hat on her head and held it tightly in her arms, sobbing and speaking intermittently. This is not absolute, Christian, Nelson explained patiently. Only by relying too much on black magic will you be eroded by magic power. Magic is just a tool for the strong, and Tom will not become what you think. But he used black magic, Christian retorted. Using black magic is against the law, and he will be punished. After you graduate, you can consider working in the legal enforcement department or the Aura office. Nelson shook his head and said, I think your knowledge of magic is still a little superficial. Have you ever seen Tom use black magic to hurt others? I asked my classmates from the same class to go to your party. Christian raised his head, stared at Nelson, and said, he saw the duel between you and Tom. Tom used powerful black magic. Isn't that enough? Oh. Nelson laughed. Did he hurt me? No, Christian, I think it is necessary to correct your concept. What? Do you think wizards who use black magic are evil, or wizards who do evil? Aren't they the same? No, Dumbledore also knows black magic, but he doesn't use them. On the contrary, I know some guys whose magic level is mediocre. Not to mention black magic, they can't even understand simple curses. But they can hurt others with their lack of magic. Do you think they are evil? Nelson said seriously, Chris, I remember when I first met you. You used magic to steal, took my wallet. I stole. Christian gritted her teeth and admitted her fault. She said, I admit that I have been a thief, but you may not know what magic is at the time. Nelson interrupted her and continued, you unconsciously mobilized your magic power at that time and used magic similar to the levitating spell, which is not black magic at all. But do you think what you did was good? Christian lowered his head thoughtfully, with a confused expression on his face. I can also use black magic. Nelson pulled out his wand and waved it casually. A small black snake slowly crawled out of his hand. He waved his hand, and the snake dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. I'm not very familiar with this kind of magic. You can basically learn it just by looking at it. Did I suddenly become a dark wizard? The so-called boundary between black wizards and white wizards shouldn't be determined by what kind of magic they know. I know it at a glance. Do I suddenly become a black wizard? This is obviously unreasonable. Nelson shook his head. He learned from Christy and could see from his stubborn expression that he didn't convince her, but he continued, using ordinary spells to kill people and using black magic to protect others. Which kind of behavior is more abhorrent? Of course, I'm not encouraging others to learn black magic. It's just that this quick and powerful spell can really help a lot at times. I don't intend to expose your scars, so why don't I expose my scars? Nelson sighed and said, the first time Tom and I used black magic was to find the murderer after Jonas died. The black magic of blood and blood has given us a lot of help. Without it, the murderer might die silently from excessive drinking in a few days. There are many magics in the world, and there are many wizards. The important thing it is not what magic you have learned, but what you have done, and the result is the most important. Christian frowned and kept biting his lips. Nelson sighed inwardly again. He knew that he was not good at persuasion, and Christian, who was already stubborn, would not listen to his shocking speech. He didn't speak anymore, just let his eyes go blank, and sat where he was. After an unknown amount of time, Christian suddenly stood up from his seat, leaned forward, looked at Nelson, and said, I have done wrong things with magic, so I don't want to make people I care about cry because of magic. I won't tell the professor, but I will prevent you from using black magic by myself. she said, looking at Nelson with burning eyes. Since what black magic can do, can also be done with white magic, why not? How about being strict with yourself? Nah, you are right. I'm going to work in the aura office or the law enforcement division, and I will show you my determination. Nelson, I don't want to see. Nelson was speechless. He couldn't understand what kind of logic his words used to make Christian get such a strange result in his heart. I'm glad you can have your own ideas, but don't worry, you won't have a chance to interfere with us. He shook his head, stood up, and took out a brand new newsboy hat with a Thunderbird on it from his pocket. Put it on the table. This is a birthday present for you, but it's not there before. You can wear it differently. The Thunderbird is regarded as a symbol of law in many places. Putting down his hat and walking towards the door, Christian sat where he was, picked up the newsboy hat, and carefully stroked the emblem of the Thunderbird spreading its wings. Nelson walked out of the room of requirement and smiled self-deprecatingly. Christian was just an ordinary girl. She had not experienced what she and Tom had experienced. For many people like her, black magic was already a taboo topic, not to mention other more outrageous things. It is conceivable that, if this momentum continues, the resistance of myself and Tom will not only come from the enemy. His steps are a little heavier, but they soon turn into a brisk trot. Lunch is not over yet. When he ran to the restaurant, just in time to take a bite of hot food, Nelson sat down beside Tom. Just as he was about to talk about Christian, Tom handed over a closed note. Professor Sykes has something to do with you, Tom said vaguely with food in his mouth. She sent a note to Dwight of Ravenclaw, and the time and place are written in it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.